Eric Hobsbawm was born in Alexandria in 1917 and was educated in Vienna, Berlin, London, and Cambridge. A Fellow of the British Academy and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, with honorary degrees from universities in several countries, he taught until retirement at Birkbeck College, University of London, and since then at the New School for Social Research in New York. The Age of Capital. 1848 to 1875. Eric Hobsbawm. To Marlene, Andrew, and Julia. Preface. Though this book is intended to stand on its own, like the other volumes in the history of civilization of which it is a part, it happens that the volume which chronologically precedes it in the series has been written by the same author. Consequently, The Age of Capital is likely to be read by some who know the Age of Revolution, Europe 1789 to 1848, as well as by others who do not. To the former I apologize for including, here and there, material already familiar to them, in order to provide the necessary background information for the latter. I have tried to keep such duplication to a minimum and to make it tolerable by distributing it throughout the text. The book can, I hope, be read independently. Indeed, it ought not to require anything more than an adequate general education, for it is deliberately addressed to the non-expert reader. If historians wish to justify the resources society devotes to their subject, modest though these are, they should not write exclusively for other historians. Still, a very elementary acquaintance with European history will be an advantage. I suppose readers could, at a pinch, manage without any previous knowledge of the fall of the Bastille or the Napoleonic Wars, but such knowledge will help. The period with which this book deals is comparatively short, but its geographical scope is wide. To write about the world from 1789 to 1848 in terms of Europe, indeed almost of Britain and France, is not unrealistic. However, since the major theme of the period after 1848 is the extension of the capitalist economy to the entire world, and hence the impossibility of any longer writing a purely European history, it would be absurd to write its history without paying substantial attention to other continents. My treatment is divided into 3 parts. The 1848 revolutions form a prelude to a section on the main developments of the period. These I discuss in both a continental and, where necessary, global perspective, rather than as a series of self-contained national histories. The chapters are divided by themes rather than chronologically, though the main subperiods, roughly, the quiet but expansionist 1850s, the more turbulent 1860s, the boom and slump of the early 1870s, should be clearly discernible. The third part consists of a series of cross-sections through the economy, society, and culture of the third quarter of the 19th century. I cannot claim to be an expert on all but tiny parts of the immense subject matter of this book, and have had to rely almost entirely on second or even third-hand information. But this is unavoidable. An enormous amount has already been written about the 19th century, and every year adds to the height and bulk of the mountain range of specialist publications which darken the historical sky. As the range of historians' interests widens to include practically every aspect of life in which we of the late 20th century take an interest, the quantity of information which must be absorbed is far too great for even the most encyclopedic and erudite scholar. Even where he or she is aware of it, it must often, in the context of a wide-ranging synthesis, be reduced to a paragraph or two, a line, or a passing mention, or regretfully omitted. And one must necessarily rely, in an increasingly perfunctory manner, on the work of others. Unfortunately, it is impossible to follow the admirable convention by which scholars punctiliously acknowledge their sources, and especially their debts to others, so that nobody but the originators should claim as their own findings made freely available to all. In the first place, I doubt whether I could trace all the suggestions and ideas I have borrowed so freely back to their origin in some book or article, conversation, or discussion. I can only ask those whose work I have looted, consciously or not, to forgive my discourtesy. In the second place, even the attempt to do so would overload the book with a quite unsuitable apparatus of learning. For its object is not so much to summarize the known facts, which implies guiding readers to more detailed treatments of the various topics, but rather to draw them together into a general historical synthesis, to make sense of the third quarter of the 19th century, and to trace the roots of the present world back to that period, insofar as it is reasonable to do so. However, there is a general guide to further reading, see pages 333 to 9, which includes some of the works I have found most useful and to which I would wish to acknowledge my debt. References have been almost entirely confined to the sources of quotations, statistical tables, and some other figures, and for some statements which are controversial and surprising. Most of the scattered figures taken from standard sources or from such invaluable compendia as Mulhall's Dictionary of Statistics have not been specifically acknowledged. References to works of literature, e.g. Russian novels, which exist in a variety of editions, are to titles only. Exact references to the precise edition used by the author, but which may not be the one available to the reader, would be mere pedantry. References to the writings of Marx and Engels, who are major contemporary commentators in this period, are both to the familiar title of the work or date of letter and to the volume and page of the existing standard edition, K. Marx and F. Engels, Werke East Berlin 1956-71. Hereafter Werke. Place names have been given in the English form where there is one, otherwise in the form generally used in publications at the time. This implies no nationalist prejudice one way or another. Where necessary, the current name is added in brackets, e.g. Laybach, Ljubljana. Sigurd Zena and Francis Haskell have been kind enough to correct my chapters on the sciences and arts, and to correct some of my errors. Charles Kerwin has answered my questions on China. Nobody is responsible for my mistakes and omissions except myself. W. R. Rogers, Carmen Claudon and Maria Moisa helped me enormously as research assistants at various times. Andrew Hobsbawm and Julia Hobsbawm helped me to select the illustrations, as did Julia Brown. I am also indebted to my editor, Susan Loden. E.J.H. I.E.J. Hobsbawm, The Age of Revolution, Europe 1789-1848, London 1962. Introduction. In the 1860s a new word entered the economic and political vocabulary of the world, capitalism. It therefore seems apposite to call the present volume The Age of Capital, a title which also reminds us that the major work of capitalism's most formidable critic, Karl Marx's Das Kapital, 1867, was published in these years. For the global triumph of capitalism is the major theme of history in the decades after 1848. It was the triumph of a society which believed that economic growth rested on competitive private enterprise, on success in buying everything in the cheapest market, including labor, and selling in the dearest. An economy so based, and therefore resting naturally on the sound foundations of a bourgeoisie composed of those whom energy, merit, and intelligence had raised to their position and kept there, would, it was believed, not only create a world of suitably distributed material plenty, but of ever-growing enlightenment, reason, and human opportunity, an advance of the sciences and the arts, in brief a world of continuous and accelerating material and moral progress. The few remaining obstacles in the way of the untrammeled development of private enterprise would be swept away. The institutions of the world, or rather of those parts of the world not still debarred by the tyranny of tradition and superstition or by the unfortunate fact of not having white skins, preferably originating in the central and northwestern parts of Europe, would gradually approximate to the international model of a territorially defined nation-state with a constitution guaranteeing property and civil rights, elected representative assemblies and governments responsible to them, and, where suitable, a participation in politics of the common people within such limits as would guarantee the bourgeois social order and avoid the risk of its overthrow. To trace the earlier development of this society is not the business of the present book. It is enough to remind ourselves that it had already achieved, as it were, its historical breakthrough on both the economic and politico-ideological fronts in the 60 years before 1848. The years from 1789 to 1848, which I have discussed in an earlier volume The Age of Revolution, see the preface, p. 13 above, to which readers will be referred back from time to time, were dominated by a dual revolution, the industrial transformation pioneered in, and largely confined to, Britain, and the political transformation associated with, and largely confined to, France. Both implied the triumph of a new society, but whether it was to be the society of triumphant liberal capitalism, of what a French historian has called the conquering bourgeois, still seemed more uncertain to contemporaries than it seems to us. Behind the bourgeois political ideologists stood the masses, ready to turn moderate liberal revolutions into social ones. Below and around the capitalist entrepreneurs the discontented and displaced laboring poor stirred and surged. The 1830s and 1840s were an era of crisis, whose exact outcome only optimists cared to predict. Still the dualism of the revolution of 1789 to 1848 gives the history of that period both unity and symmetry. It is in a sense easy to write and read about, because it appears to possess a clear theme and a clear shape, and its chronological limits are as clearly defined as we have any right to expect in human affairs. With the revolution of 1848, which forms the starting point of this volume, the earlier symmetry broke down, the shape changed. Political revolution retreated, industrial revolution advanced. 1848, the famous springtime of peoples, was the first and last European revolution in the, almost, literal sense, the momentary realization of the dreams of the left, the nightmares of the right, the virtually simultaneous overthrow of old regimes over the bulk of continental Europe west of the Russian and Turkish empires, from Copenhagen to Palermo, from Brasov to Barcelona. It had been expected and predicted. It seemed to be the culmination and logical product of the era of dual revolution. It failed, universally, rapidly and, though this was not realized for several years by the political refugees, definitively. Henceforth there was to be no general social revolution of the kind envisaged before 1848 in the advanced countries of the world. The center of gravity of such social revolutionary movements, and therefore of 20th-century socialist and communist regimes, was to be in the marginal and backward regions, though in the period with which this book deals movements of this kind remained episodic, archaic, and themselves underdeveloped. The sudden, vast, and apparently boundless expansion of the world capitalist economy provided political alternatives in the advanced countries. The British Industrial Revolution had swallowed the French Political Revolution. The history of our period is therefore lopsided. It is primarily that of the massive advance of the world economy of industrial capitalism, of the social order it represented, of the ideas and beliefs which seemed to legitimatize and ratify it, in reason, science, progress, and liberalism. It is the era of the triumphant bourgeois, though the European bourgeoisie still hesitated to commit itself to public political rule. To this, and perhaps only to this, extent the age of revolution was not dead. The middle classes of Europe were frightened and remained frightened of the people. Democracy was still believed to be the certain and rapid prelude to socialism. The men who officially presided over the affairs of the victorious bourgeois order in its moment of triumph were a deeply reactionary country nobleman from Prussia, an imitation emperor in France, and a succession of aristocratic landowners in Britain. The fear of revolution was real, the basic insecurity it indicated, deep-seated. At the very end of our period the only example of revolution in an advanced country, an almost localized and short-lived insurrection in Paris, produced a greater bloodbath than anything in 1848 and a flurry of nervous diplomatic exchanges. Yet by this time the rulers of the advanced states of Europe, with more or less reluctance, were beginning to recognize not only that democracy, i.e. a parliamentary constitution based on a wide suffrage, was inevitable, but also that it would probably be a nuisance but politically harmless. This discovery had long since been made by the rulers of the United States. The years from 1848 to the middle 1870s were therefore not a period which inspires readers who enjoy the spectacle of drama and heroics in the conventional sense. Its wars, and it saw considerably more warfare than the preceding 30 or the succeeding 40 years, were either brief operations decided by technological and organizational superiority, like most European campaigns overseas and the rapid and decisive wars by means of which the German Empire was established between 1864 and 1871, or mismanaged massacres on which even the patriotism of the belligerent countries has refused to dwell with pleasure, such as the Crimean War of 1854-6. The greatest of all the wars of this period, the American Civil War, was won in the last analysis by the weight of economic power and superior resources. The losing South had the better army and the better generals. The occasional examples of romantic and colorful heroism stood out, like Garibaldi in his flowing locks and red shirt, by their very rarity. Nor was there much drama in politics, where the criteria of success were to be defined by Walter Bagehot as the possession of common opinions and uncommon abilities. Napoleon III visibly found the cloak of his great-uncle the first Napoleon uncomfortable to wear. Lincoln and Bismarck, whose public images have benefited by the cragginess of their faces and the beauty of their prose, were indeed great men, but their actual achievements were won by their gifts as politicians and diplomats, like those of Cavour in Italy, who entirely lacked what we now regard as their charisma. The most obvious drama of this period was economic and technological, the iron pouring in millions of tons over the world, snaking in ribbons of railways across the continents, the submarine cables crossing the Atlantic, the construction of the Suez Canal, the great cities like Chicago stamped out of the virgin soil of the American Midwest, the huge streams of migrants. It was the drama of European and North American power, with the world at its feet. But those who exploited this conquered world were, if we accept the numerically small fringe of adventurers and pioneers, sober men in sober clothes, spreading respectability and a sentiment of racial superiority together with gasworks, railway lines and loans. It was the drama of progress, that key word of the age, massive, enlightened, sure of itself, self-satisfied but above all inevitable. Hardly any among the men of power and influence, at all events in the Western world, any longer hoped to hold it up. Only a few thinkers and perhaps a somewhat greater number of intuitive critics predicted that its inevitable advance would produce a world very different from that towards which it appeared to lead, perhaps its very opposite. None of them, not even Marx, who had envisaged social revolution in 1848 and for a decade thereafter, expected any immediate reversal. Even his expectations were, by the 1860s, for the long term. The drama of progress is a metaphor. But for two kinds of people it was a literal reality. For the millions of the poor, transported into a new world, often across frontiers and oceans, it meant a cataclysmic change of life. For the peoples of the world outside capitalism, who were now grasped and shaken by it, it meant the choice between a doomed resistance in terms of their ancient traditions and ways, and a traumatic process of seizing the weapons of the West and turning them against the conquerors, of understanding and manipulating progress themselves. The world of the third quarter of the 19th century was one of victors and victims. Its drama was the predicament not of the former, but primarily of the latter. The historian cannot be objective about the period which is his subject. In this he differs, to his intellectual advantage, from its most typical ideologists, who believed that the progress of technology, positive science and society made it possible to view their present with the unanswerable impartiality of the natural scientist, whose methods they believed themselves, mistakenly, to understand. The author of this book cannot conceal a certain distaste, perhaps a certain contempt, for the age with which it deals, though one mitigated by admiration for its titanic material achievements and by the effort to understand even what he does not like. He does not share the nostalgic longing for the certainty, the self-confidence, of the mid-19th century bourgeois world which tempts many who look back upon it from the crisis-ridden Western world a century later. His sympathies lie with those to whom few listened a century ago. In any case, both the certainty and the self-confidence were mistaken. The bourgeois triumph was brief and impermanent. At the very moment when it seemed complete, it proved to be not monolithic but full of fissures. In the early 1870s, economic expansion and liberalism seemed irresistible. By the end of the decade they were so no longer. This turning point marks the end of the era with which this book deals. Unlike the 1848 revolution, which forms its starting point, it is marked by no convenient and universal date. If any such date had to be chosen, it would be 1873, the Victorian equivalent of the Wall Street crash of 1929. For then began what a contemporary observer called the most curious and in many respects unprecedented disturbance and depression of trade, commerce, and industry, which contemporaries called the Great Depression, and which is usually dated 1873 to 96. Its most noteworthy peculiarity, wrote the same observer, has been its universality, affecting nations that have been involved in war as well as those which have maintained peace, those which have a stable currency, and those which have an unstable currency, those which live under a system of the free exchange of commodities and those whose exchanges are more or less restricted. It has been grievous in old communities like England and Germany, and equally so in Australia, South Africa, and California, which represent the new. It has been a calamity exceeding heavy to be borne alike by the inhabitants of sterile Newfoundland and Labrador, and of the sunny, fruitful sugar islands of the East and West Indies, and it has not enriched those at the centers of the world's exchanges, whose gains are ordinarily the greatest when business is most fluctuating and uncertain. Point 2. So wrote an eminent North American in the same year in which, under the inspiration of Karl Marx, the Labor and Socialist International was founded. The Depression initiated a new era, and may therefore properly provide the concluding date for the old. Its origin may go back to before 1848, as suggested in the Age of Revolution, introduction, but detailed research suggests that it hardly occurs before 1849 or comes into wider currency before the 1860s. Point 1. Part 1. Revolutionary Prelude. Chapter 1. The Springtime of Peoples. Please read the newspapers very carefully, now they are worth reading. This revolution will change the shape of the earth, and so it should and must. Vive la République. The poet George Weir to his mother, March 11, 18481. Truly, if I were younger and wealthier than I unfortunately am, I'd emigrate to America today. Not out of cowardice, for the times can do me personally as little harm as I can do them, but out of overpowering disgust at the moral rottenness which, to use Shakespeare's phrase, stinks to high heaven. The poet Joseph von Eschendorf to a correspondent, August 1, 18492. Early in 1848 the eminent French political thinker Alexis de Tocqueville rose in the Chamber of Deputies to express sentiments which most Europeans shared: "We are sleeping on a volcano. Do you not see that the earth trembles anew? A wind of revolution blows, the storm is on the horizon." At about the same time two German exiles, the 30-year-old Karl Marx and the 28-year-old Friedrich Engels, were spelling out the principles of the proletarian revolution against which de Tocqueville was warning his colleagues, in the program they had been instructed to draft a few weeks earlier by the German Communist League, and which was published anonymously in London around February 24, 1848 under the German title Manifesto of the Communist Party, to be published in the English, French, German, Italian, Flemish and Danish languages. Within weeks, indeed in the case of the manifesto within hours, the hopes and fears of the prophets seemed to be on the verge of realization. The French monarchy was overthrown by insurrection, the Republic proclaimed, and the European Revolution had begun. There have been plenty of greater revolutions in the history of the modern world, and certainly plenty of more successful ones. Yet there has been none which spread more rapidly and widely, running like a brush fire across frontiers, countries, and even oceans. In France, the natural center and detonator of European revolutions, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 6, p. 120, the Republic was proclaimed on February 24. By March 2 revolution had gained southwest Germany, by March 6 Bavaria, by 2 March Berlin, by March 13 Vienna and almost immediately Hungary, by March 18 Milan and therefore Italy, where an independent revolt was already in possession of Sicily. At this time the most rapid information service available to anyone, that of the Rothschild Bank, could not carry the news from Paris to Vienna in less than 5 days. Within a matter of weeks no government was left standing in an area of Europe which is today occupied by all or part of 10 states, to not counting lesser repercussions in a number of others. Moreover, 1848 was the first potentially global revolution, whose direct influence may be detected in the 1848 insurrection in Pernambuco, Brazil, and a few years later in remote Colombia. In a sense it was the paradigm of the kind of world revolution of which rebels were henceforth to dream, and which at rare moments, such as in the aftermath of great wars, they thought they could recognize. In fact, such simultaneous continent-wide or worldwide explosions are extremely rare. In Europe 1848 is the only one which affected both the developed and the backward parts of the continent. It was both the most widespread and the least successful of such revolutions. Within 6 months of its outbreak its universal defeat was safely predictable. Within 18 months of its outbreak all but one of the regimes it overthrew had been restored, and the exception, the French Republic, was putting as much distance as it could between itself and the insurrection to which it owed its existence. The 1848 revolutions thus stand in a curious relationship to the contents of this book. But for their occurrence, and for the fear of their recurrence, the history of Europe in the next 25 years would have been very different. 1848 was very far from being the turning point when Europe failed to turn. What Europe failed to do was to turn in a revolutionary manner. Because it did not, the year of revolution stands by itself, an overture but not the main opera, a gateway whose architectural style does not quite lead one to expect the character of what we shall find when we go through it. 2. Revolution triumphed throughout the great central core of the European continent, though not at its periphery. This included countries too remote or too isolated in their history to be directly or immediately affected to any extent, e.g. the Iberian Peninsula, Sweden, and Greece, too backward to possess the politically explosive social strata of the revolutionary zone, e.g. Russia and the Ottoman Empire, but also the only countries already industrialized, whose political game was already played according to rather different rules, Britain and Belgium. 3 Still the revolutionary zone, consisting essentially of France, the German Confederation, the Austrian Empire stretching far into southeastern Europe and Italy, was heterogeneous enough, including as it did regions as backward and different as Calabria and Transylvania, as developed as the Rhineland and Saxony, as literate as Prussia and as illiterate as Sicily, as remote from each other as Kiel and Palermo, Perpignan and Bucharest. Most of them were ruled by what can be roughly called absolute monarchs or princes, but France was already a constitutional and indeed bourgeois kingdom, and the only significant republic of the continent, the Swiss Confederation, had actually initiated the year of revolution with a brief civil war at the end of 1847. The states affected by revolution ranged in size from the 35 millions of France to the few thousand inhabitants of the comic opera principalities of central Germany, in status from independent great powers of world standing to foreign-ruled provinces or satellites, in structure from the centralized and uniform to loose conglomerates. Above all, history, social and economic structure, and politics divided the revolutionary zone into 2 parts, whose extremes appeared to have little in common. Their social structure differed fundamentally, except for the substantial and pretty universal prevalence of countrymen over townsmen, of small towns over big cities, a fact easily overlooked, because the urban population and especially the large cities were disproportionately prominent in politics. 4 In the West peasants were legally free and large estates relatively unimportant. In much of the East they were still serfs and land ownership was highly concentrated in the hands of noble landlords. See Chapter 10 below. In the West the middle class meant native bankers, merchants, capitalist entrepreneurs, those practicing the liberal professions and senior officials, including professors, though some of these would feel themselves to belong to an upper stratum, haute bourgeoisie, ready to compete with the landed nobility, at least in expenditure. In the East, the equivalent urban stratum consisted largely of national groups distinct from the native population, such as Germans and Jews, and was in any case much smaller. The real equivalent of the middle class was the educated and or business-minded sector of the country, squires and minor nobles, a stratum which was surprisingly large in certain areas. See The Age of Revolution, pages 16, 183-4. The central zone from Prussia in the north to north-central Italy in the south, which was in a sense the core of the area of revolution, combined the characteristics of the relatively developed and the backward regions in various ways. Politically, the revolutionary zone was equally heterogeneous. Apart from France, what was at issue was not merely the political and social content of states, but their very form or even existence. Germans strove to construct a Germany. Was it to be unitary or federal? Out of an assembly of numerous German principalities of varying size and character. Italians similarly tried to turn what the Austrian Chancellor Metternich, contemptuously, but not inaccurately, described as a mere geographical expression into a united Italy. Both, with the usual biased vision of nationalists, included in their projects peoples who were not and often did not feel themselves to be Germans or Italians, such as the Czechs. Germans, Italians, and indeed all national movements involved in the revolution, aside from the French, found themselves stumbling against the great multinational empire of the Habsburg dynasty, which stretched into Germany and Italy, as well as including the Czechs, Hungarians, and a substantial portion of Poles, Romanians, Yugoslavs and other Slavonic peoples. Some of these, or at least their political spokesmen, saw the empire as a less unattractive solution than absorption by some expansionist nationalism such as the Germans or the Magyars. If Austria did not already exist, Professor Palocki, the Czech spokesman, is supposed to have said, it would be necessary to invent it. Throughout the revolutionary zone, politics therefore operated along several dimensions simultaneously. Radicals admittedly had a simple solution: a unitary centralized democratic republic of Germany, Italy, Hungary, or whatever the country happened to be, built according to the tried principles of the French Revolution on the ruins of all kings and princes, and raising its version of the tricolor which, as usual on the French model, was the basic model of the national flag. See The Age of Revolution, pages 128-9. Moderates, on the other hand, were enmeshed in a web of complex calculations, based essentially on the fear of democracy which they believed to equal social revolution. Where the masses had not already swept away the princes, it would be unwise to encourage them to undermine the social order, and where they had, it would be desirable to send or drive them off the streets and to dismantle those barricades which were the essential symbols of 1848. So the question was which of the princes, paralysed but not deposed by the revolution, could be persuaded to support the good cause. How exactly was a federal and liberal Germany or Italy to be brought about, on what constitutional formula and under whose auspices? Could it contain both the King of Prussia and the Emperor of Austria, as the greater German moderates thought, not to be confused with the radical Democrats who were by definition great Germans of a different kind, or would it have to be Little German, i.e. exclude Austria? Similarly, moderates in the Habsburg Empire practiced the game of devising federal and multinational constitutions which was to cease only with its demise in 1918. Where revolutionary action or war erupted, there was not much time for such constitutional speculation. Where they did not, as in most of Germany, it had full scope. Since a large proportion of moderate liberals there consisted of professors and civil servants, 68% of the deputies to the Frankfurt Assembly were officials, 12% belonged to the free professions. The debates of this short-lived parliament have become a byword for intelligent futility. The revolutions of 1848 thus require detailed study by state, people, and region, for which this is not the place. Nevertheless, they had a great deal in common, not least the fact that they occurred almost simultaneously, that their fates were intertwined, and that they all possessed a common mood and style, a curious romantic, utopian atmosphere and a similar rhetoric, for which the French have invented the word courant huitard. Every historian recognizes it immediately: the beards, flowing cravats, and broad-brimmed hats of the militants, the tricolores, the ubiquitous barricades, the initial sense of liberation, of immense hope and optimistic confusion. It was the springtime of the peoples, and like spring, it did not last. We must now briefly look at their common characteristics. In the first place, they all succeeded and failed rapidly, and in most cases totally. During the first few months, all governments in the revolutionary zone were swept away or reduced to impotence. All collapsed or retreated virtually without resistance. Yet within a relatively short period the revolution had lost the initiative almost everywhere: in France by the end of April, in the rest of revolutionary Europe during the summer, though the movement retained some capacity to counter-attack in Vienna, Hungary, and Italy. In France, the first landmark of conservative revival was the election of April, in which universal suffrage, though electing only a minority of monarchists, sent to Paris a large majority of conservatives, elected by the votes of a peasantry which was politically inexperienced rather than reactionary, and to which the purely urban-minded left did not yet know how to appeal. In fact, by 1849 the Republican and left-wing regions of the French countryside, familiar to students of later French politics, had already emerged, and here, for instance in Provence, the bitterest resistance to the abolition of the Republic in 1851 was to be encountered. The second landmark was the isolation and defeat of the revolutionary workers in Paris, defeated in the June insurrection, see below, p. 17. In Central Europe the turning point came when the Habsburg army, its freedom of maneuver increased by the flight of the emperor in May, was allowed to regroup, to defeat a radical insurrection in Prague in June, not without the support of the moderate middle class, Czech and German, thus reconquering the Bohemian lands, the economic core of the empire, while shortly afterwards it regained control of North Italy. A short-lived and late revolution in the Danubian principalities was put down by Russian and Turkish intervention. Between the summer and the end of the year the old regimes regained power in Germany and Austria, though it proved necessary to reconquer the increasingly revolutionary city of Vienna by force of arms in October at the cost of over 4,000 lives. After this the King of Prussia summoned up the nerve to re-establish his authority over the rebellious Berliners without trouble, and the rest of Germany, except for some opposition in the southwest, fell quickly into line, leaving the German parliament, or rather constitutional assembly, elected in the hopeful spring days, and the more radical Prussian and other assemblies to their discussions, while they waited for dissolution. By the winter only two regions were still in the hands of the revolution, parts of Italy and Hungary. They were reconquered, following a more modest revival of revolutionary action in the spring of 1849, by the middle of that year. After the capitulation of the Hungarians and Venetians in August 1849 the revolution was dead. With the single exception of France, all the old rulers were restored to power, in some instances, as in the Habsburg Empire, to greater power than ever before, and the revolutionaries scattered into exile. Again, with the exception of France, virtually all the institutional changes, all the political and social dreams of the spring of 1848, were soon wiped out, and even in France the Republic had only another 2.5 years to live. There had been one and only one major irreversible change, the abolition of serfdom in the Habsburg Empire. Except for this single, though admittedly important, achievement, 1848 appears as the one revolution in the modern history of Europe which combines the greatest promise, the widest scope, and the most immediate initial success, with the most unqualified and rapid failure. In a sense it resembles that other mass phenomenon of the 1840s, the Chartist movement in Britain. Its specific objects were eventually achieved, but not by revolution or in a revolutionary context. Its wider aspirations were not lost either, but the movements which were to take them up and carry them forward were to be entirely different from those of 1848. It is no accident that the document of that year which has had the most lasting and significant effect on world history is the Communist Manifesto. All the revolutions had something else in common, which largely accounts for their failure. They were, in fact or immediate anticipation, social revolutions of the laboring poor. They therefore frightened the moderate liberals whom they pushed into power and prominence, and even some of the more radical politicians, at least as much as the supporters of the old regimes. Count Cavour of Piedmont, the future architect of United Italy, had put his finger on this weakness some years earlier, 1846. If the social order were to be genuinely menaced, if the great principles on which it rests were to be at serious risk, then many of the most determined oppositionists, the most enthusiastic Republicans would be, we are convinced, the first to join the ranks of the Conservative Party. For now those who made the revolution were unquestionably the laboring poor. It was they who died on the urban barricades. In Berlin there were only about 15 representatives of the educated classes, about 30 master craftsmen, among the 300 victims of the March fighting. In Milan only 12 students, white-collar workers, or landlords among the 350 dead of the insurrection. 5. It was their hunger which powered the demonstrations that turned into revolutions. The countryside of the western regions of revolution was relatively quiet, though southwest Germany saw a great deal more of peasant insurrection than is commonly remembered, but elsewhere the fear of agrarian revolt was sufficiently acute to take the place of its reality, though no one needed to use much imagination in areas like southern Italy, where the peasants everywhere spontaneously marched out with flags and drums to partition the great estates. But fear alone was enough to concentrate the minds of landowners wonderfully. Frightened by false rumors of a huge serf insurrection under the leadership of the poet Espetofi, 1823–49, the Hungarian Diet, an overwhelmingly landlord assembly, voted the immediate abolition of serfdom as early as March 15, but only a few days before the imperial government, seeking to isolate the revolutionaries from an agrarian base, decreed the immediate abolition of serfdom in Galicia, the abolition of forced labor and other feudal obligations in the Czech lands. There was no doubt that the social order was in danger. That danger was not equally acute everywhere. Peasants could be, and were, bought off by conservative governments, especially where it happened that their landlords, or the traders and money lenders who exploited them, belonged to another, and as likely as not revolutionary, nationality, Polish, Hungarian or German. It is improbable that the German middle classes, including the confidently rising businessmen of the Rhineland, were desperately worried by any immediate prospect of proletarian communism, or even proletarian power, which was of little consequence except in Cologne, where Marx made his headquarters, and in Berlin, where a communist printer, Stefan Born, organized a rather important working-class movement. Yet just as the European middle classes of the 1840s thought they recognized the shape of their future social problems in the rain and smoke of Lancashire, so they thought they recognized another shape of the future behind the barricades of Paris, that great anticipator and exporter of revolutions. And the February Revolution was not only made by the proletariat but as a conscious social revolution. Its object was not merely any republic, but the democratic and social republic. Its leaders were socialists and communists. Its provisional government actually included a genuine worker, a mechanic known as Albert. For a few days it was uncertain whether its flag was to be the tricolor or the red banner of social revolt. Except where questions of national autonomy or independence were at issue, the moderate opposition of the 1840s had neither wanted nor seriously worked for revolution, and even on the national question the moderates had preferred negotiation and diplomacy to confrontation. They would no doubt have preferred more, but were quite prepared to settle for concessions which, it might be reasonably argued, all but the most stupid and self-confident of absolutism such as the Tsars would sooner or later be forced to grant, or for international changes which, sooner or later, were likely to be accepted by the oligarchy of great powers who decided on such matters. Pushed into revolution by the forces of the poor and or the example of Paris, they naturally tried to turn an unexpectedly favorable situation to the best advantage. Yet they were certainly in the last analysis, and often indeed from the start, much more worried by the danger from their left than by the old regimes. From the moment the barricades went up in Paris, all moderate liberals, and, as Cavour observed, a fair proportion of radicals were potential conservatives. As moderate opinion more or less rapidly changed sides or dropped out, the workers, the intransigents among the democratic radicals, were left isolated or, what was even more fatal, to face a union of conservative and formerly moderate forces with the old regimes, a party of order, as the French called it. 1848 failed because it turned out that the decisive confrontation was not that between the old regimes and the united forces of progress, but between order and social revolution. Its crucial confrontation was not that of Paris in February but that of Paris in June, when the workers, maneuvered into isolated insurrection, were defeated and massacred. They fought and died hard. About 1,500 fell in the street fighting, some 2/3 of them on the government side. It is characteristic of the ferocity of the hatred of the rich for the poor that some 3,000 were slaughtered after defeat, while another 12,000 were arrested, mostly to be deported to Algerian labor camps. 66. The revolution therefore maintained its impetus only where the radicals were sufficiently strong and sufficiently linked with the popular movement to drag the moderates forward, or to do without them. This was most likely to occur in countries in which the crucial issue was national liberation, an aim which required the continued mobilization of the masses. This is why the revolution lasted longest in Italy and above all Hungary. 7. In Italy the moderates, rallying behind the anti-Austrian king of Piedmont and joined, after the insurrection of Milan, by the minor principalities with considerable mental reservations, took over the fight against the oppressor, while constantly glancing over their shoulders at the Republicans and social revolution. Thanks to the military weakness of the Italian states, Piedmont's hesitations and, perhaps above all, the refusal to call in the French, who would, it was believed, strengthen the Republican cause, they were heavily defeated by the regrouped Austrian army at Custazza in July. It may be noted in passing that the great Republican G. Mazzini 1805–72, with his unfailing instinct for the politically feudal, opposed an appeal to the French. The defeat discredited the moderates and passed the leadership of national liberation to the radicals, who gained power in several Italian states during the autumn, finally actually setting up a Roman Republic in early 1849, which gave Mazzini ample opportunity for rhetoric. Venice, under a sensible lawyer, Daniele Manin 1804–57, had already become an independent republic, which kept out of trouble until it was inevitably reconquered by the Austrians, admittedly later than even the Hungarians, at the end of August 1849. The radicals were no military match for Austria. When they made Piedmont declare war again in 1849, the Austrians won easily at Novara in March. Moreover, though more determined to expel Austria and unify Italy, they generally shared the moderates' fear of social revolution. Even Mazzini, with all his zeal for the common man, preferred him to confine his interests to spiritual matters, detested socialism, and opposed any interference with private property. After its initial failure, the Italian Revolution therefore lived on borrowed time. Ironically, among those who suppressed it were the armies of a by now non-revolutionary France, which reconquered Rome in early June. The Roman expedition was an attempt to reassert French diplomatic influence in the peninsula against Austria. It also had the incidental advantage of being popular among the Catholics, on whose support the post-revolutionary regime relied. Unlike Italy, Hungary was already a more or less unified political entity, the lands of the Crown of St. Stephen, with an effective constitution, a not negligible degree of autonomy, and indeed most of the elements of a sovereign state except independence. Its weakness was that the Magyar aristocracy which governed this vast and overwhelmingly agrarian area ruled not only over the Magyar peasantry of the Great Plain, but over a population of which perhaps 60% consisted of Croats, Serbs, Slovaks, Romanians and Ukrainians, not to mention a substantial German minority. These peasant peoples were not unsympathetic to a revolution which freed the serfs, but were antagonized by the refusal of even most of the Budapest radicals to make any concessions to their national difference from the Magyars, as their political spokesmen were antagonized by a ferocious policy of Magyarization and the incorporation of hitherto in some ways autonomous border regions into a centralized and unitary Magyar state. The court at Vienna, following the habitual imperialist maxim divide and rule, offered them support. It was to be a Croat army, under Baron Jelačić, a friend of Guy, the pioneer of a Yugoslav nationalism, which led the assault on revolutionary Vienna and revolutionary Hungary. Nevertheless, within roughly the present area of Hungary, the revolution retained the mass support of the Magyar people for both national and social reasons. The peasants considered that they had been given their freedom not by the emperor but by the revolutionary Hungarian Diet. This was the only part of Europe in which the defeat of the revolution was followed by something like a rural guerrilla, which the celebrated bandit Sándor Rasa maintained for several years. When the revolution broke out, the Diet, consisting of an upper house of compromising or moderate magnates and a lower house dominated by radical country squires and lawyers, had merely to exchange protests for action. It did so readily, under the leadership of an able lawyer, journalist, and orator, Louis Kossuth, 1802–94, who was to become the internationally best-known revolutionary figure of 1848. For practical purposes Hungary, under a moderate radical coalition government reluctantly authorized by Vienna, was an autonomous reformed state, at least until the Habsburgs were in a position to reconquer it. After the Battle of Custozza they thought they were and, by cancelling the Hungarian reform laws of March and invading the country, faced the Hungarians with the choice of capitulation or radicalization. Consequently, under Kossuth's leadership, Hungary burned its boats, deposing the emperor, though not formally proclaiming a republic, in April 1849. Popular support and the generalship of Gorgyi allowed the Hungarians to do more than hold their own against the Austrian army. They were defeated only when Vienna in despair called in the ultimate weapon of reaction, the Russian forces. This was decisive. On August 13 the remnant of the Hungarian army capitulated, not to the Austrian but to the Russian commander. Alone among the revolutions of 1848, the Hungarian one did not fall or ever look like falling by internal weakness and conflict, but by overpowering military conquest. It is of course true that its chances of avoiding such conquest after the breakdown of all the rest were zero. Was there any alternative to this general debacle? Almost certainly not. Of the main social groups involved in the revolution, the bourgeoisie, as we have seen, discovered that it preferred order to the chance of implementing its full program, when faced with the threat to property. Confronting Red Revolution, moderate liberals and conservatives drew together. The notables of France, i.e. the respectable, influential, and wealthy families who ran the political affairs of that country, stopped their former feuding between supporters of Bourbons, Orleanists, even of a republic, and acquired a national class consciousness through a newly emerging party of order. The key figures in the restored Habsburg monarchy were to be the Minister of the Interior, Alexander Bach, 1806–67, a former moderate liberal oppositionist, and the shipping and commercial magnate K. von Bruck, 1798–1860, key figure in the thriving port of Trieste. The Rhineland bankers and entrepreneurs who spoke for Prussian bourgeois liberalism would have preferred a limited constitutional monarchy, but settled down comfortably as pillars of a restored Prussia which at all events avoided a democratic suffrage. In return, the restored conservative regimes were quite prepared to make concessions to the economic, legal, even the cultural liberalism of businessmen, so long as it implied no political retreat. As we shall see, the reactionary 1850s were to be, in economic terms, a period of systematic liberalization. In 1848–9 moderate liberals therefore made two important discoveries in Western Europe: that revolution was dangerous and that some of their substantial demands, especially in economic matters, could be met without it. The bourgeoisie ceased to be a revolutionary force. The large body of the radical lower middle classes, discontented artisans, small shopkeepers, etc., and even agriculturalists, whose spokesmen and leaders were intellectuals, especially young and marginal ones, formed a significant revolutionary force but rarely a political alternative. They stood in general on the democratic left. The German left demanded new elections, because its radicalism made a strong showing in many areas in late 1848 and early 1849, though by then it lacked the focus of the great cities, which had been reconquered by reaction. In France the radical Democrats polled 2 million in 1849 as against 3 million for the monarchists and 800,000 for the moderates. The intellectuals provided their activists, though perhaps only in Vienna did the academic legion of students form actual shock troops of combat. To call 1848 the revolution of intellectuals is misleading. They were no more prominent in it than in most other revolutions which occur, as this one did largely, in relatively backward countries in which the bulk of the middle strata consists of people characterized by schooling and a command of the written word, graduates of all kinds, journalists, teachers, officials. But there is no doubt that intellectuals were prominent, poets like Potofi in Hungary, Herweg and Freilagrath in Germany. He was on the editorial board of Marx's Neue Reneszeitung, Victor Hugo and the consistent moderate Lamartine in France, academics in large numbers, mainly on the moderate side. In Germany, 8 medical men like C.G. Jacobi, 1804–51, in Prussia, Adolf Fischhoff, 1816–93, in Austria, scientists like F. V. Raspail, 1794–1878, in France, and a vast quantity of journalists and publicists of whom Kossuth was at the time the most celebrated and Marx was to prove the most formidable. As individuals such men could play a decisive part, as members of a specific social stratum, or as spokesmen for the radical petty bourgeoisie, they could not. The radicalism of the little men, which found expression in the demand for a democratic state constitution, whether constitutional or republican, giving a majority to them and their allies, the peasants, as well as democratic local government which would give them control over municipal property and over a series of functions now performed by bureaucrats. 7 was genuine enough, even though secular crisis on one hand, threatening the traditional way of life of master artisans and their like, and temporary economic depression on the other, gave it a special edge of bitterness. The radicalism of the intellectuals was less deeply rooted. It was based largely on the, as it turned out temporary, inability of the new bourgeois society before 1848 to provide enough posts of adequate status for the educated whom it produced in unprecedented numbers, and whose rewards were so much more modest than their ambitions. What happened to all those radical students of 1848 in the prosperous 1850s and 1860s? They established the biographical pattern so familiar, and indeed accepted, on the continent of Europe, whereby bourgeois boys sow their political and sexual wild oats in youth, before settling down. And there were plenty of possibilities of settling down, especially as the retreat of the old nobility and the diversion to money-making of the business bourgeoisie left increasing scope for those whose qualifications were primarily scholastic. In 1842 10% of French lycée professors had still come from the notables, but by 1877 none. In 1868 France produced barely more secondary graduates, bacheliers, than in the 1830s, but far more of these could then go into banking, commerce, successful journalism and, after 1870, professional politics. 8. Moreover, when faced with Red Revolution, even the rather democratic radicals tended to retreat into rhetoric, torn between their genuine sympathy for the people and their sense of property and money. Unlike the liberal bourgeoisie, they did not change sides. They merely vacillated, though never very far to the right. As for the laboring poor, they lacked the organization, the maturity, the leadership, perhaps most of all the historical conjuncture, to provide a political alternative strong enough to make the prospect of social revolution look real and menacing. They were too weak to do more than frighten their enemies. Their forces were disproportionately effective, in so far as they were concentrated in hungry masses in the politically most sensitive spots, the large and especially the capital cities. This concealed some substantial weaknesses. In the first place, their numerical deficiency. They were not always even a majority in the cities, which themselves generally included only a modest minority of the population, and in the second place, their political and ideological immaturity. The most politically conscious and activist stratum among them consisted of the pre-industrial artisans, using the term in the contemporary British sense for journeymen, craftsmen, skilled manual workers in non-mechanized workshops, etc. Swept into social revolutionary, even socialist and communist ideologies in Jacobin, sans-culotte France, their aims as a mass were distinctly more modest in Germany, as the communist printer Stefan Born discovered in Berlin. The poor and unskilled in the cities and, outside Britain, the industrial and mining proletariat as a whole, had hardly any developed political ideology as yet. In the industrial zone of northern France even republicanism made hardly any headway before the very end of the Second Republic. 1848 saw Lille and Roubaix exclusively preoccupied with their economic problems, directing their riots not against kings or bourgeois, but against the even more starving immigrant Belgian laborers. Where the urban plebeians, or more rarely the new proletarians, came within the radius of Jacobin, socialist or democratic republican ideology or, as in Vienna, of student activists, they became a political force, at least as rioters. Their participation in elections was as yet low and unpredictable, unlike that of the pauperized rural outworkers who, as in Saxony or Britain, were highly radicalized. Paradoxically, outside Paris this was rare in Jacobin France, whereas in Germany Marx's Communist League provided the elements of a national network for the extreme left. Outside this radius of influence, the laboring poor were politically insignificant. Of course we should not underestimate the potential of even so young and immature a social force as the proletariat of 1848, barely as yet conscious of itself as a class. In one sense, indeed, its revolutionary potential was greater than it was to be subsequently. The iron generation of pauperism and crisis before 1848 had encouraged few to believe that capitalism could, still less would, yield them decent conditions of life, or even that it would last. The very youth and weakness of the working class, still emerging from among the mass of laboring poor, independent masters and small shopkeepers, prevented an exclusive concentration on their economic demands among all but the most ignorant and isolated. The political demands without which no revolution is made, not even the most purely social one, were built into the situation. The popular objective in 1848, the democratic and social republic, was both social and political. Working class experience injected into it, at least in France, novel institutional elements, based on the practice of trade union and cooperative action, though it created no elements as novel and powerful as the Soviets of early 20th century Russia. On the other hand, organization, ideology, and leadership were sadly undeveloped. Even the most elementary form, the trade union, was confined to bodies of a few hundred, at best a few thousand, members. Often enough even the societies of the skilled pioneers of unionism only made their first appearance during the Revolution, the printers in Germany, the hatters in France. The organized socialists and communists were even more exiguous in number, a few dozen, at most a few hundred. Yet 1848 was the first revolution in which socialists or more likely communists, for pre-1848 socialism was a largely apolitical movement for building cooperative utopias, appeared at the front of the stage from the beginning. It was the year not only of Kossuth, a Ledgerolin, 1807-74, and Mazzini, but of Karl Marx, 1818-83, Louis Blanc, 1811-82, and L. A. Blanqui, 1805-81, the stern rebel who emerged from a lifetime in jail only when briefly liberated by revolutions, of Bakunin, even of Proudhon. But what did socialism mean to its adherents, other than a name for a self-conscious working class with its own aspirations for a society different from, and based on the overthrow of, capitalism? Even its enemy was not clearly defined. There was plenty of talk about the working class or even the proletariat, but during the revolution itself none about capitalism. Indeed, what were the political perspectives of even a socialist working class? Karl Marx himself did not believe that proletarian revolution was on the agenda. Even in France, the Paris proletariat was still incapable of going beyond the bourgeois republic other than in ideas, in imagination. Its immediate, admitted needs did not drive it to want to win the forcible overthrow of the bourgeoisie, nor was it equal to this task. The most that might be achieved was a bourgeois republic which brought the real nature of the future struggle, that between bourgeoisie and proletariat, into the open, and would in turn unite the remainder of the middle strata with the workers as their position became more unbearable and their antagonism to the bourgeoisie became more acute. 9 It was in the first instance a democratic republic, in the second the transition from an incomplete bourgeois to a proletarian popular revolution, and finally a proletarian dictatorship, or, in the phrase which he may have derived from Blanqui and which reflected the temporary closeness of the two great revolutionaries in the immediate aftermath of 1848, the permanent revolution. But, unlike Lenin in 1917, Marx did not conceive of the substitution of proletarian for bourgeois revolution until after the defeat of 1848, and, insofar as he then formulated a perspective comparable to Lenin's, including backing the revolution with a new edition of the Peasant War, as Engels put it, he did not do so for long. There was to be no second edition of 1848 in Western and Central Europe. The working class, as he soon recognized, would have to follow a different road. Thus the revolutions of 1848 surged and broke like a great wave, leaving little behind except myth and promise. They ought to have been bourgeois revolutions, but the bourgeoisie drew back from them. They might have reinforced one another under the leadership of France, preventing or postponing the restoration of the old rulers, and keeping at bay the Russian Tsar. But the French bourgeoisie preferred social stability at home to the rewards and dangers of being once again la grande nation, and, for analogous reasons, the moderate leaders of revolution hesitated to call for French intervention. No other social force was strong enough to give them coherence and impetus, except in special cases the struggle for national independence against a politically dominant power, and even this failed, since the national struggles were isolated and in any case too weak to withstand the military force of the old powers. The great and characteristic figures of 1848 played their heroes' parts on the stage of Europe for a few months, to disappear forever, with the exception of Garibaldi, who was to know an even more glorious moment 12 years later. Kossuth and Mazzina lived out their long lives in exile, contributing little directly to the winning of their country's autonomy or unification, though rewarded by a secure place in their national pantheons. Ledru-Rollin and Raspail never knew another moment of celebrity like the Second Republic, and the eloquent professors of the Frankfurt Parliament retired to their studies and auditoria. Of the passionate exiles of the 1850s, forming great plans and rival governments in exile in the fog of London, nothing survives except the work of the most isolated and untypical, Marx and Engels. And yet, 1848 was not merely a brief historical episode without consequence. If the changes it achieved were neither those the revolutionaries intended, nor even easily definable in terms of political regimes, laws, and institutions, they were none the less profound. It marked the end, at least in Western Europe, of the politics of tradition, of the monarchies which believed that their peoples, except for middle-class malcontents, accepted, even welcomed, the rule of divinely appointed dynasties presiding over hierarchically stratified societies, sanctioned by traditional religion, of the belief in the patriarchal rights and duties of social and economic superiors. As the poet Grillparzer, himself by no means a revolutionary, wrote ironically about, presumably, Metternich. Here lies, all his celebrity forgot. Legitimacy's famous Don Quixote. Who, twisting truth and fact, thought himself wise. And ended by believing his own lies. An aged fool, who'd been a knave in youth. He could no longer recognize the truth. Point 10. Henceforth the forces of conservatism, privilege, and wealth would have to defend themselves in new ways. Even the dark and ignorant peasants of southern Italy in the great spring of 1848 ceased to champion absolutism, as they had done 50 years earlier. When they marched to occupy the land, they rarely expressed hostility to the Constitution. The defenders of the social order had to learn the politics of the people. This was the major innovation brought about by the 1848 revolutions. Even the most arch-reactionary Prussian Junkers discovered during that year that they required a newspaper capable of influencing public opinion, in itself a concept linked with liberalism and incompatible with traditional hierarchy. The most intelligent of the Prussian arch-reactionaries of 1848, Otto von Bismarck, 1815–98, was later to demonstrate his lucid understanding of the nature of the politics of bourgeois society and his mastery of its techniques. However, the most significant political innovations of this kind occurred in France. There the defeat of the working class insurrection of June had left a powerful party of order, capable of defeating social revolution but not of acquiring much support from the masses, or even from many conservatives who did not wish by their defense of order to commit themselves to the precise brand of moderate republicanism which was now in office. The people were still too mobilized to permit a limitation of elections. Not until 1850 was a substantial section of the vile multitude, i.e. about a third in France, about two-thirds in radical Paris, excluded from the vote. But, if in December of 1848 the French did not elect a moderate to the new presidency of the Republic, they did not elect a radical either. There was no monarchist candidate. The winner, by an overwhelming majority, 5 out of 7 4 million votes cast, was Louis Napoleon, the nephew of the great emperor. Though he turned out to be a remarkably astute politician, he seemed, when he entered France in late September, to have no assets except a prestigious name and the financial backing of a devoted English mistress. He was evidently not a social revolutionary, but neither was he a conservative. Indeed, his backers made some play with his youthful interest in Saint-Simonianism, cp 57 below, and alleged sympathies for the poor. But basically he won because the peasants voted solidly for him under the slogan, "No more taxes, down with the rich, down with the Republic, long live the Emperor." In other words, as Marx noted, against the Republic of the rich. The workers voted for him, because in their eyes he meant the deposition of Cavaignac, who had put down the June Rising, the dismissal of bourgeois republicanism, the rescinding of the June Victory 11, the petty bourgeoisie, because he did not appear to stand for the big bourgeoisie. Louis Napoleon's election signified that even the democracy of universal suffrage, that institution identified with revolution, was compatible with the maintenance of social order. Even a mass of overwhelming discontent was not bound to elect rulers dedicated to the overthrow of society. The wider lessons of this experience were not immediately learned, for Louis Napoleon himself soon abolished the Republic and turned himself into an emperor, though never forgetting the political advantages of a well-managed universal suffrage, which he reintroduced. He was to be the first of the modern chiefs of state who ruled not by simple armed force, but by the sort of demagogy and public relations which are so much more easily operated from the top of the state than from anywhere else. His experience demonstrated not only that social order could masquerade as a force capable of appealing to supporters of the left, but that, in a country or an age in which the citizens were mobilized to participate in politics, it had to. The revolutions of 1848 made it clear that the middle classes, liberalism, political democracy, nationalism, even the working classes, were henceforth permanent features of the political landscape. The defeat of the revolutions might temporarily remove them from sight, but when they reappeared they would determine the actions of even those statesmen who had the least sympathy for them. Part 2. Developments. Chapter 2. The Great Boom. Here the man who is powerful in the weapons of peace, capital, and machinery uses them to give comfort and enjoyment to the public, whose servant he is, and thus becomes rich while he enriches others with his goods. William Whewell, 18,521. A people can achieve material well-being without subversive tactics if they are docile, hard-working, and constantly apply themselves to their own self-improvement. From the Statutes of the Société contre l'Ignorance of Clermont-Ferrand, 18,692. The inhabited area of the world is rapidly expanding. New communities, that is, new markets, are daily springing up in the hitherto desert regions of the New World in the west and in the traditionally fertile islands of the Old World in the east. Philoponos, 18,503. Few observers in 1849 would have predicted that 1848 would be the last general revolution in the West. The political demands of liberalism, democratic radicalism, and nationalism, though not the social republic, were to be gradually realized over the next 70 years in most developed countries without major internal upheavals, and the social structure of the developed part of the continent was to prove itself capable of resisting the catastrophic blows of the 20th century, at least up to the present, 1974. The main reason for this lay in the extraordinary economic transformation and expansion of the years between 1848 and the early 1870s, which is the subject of this chapter. This was the period when the world became capitalist and a significant minority of developed countries became industrial economies. This age of unexampled economic advance began with a boom which was all the more spectacular for having been, as it were, temporarily bottled up by the events of 1848. The revolutions had been precipitated by the last, and perhaps greatest, economic crisis of the ancient kind, belonging to a world which depended on the fortunes of harvests and seasons. The new world of the trade cycle, which only the socialists as yet recognized as the basic rhythm and mode of operation of the capitalist economy, had its own pattern of economic fluctuations and its own secular difficulties. However, by the middle of the 1840s the gloomy and uncertain era of capitalist development looked like drawing to an end. The great leap forward was beginning. 1847-8 saw a trade cycle slump, and a severe one, probably made worse by coinciding with troubles of the ancient kind. Nevertheless, from a purely capitalist point of view, it was merely a rather sharp dip in what already looked like a very buoyant curve of affairs. James de Rothschild, who regarded the economic situation in early 1848 with notable complacency, was a sensible businessman, though a poor political prophet. The worst of the panic seemed to be over and long-term prospects were rosy. And yet, though industrial production recovered quickly enough, even from the virtual paralysis of the revolutionary months, the general atmosphere remained uncertain. We can hardly date the start of the great global boom before 1850. What followed was so extraordinary that men were at a loss for a precedent. Never, for instance, did British exports grow more rapidly than in the first 7 years of the 1850s. Thus British cotton piece goods, the vanguard of market penetration for over half a century, actually increased their rate of growth over earlier decades. Between 1850 and 1860 they just about doubled. In absolute figures the performance is even more startling. Between 1820 and 1850 these exports had grown by about 1,100 million yards, but in the single decade between 1850 and 1860 they grew by considerably more than 1,300 million yards. The number of cotton operatives had grown by about 100,000 between 1819-21 and 1844-6, but at double this rate in the 1850s. And we are here dealing with a large and old established industry and, moreover, one which actually lost ground in the European markets in this decade because of the speed of local industrial developments. Wherever we look similar evidences of boom may be found. The export of iron from Belgium more than doubled between 1851 and 1857. In Prussia, in the quarter of a century before 1850, 67 joint stock companies had been founded with a total capital of 45 million thaler, but in 1851-7 alone 115 such companies were established, excluding railway companies, with a total capital of 114.5 millions, almost all of them in the euphoric years between 1853 and 1857.5. It is hardly necessary to multiply such statistics, though contemporary businessmen, especially company promoters, read and diffused them with avidity. What made this boom so satisfactory for profit-hungry businessmen was the combination of cheap capital and a rapid rise in prices. Slumps, of the trade cycle type, always meant low prices, at all events in the 19th century. Booms were inflationary. Even so, the rise of about one-third in the British price level between 1848 to 50 and 1857 was remarkably large. The profits apparently awaiting producers, merchants, and above all promoters were therefore almost irresistible. At one point during this amazing period, the rate of profit on paid-up capital of the Crédit Mobilier of Paris, the finance company which was the symbol of capitalist expansion in this period, see chapter 12 below, touched 50%, and businessmen were not the only ones to benefit. As has already been suggested, employment grew by leaps and bounds, both in Europe and overseas, whither men and women now migrated in enormous numbers, see chapter 11 below. We know next to nothing about actual unemployment, but even in Europe one piece of evidence is decisive. The sharp rise in the cost of cereals, i.e. the main element in the cost of living, between 1853 and 1855 no longer precipitated hunger riots anywhere except in some very backward regions such as northern Italy, Piedmont, and Spain, where it probably contributed to the revolution of 1854. High employment and the readiness to concede temporary wage rises where necessary, blunted the edge of popular discontent. But for capitalists the ample labor supplies now moving into the market were relatively cheap. The political consequence of this boom was far-reaching. It gave the governments shaken by the revolution invaluable breathing space, and, conversely, wrecked the hopes of the revolutionaries. In a word, politics went into hibernation. In Britain Chartism died away, and the fact that its death was more prolonged than historians used to suppose did not make it any the less final. Even Ernest Jones, 1819–69, its most persistent leader, gave up the attempt to revive an independent movement of the working classes by the late 1850s and threw in his lot, like most old Chartists, with those who wanted to organize the workers as a pressure group on the radical left of liberalism. Parliamentary reform ceased to preoccupy British politicians for a while, leaving them free to dance their complicated parliamentary ballets. Even the middle-class radicals, Cobden and Bright, having achieved the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846, were now an isolated fringe minority in politics. For the restored monarchies of the continent and that unintended child of the French Revolution, Napoleon III's Second Empire, the breathing space was even more vital. To Napoleon they gave those reasonably genuine and impressive electoral majorities which lent color to his claim to be a democratic emperor. To the old monarchies and principalities it gave time for political recovery and the legitimation of stability and prosperity, which was now politically more relevant than the legitimacy of their dynasties. It also gave them revenues without the need to consult representative assemblies and other troublesome interests, and left their political exiles to bite their nails and attack each other savagely in impotent exile. For the time being it left them weak in international affairs but strong internally. Even the Habsburg Empire, which had only been restored in 1849 by the intervention of the Russian army, was now able, for the first and only time in its history, to administer all its territories, including the recalcitrant Hungarians, as a single centralized bureaucratic absolutism. This period of calm came to an end with the Depression of 1857. Economically speaking, this was merely an interruption of the golden era of capitalist growth which resumed on an even larger scale in the 1860s and reached its peak in the boom of 1871–3. Politically it transformed the situation. Admittedly it disappointed the hopes of the revolutionaries, who had expected it to produce another 1848, though admitting that the masses will have become damned lethargic as a result of this prolonged prosperity. 7 Yet politics did revive. Within a short space of time all the old questions of liberal politics were once again on the agenda: Italian and German national unification, constitutional reform, civil liberties, and the rest. Whereas the economic expansion of 1851–7 had taken place in a political vacuum, prolonging the defeat and exhaustion of 1848–9, after 1859 it coincided with increasingly intense political activity. On the other hand, though interrupted by various external factors such as the American Civil War of 1861–5, the 1860s were economically relatively stable. The next trade cycle slump, which occurred, according to taste and region, sometime in 1866–8, was not as concentrated, as global nor as dramatic as that of 1857–8. In short, politics revived in a period of expansion, but it was no longer the politics of revolution. 2. If Europe had still lived in the era of the Baroque princes, it would have been filled with spectacular masques, processions, and operas distributing allegorical representations of economic triumph and industrial progress at the feet of its rulers. In fact, the triumphant world of capitalism had its equivalent. The era of its global victory was initiated and punctuated by giant new rituals of self-congratulation, the great international exhibitions, each encased in a princely monument to wealth and technical progress: the Crystal Palace in London, 1851, the Rotunda, larger than St. Peter's in Rome, in Vienna, each displaying the growing number and variety of manufactures, each attracting native and foreign tourists in astronomic quantities. 14,000 firms exhibited in London in 1851, the fashion was suitably enough inaugurated in the home of capitalism, 24,000 in Paris in 1855, 29,000 in London in 1862, 50,000 in Paris in 1867. True to its claims, the largest of all was the Philadelphia Centennial of 1876 in the United States, opened by the President in the presence of the Emperor and Empress of Brazil. Crowned heads now habitually inclined themselves before the products of industry, and 130,000 cheering citizens. They were the first of 10 million who paid tribute on this occasion to the progress of the age. What were the reasons for this progress? Why did economic expansion accelerate so spectacularly in our period? The question ought really to be reversed. What strikes us retrospectively about the first half of the 19th century is the contrast between the enormous and rapidly growing productive potential of capitalist industrialization and its inability, as it were, to broaden its base, to break the shackles which fettered it. It could grow dramatically, but appeared unable to expand the market for its products, the profitable outlets for its accumulating capital, let alone the capacity to generate employment at a comparable rate or at adequate wages. It is instructive to remember that even in the late 1840s intelligent and informed observers in Germany, on the eve of the industrial explosion in that country, could still assume, as they do today in underdeveloped countries, that no conceivable industrialization could provide employment for the vast and growing surplus population of the poor. The 1830s and 1840s had for this reason been a period of crisis. Revolutionaries had hoped that it might be final, but even businessmen had feared that it might strangle their industrial system. See The Age of Revolution, Chapter 16. For two reasons these hopes or fears proved groundless. In the first place, the early industrial economy discovered, thanks largely to the pressure of its own profit-seeking capital accumulation, what Marx called its crowning achievement, the railway. In the second place, and partly due to the railway, the steamer, and the telegraph, which finally represented the means of communication adequate to modern means of production, the geographical size of the capitalist economy could suddenly multiply as the intensity of its business transactions increased. The entire globe became part of this economy. This creation of a single expanded world is probably the most significant development of our period. See Chapter 3 below. Looking back from almost half a century later, H.M. Hyndman, both a Victorian businessman and a Marxist, though untypical in both these roles, quite rightly compared the 10 years from 1847 to 1857 with the era of the great geographical discoveries and conquests of Columbus, Vasco da Gama, Cortez, and Pizarro. Though no dramatic new discoveries were made and, with relatively minor exceptions, few formal conquests by new military conquistadors, for practical purposes an entirely new economic world was added to the old and integrated into it. This was particularly crucial for economic development because it provided the basis for that gigantic export boom, in both goods, capital, and men, which played so large a part in the expansion, at all events in what was still the major capitalist country, Britain. The mass consumer economy still lay in the future, except perhaps in the United States. The domestic market of the poor, insofar as it was not supplied by peasants and small craftsmen, was not yet considered a major foundation for really spectacular economic advance. It was, of course, far from negligible at a time when the population of the developed world both grew rapidly and probably improved its average standard of life, see Chapter 12 below. Yet the enormous lateral extension of the market for both consumer goods and, perhaps above all, the goods required to construct the new industrial plants, transport undertakings, public utilities, and cities was indispensable. Capitalism now had the entire world at its disposal, and the expansion of both international trade and international investment measures the zest with which it proceeded to capture it. The world's trade between 1800 and 1840 had not quite doubled. Between 1850 and 1870 it increased by 260%. Anything saleable was sold, including goods which met with distinct resistance from the receiving countries, such as the opium whose export from British India to China more than doubled in quantity and almost trebled in value. 2 By 1875 £1,000 millions had been invested abroad by Britain, 3/4 since 1850, while French foreign investment multiplied more than tenfold between 1850 and 1880. Contemporary observers, their eyes fixed on less fundamental aspects of the economy, would almost certainly have stressed a third factor, the great gold discoveries in California, Australia, and other places after 1848, see Chapter 3 below. These multiplied the means of payment available to the world economy and removed what many businessmen regarded as a crippling stringency, lowered interest rates and encouraged the expansion of credit. Within 7 years the world gold supply increased between 6 and 7-fold, and the amount of gold coinage issued by Britain, France, and the United States multiplied from an annual average of £49 millions in 1848 to 9-to-1 of £28 millions in each year between 1850 and 1856. The role of bullion in the world economy continues to be a matter of fairly passionate debate even today, a debate into which we need not enter. Its absence probably did not inconvenience commerce as seriously as was then thought, since other means of payment such as checks, a fairly new device, bills of exchange, etc., were easily expandable and already increasing at a considerable rate. However, 3 aspects of the new gold supplies are reasonably uncontroversial. In the first place they helped, perhaps crucially, to produce that relatively rare situation between about 1810 and the end of the 19th century, an era of rising prices or moderate, though fluctuating, inflation. Basically most of this century was deflationary, due largely to the persistent tendency of technology to cheapen manufactured products, and of newly opened sources of food and raw materials to cheapen, though more intermittently, primary products. Long-term deflation, i.e. a pressure on margins of profit, did not do businessmen much harm, because they made and sold so much vaster quantities. However, until after the end of our period, it did not do the workers much good, because either their cost of living did not fall to the same extent or their income was too meager to allow them to benefit significantly. On the other hand, inflation undoubtedly raised profit margins and in doing so encouraged business. Our period was basically an inflationary interlude in a deflationary century. Second, the availability of bullion in large quantities helped to establish that stable and reliable monetary standard based on the pound sterling, linked to a fixed gold parity, without which, as the experience of the 1930s and 1970s shows, international trade becomes more difficult, complex, and unpredictable. Third, the gold rushes themselves opened new areas, notably round the Pacific, to intensive economic activity. In doing so they created markets out of nothing, as Engels ruefully put it to Marx. And by the middle 1870s neither California nor Australia and the other zones on the new mineral frontier were by any means negligible. Between them they contained well over 3 million inhabitants with considerably more ready cash than other populations of comparable size. Contemporaries would certainly also have stressed the contribution of yet another factor, the liberation of private enterprise, the engine which, by common agreement, powered the progress of industry. Never has there been a more overwhelming consensus among economists or indeed among intelligent politicians and administrators about the recipe for economic growth, economic liberalism. The remaining institutional barriers to the free movement of the factors of production, to free enterprise and to anything which could conceivably hamper its profitable operation, fell before a worldwide onslaught. What makes this general raising of barriers so remarkable is that it was not confined to the states in which political liberalism was triumphant or even influential. If anything, it was more drastic in the restored absolute monarchies and principalities of Europe than in England, France, and the Low Countries, because so much more remained to be swept away there. The control of guilds and corporations over artisan production, which had remained strong in Germany, gave way to Gewerbefreiheit, freedom to enter and practice any trade, in Austria in 1859, in most of Germany in the first half of the 1860s. It was finally established completely in the North German Federation, 1869, and the German Empire, to the displeasure of the numerous artisans who were consequently to become increasingly hostile to liberalism, and would in time provide a political basis for right-wing movements from the 1870s on. Sweden, which had abolished guilds in 1846, established complete freedom in 1864, Denmark abolished the old guild legislation in 1849 and 1857, Russia, most of which had never known a guild system, removed the last traces of one in the German towns of its Baltic provinces, 1866, though for political reasons it continued to restrict the right of Jews to practice trade and business to a specific area, the so-called Pale of Settlement. This legal liquidation of the medieval and mercantilist periods was not confined to craft legislation. The laws against usury, long a dead letter, were dropped in Britain, Holland, Belgium, and North Germany between 1854 and 1867. The strict control which governments exercised over mining, including the actual operation of mines, was virtually withdrawn, e.g. in Prussia between 1851 and 1865, so that, subject to government permit, any entrepreneur could now claim the right to exploit any minerals he found, and conduct his operations as he thought fit. Similarly, the formation of business companies, especially joint stock companies with limited liability or their equivalent, now became both considerably easier and independent of bureaucratic control. Britain and France led the way, though Germany did not establish automatic company registration until 1870. Commercial law was adapted to the prevailing atmosphere of buoyant business expansion. But in some ways the most striking tendency was the movement towards total freedom of trade. Admittedly, only Britain, after 1846, abandoned protectionism completely, maintaining customs duties, at least in theory, only for fiscal purposes. Nevertheless, apart from the elimination or reduction of restrictions, etc., on international waterways such as the Danube, 1857, and the Sound between Denmark and Sweden, and the simplification of the international monetary system by the creation of larger monetary areas, e.g. the Latin Monetary Union of France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Italy in 1865, a series of free trade treaties substantially cut down the tariff barriers between the leading industrial nations in the 1860s. Even Russia, 1863, and Spain, 1868, joined to some extent in the movement. Only the United States, whose industry relied heavily on a protected home market and little on exports, remained a bastion of protectionism, and even here there was a modest improvement in the early 1870s. We may even go a step further. Hitherto even the most daring and ruthless capitalist economies had hesitated to rely entirely on the free market to which they were theoretically committed, notably in the relation between employers and workers. Yet even in this sensitive field non-economic compulsion retreated. In Britain the master and servant law was changed, establishing equality of treatment for breaches of contract between both parties. The annual bond of the North of England miners was abolished, the standard hiring contract being increasingly, for workers, one which could be terminated at minimal notice. What is at first sight more surprising, between 1867 and 1875 all significant legal obstacles to trade unions and the right to strike were abolished with remarkably little fuss, see Chapter 6 below. Many other countries as yet hesitated to give such freedom to labor organizations, though Napoleon III relaxed the legal prohibition of unions quite significantly. Nevertheless, the general situation in the developed countries now tended to become as described in the German Gewerbeordnung of 1869, relations between those independently practicing a trade or business and their journeymen, assistants, and apprentices, are determined by free contract. Only the market was to rule the sale and purchase of labor power, as of everything else. Undoubtedly this vast process of liberalization encouraged private enterprise and the liberalization of trade helped economic expansion, though we should not forget that much formal liberalization was unnecessary. Certain kinds of free international movement which are today controlled, notably those of capital and labor, i.e. migration, were by 1848 taken so much for granted in the developed world that they were hardly even discussed, see Chapter 11 below. On the other hand, the question of what part institutional or legal changes play in fostering or hindering economic development is too complex for the simple mid-19th century formula, liberalization creates economic progress. The era of expansion had already begun even before the Corn Laws were repealed in Britain in 1846. No doubt liberalization brought all sorts of specific positive results. Thus Copenhagen began to develop rather more rapidly as a city after the abolition of the sound tolls which discouraged shipping from entering the Baltic, 1857. But how far the global movement to liberalize was cause, concomitant or consequence of economic expansion must be left an open question. The only certain thing is that, when other bases for capitalist development were lacking, it did not achieve much by itself. Nobody liberalized more radically than the Republic of New Granada, Colombia, between 1848 and 1854, but who will say that the great hopes of prosperity of its statesmen were realized immediately or at all? Nevertheless, in Europe these changes indicated a profound and striking confidence in economic liberalism, which seemed to be justified, at all events for a generation. Within each country this was not very surprising, since free capitalist enterprise clearly flourished so impressively. After all, even freedom of contract for the workers, including the toleration of such trade unions as were strong enough to establish themselves by the sheer bargaining power of their workers, hardly seemed to threaten profits, since the reserve army of labor, as Marx called it, consisting chiefly of masses of countrymen, ex-artisans and others streaming into the cities and industrial regions, looked like keeping wages at a satisfactorily modest level, see Chapters 11 and 12 below. The enthusiasm for international free trade is at first sight more surprising, except among the British, for whom it meant firstly that they were allowed freely to undersell everybody in all markets of the world, and secondly that they encouraged underdeveloped countries to sell them their own products, chiefly foodstuffs and raw materials, cheaply and in large quantities, thus earning the income with which to buy British manufactures. But why did Britain's rivals, with the exception of the United States, accept this apparently unfavorable arrangement? For underdeveloped countries which did not seek to compete industrially at all, it was of course attractive. The southern states of the United States, for instance, were quite content to have an unlimited market for their cotton in Britain and therefore remained strongly attached to free trade until conquered by the North. It is too much to say that international free trade progressed because, at this brief moment, the liberal utopia genuinely carried away even governments, if only with the force of what they believed to be its historic inevitability, though there is no doubt that they were deeply influenced by economic arguments which appeared to have almost the force of natural laws. However, intellectual conviction is rarely stronger than self-interest. But the fact is that most industrializing economies could at this period see two advantages in free trade. In the first place, the general expansion of world commerce, which was really quite spectacular compared to the period before the 1840s, benefited all of them, even if it benefited the British disproportionately. Both a large and unimpeded export trade and a large and unimpeded supply of foodstuffs and raw materials, where necessary by imports, were evidently desirable. If specialized interests might be adversely affected, there were others whom liberalization suited. In the second place, whatever the future rivalry between capitalist economies, at this stage of industrialization the advantage of being able to draw upon the equipment, the resources, and know-how of Britain was distinctly helpful. To take merely one example, illustrated by the following table, the railway iron and machinery, whose exports from Britain soared, did not inhibit the industrialization of other countries, but facilitated it. Exports of British railroad iron and steel and machinery. Quinquennial totals, 000 tons, 11. Rail iron and steel. Machinery. 1,845 to 49. 1,291. 49. 1,850 to 54. 2,846. 86. 1,856 to 60. 2,333. 17.7. 1,861 to 65. 2,067. 22.7. 1,866 to 70. 3,809. 24.9. 1,870 to 75. 4,040. 44.1. 3. The capitalist economy thus received simultaneously, which does not mean accidentally, a number of extremely powerful stimuli. What was the result? Economic expansion is most conveniently measured in statistics, and its most characteristic measures in the 19th century are steam power, since the steam engine was the typical form of power, and the associated products of coal and iron. The mid-19th century was preeminently the age of smoke and steam. Coal output had long been measured in millions of tons, but now came to be measured in tens of millions for individual countries, in hundreds of millions for the world. About half of it, rather more at the beginning of our period, came from the incomparably largest producer, Great Britain. Iron production in Britain had reached the order of magnitude of millions in the 1830s, it stood at about 25 million tons in 1850, but nowhere else. But by 1870 France, Germany, and the United States each produced between 1 and 2 million tons, though Britain, still the workshop of the world, remained far ahead with almost 6 million, or about half the world output. In these 20 years world coal output multiplied about 2.5 times, world iron output about 4 times. Total steam power, however, multiplied by 4.5, rising from an estimated 4 million HP in 1850 to about 18.5 million HP in 1870. Such crude data indicate little more than that industrialization was progressing. The significant fact is that its progress was now geographically much more widespread, though also extremely uneven. The spread of railways and, to a lesser extent, steamships, now introduced mechanical power into all continents and into otherwise unindustrialized countries. The arrival of the railway, see Chapter 3 below, was in itself a revolutionary symbol and achievement, since the forging of the globe into a single interacting economy was in many ways the most far-reaching and certainly the most spectacular aspect of industrialization. But the fixed engine itself, in factory, mine or forge, made dramatic progress. In Switzerland there had been no more than 34 such engines in 1850, but by 1870 there were almost 1,000. In Austria the number rose from 671, 1,852, to 9,160, 1,875, with a more than 15-fold increase in horsepower. For comparison, a really backward European country like Portugal still had a mere 70 engines with a total of 1,200 HP even in 1873. The total steam power of the Netherlands multiplied 13-fold. There were minor industrial regions, and some European industrial economies such as Sweden had hardly begun to industrialize in a big way. Yet the most significant fact was the uneven development of the major centers. At the start of our period, Britain and Belgium were the only countries where industry had developed intensively, and both remained the most highly industrialized per capita. Their consumption of iron per inhabitant in 1850 was 170 pounds and 90 pounds respectively, compared to 56 pounds in the United States, 37 pounds in France and 27 pounds in Germany. Belgium was a small economy, though relatively important. In 1873 it still produced about half as much iron as its much larger neighbor France. Britain, of course, was the industrial country par excellence and, as we have seen, managed to maintain its relative position, though its productive steam power had begun to lag seriously. In 1850 it still contained well over a third of the global engine power, of fixed engines, whereas by 1870 it contained rather less than a quarter, 900,000 HP out of a total of 41 millions. In sheer quantity the United States was already slightly larger in 1850 and far outdistanced Britain in 1870 with more than double the engine power of the old country, but American industrial expansion, though extraordinary, seemed less striking than that of Germany. The fixed steam power of that country had been extremely modest in 1850, perhaps 40,000 HP in all, much less than 10% of the British. By 1870 it was 900,000 HP, or about the same as the British, incidentally far outdistancing France which had been considerably larger in 1850, 67,000 HP, but managed to reach no more than 341,000 in 1870, less than twice as much as Little Belgium. The industrialization of Germany was a major historical fact. Quite apart from its economic significance, its political implications were far-reaching. In 1850 the German Federation had about as many inhabitants as France, but incomparably less industrial capacity. By 1871 a united German Empire was already somewhat more populous than France, but very much more powerful industrially. And, since political and military power now came to be increasingly based on industrial potential, technological capacity, and know-how, the political consequences of industrial development were more serious than ever before. The wars of the 1860s demonstrated this, see Chapter 4 below. Henceforth no state could maintain its place in the club of great powers without it. The characteristic products of the age were iron and coal, and the railway, its most spectacular symbol, combined both. Textiles, the most typical product of the first phase of industrialization, grew comparatively less. Cotton consumption in the 1850s was about 60% or higher than in the 1840s, remained fairly static in the 1860s, because the industry was disrupted by the American Civil War, and increased by about 50% or in the 1870s. Woolen production in the 1870s was about double that of the 1840s. But coal and pig iron output multiplied by 5, while for the first time the mass production of steel became feasible. Indeed, during this period the technological innovations in the iron and steel industry played a role analogous to that of the textile innovations in the previous era. On the continent, except in Belgium, where it had long prevailed, coal replaced charcoal as the chief fuel for smelting in the 1850s. Everywhere new processes, the Bessemer converter, 1856, the Siemens, Martin open hearth furnace, 1864, now made possible the manufacture of cheap steel, which was eventually almost to replace wrought iron. However, its significance lay in the future. In 1870 only 15% of the finished iron produced in Germany, less than 10% of that made in Britain, emerged as steel. Our period was not yet an age of steel, not even as yet in armaments, which gave the new material a significant impetus. It was an age of iron. Still, though it made possible the revolutionary technology of the future, the new heavy industry was not particularly revolutionary except perhaps in scale. Globally speaking, the Industrial Revolution up to the 1870s still ran on the impetus generated by the technical innovations of 1760 to 1840. Nevertheless, the mid-century decades did develop two kinds of industry based on a far more revolutionary technology, the chemical and, insofar as it was concerned with communications, the electrical. With few exceptions, the main technical inventions of the first industrial phase had not required much advanced scientific knowledge. Indeed, and fortunately for Britain, they had been within the grasp of practical men with experience and common sense, such as George Stephenson, the great railway builder. From the mid-century this ceased increasingly to be so. Telegraphy was closely linked with academic science, through men like C. Wheatstone, 1802–75, of London, and William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, 1824–1907, of Glasgow. The artificial dyestuffs industry, a triumph of mass chemical synthesis, though its first product, the color mauve, is not universally acclaimed aesthetically, came from the laboratory into the factory. So did explosives and photography. At least one of the crucial innovations in steel production, the Gilchrist, Thomas basic process, came out of higher education. As witness the novels of Jules Verne, 1828–1905, the professor became a much more significant industrial figure than ever before. Did not the wine producers of France appeal to the great L. Pasteur, 1822–95, to solve a difficult problem for them, cp 258 below? Furthermore, the research laboratory now became an integral part of industrial development. In Europe it remained attached to universities or similar institutions. That of Ernst Abbe at Jena actually developed into the famous Zeiss works, but in the United States the purely commercial laboratory had already appeared in the wake of the telegraph companies. It was soon to be made celebrated by Thomas Alva Edison, 1847–1931. One significant consequence of this penetration of industry by science was that henceforth the educational system became increasingly crucial to industrial development. The pioneers of the first industrial phase, Britain and Belgium, had not been among the most literate of peoples, and their systems of technological and higher education, if we accept the Scottish one, were far from distinguished. From now on it was to be almost impossible for a country lacking both mass education and adequate higher educational institutions to become a modern economy, and conversely poor and retrograde countries with a good educational system found it easier to break into development, as, for example, Sweden. 3. The practical value of a good primary education for science-based technologies, both economic and military, is obvious. Not the least reason for the ease with which the Prussians beat the French in 1870–1 was the vastly greater literacy of their soldiers. On the other hand, what economic development needed at a higher level was not so much scientific originality and sophistication, these could be borrowed, as the capacity to grasp and manipulate science, development rather than research. The American universities and technical academies, which were undistinguished by the standards of, say, Cambridge and the Polytechnique, were economically superior to the British ones because they actually provided a systematic education for engineers such as did not yet exist in the old country. 4 They were superior to the French, because they mass-produced engineers of adequate level instead of producing a few superbly intelligent and well-educated ones. The Germans in this respect relied on their excellent secondary schools rather than on their universities, and in the 1850s pioneered the Realschule, a technically oriented non-classical secondary school. When in 1867 the notoriously educated industrialists of the Rhineland were asked to contribute to the 50th anniversary celebration of Bonn University, all but one of the 14 industrial cities approached refused, because the eminent local industrialists have neither themselves enjoyed a higher academic wissenschaftliche education at universities, nor hitherto given it to their sons. 13. Still, technology was science-based, and it is remarkable how rapidly the innovations of a relatively few scientific pioneers, provided they thought in terms readily translatable into machinery, were widely adopted. New raw materials, often only to be found outside Europe, therefore acquired a significance which was only to become evident in the later period of imperialism. Thus oil had already attracted the attention of ingenious Yankees as a convenient fuel for lamps, but rapidly acquired new uses with chemical processing. In 1859 a mere 2,000 barrels had been produced, but by 1874 almost 11 million barrels, mostly from Pennsylvania and New York, were already enabling John D. Rockefeller, 1839 to 1937, to establish a stranglehold over the new industry by the control of its transport through his Standard Oil Company. Nevertheless, these innovations look more significant in retrospect than they did at the time. After all, at the end of the 1860s an expert still thought that the only metals which had a serious economic future were those known to the ancients: iron, copper, tin, lead, mercury, gold and silver. Manganese, nickel, cobalt, and aluminium, he held, do not seem destined to play such an important part as their elders. 14 The growth of rubber imports into Britain from 7,600 CWT in 1850 to 159,000 CWT in 1876 was indeed notable, but the quantities were negligible even by the standards of 20 years later. The main uses of this material, still overwhelmingly collected wild in South America, were still such things as waterproof clothing and elastic. In 1876 there were exactly 200 telephones working in Europe and 380 in the United States, and at the Vienna International Exhibition the operation of a pump by electricity was a striking novelty. Looking back we can see that the breakthrough was quite close. The world was about to enter the era of electric light and power, of steel and high-speed steel alloys, of telephone and phonograph, of turbines and the internal combustion engine. However, in the mid-1870s it had not yet entered it. The major industrial innovation, other than in the science-based fields already mentioned, was probably the mass production of machinery, which had been constructed virtually by craft methods, as locomotives and ships still continued to be. Most of the advances in mass production engineering came from the United States, pioneer of the Colt revolver, the Winchester rifle, the mass-produced clock, the sewing machine and, via the slaughterhouses of Cincinnati and Chicago in the 1860s, the modern assembly line, i.e. the mechanical conveyance of the object of production from one operation to the next. The essence of the machine-produced machine, which implied the development of the modern automatic or semi-automatic machine tools, was that it was required in far larger standardized quantities than any other machine, i.e. by individuals and not by firms or institutions. The entire world in 1875 contained perhaps 62,000 locomotives, but what was this demand against the 400,000 brass clocks mass-produced in the United States in a single year, 1,855, and the rifles required by the 3 million Federal and Confederate soldiers mobilized between 1861 and 1865 by the American Civil War? Hence the products most likely to be mass-produced were those which could be used by very large numbers of small producers such as farmers and needlewomen, the sewing machine, in offices, the typewriter, consumer goods such as watches, but above all the small arms and ammunition of war. Such products were still somewhat specialized and untypical. They worried intelligent Europeans, who already noted in the 1860s the technological superiority of the United States in mass production, but not yet the practical men who merely thought that the Americans would not have to bother to invent machines to produce inferior articles, if they had as ready a supply of skilled and versatile craftsmen as the Europeans. After all, did not a French official as late as the early 1900s claim that, while France might not be able to keep up with other countries in mass production industry, it could more than hold its own in the industry where ingenuity and craft skill were decisive? The manufacture of automobiles. 4. The businessman, looking round at the world at the start of the 1870s, could therefore exude confidence, not to say complacency. But was it justified? Though the gigantic expansion of the world economy, now firmly based on industrialization in several countries and on a dense and genuinely global flow of goods, capital, and men, continued and even accelerated, the effect of the specific injections of energy it had received in the 1840s did not last. The new world open to capitalist enterprise would continue to grow, but it would no longer be absolutely new. Indeed, as soon as their products, such as the grain and wheat of American prairies and pampas and Russian steppes, began to pour into the Old World, as they did in the 1870s and 1880s, they would disrupt and unsettle the agriculture of both old and new countries. For a generation the building of the world's railways went on. But what would happen when the building had to be less universal, because most railway lines had already been completed? The technological potential of the first industrial revolution, the British one of cotton, coal, iron, and steam engines, seemed vast enough. Before 1848 it had, after all, hardly been exploited at all outside Britain and only incompletely within Britain. A generation which began to exploit this potential more adequately could be pardoned for thinking it inexhaustible. But it was not, and in the 1870s the limits of this kind of technology were already visible. What would happen if it were to be exhausted? As the world entered the 1870s such gloomy reflections seemed absurd. True, the process of expansion was, as everyone now discovered, curiously catastrophic. Sharp, sometimes dramatic, and increasingly global slumps succeeded stratospheric booms, until prices had fallen sufficiently to dissipate the glutted markets and cleared the ground of bankrupt enterprises, until businessmen began to invest and expand to renew the cycle. It was in 1860, after the first of these genuine world slumps, CP 67 below, that academic economics, in the form of a brilliant French Dr. Clement Huglar, 1819 to 1905, recognized and measured the periodicity of this trade cycle, hitherto considered chiefly by socialists and other heterodox elements. Still, dramatic though these interruptions to expansion were, they were temporary. Never was economic euphoria among businessmen higher than in the early 1870s, the famous Gründerjahr, the years of company promotion, in Germany, the era when the most absurd and obviously fraudulent company prospectus found unlimited sucker money for its promises. Those were the days when, as a Viennese journalist put it, companies were founded to transport the aurora borealis in pipelines to St. Stephen's Square and to win mass sales for our boot Polish among the natives of the South Sea Islands. 15. Then came the crash. Even for the taste of a period which liked its economic booms high-stepping and highly colored, it was dramatic enough. 21,000 miles of American railroads collapsed into bankruptcy, German share values fell by some 60% between the peak of the boom and 1877 and, more to the point, almost half the blast furnaces in the main iron-producing countries of the world stopped. The flood of migrants to the New World was reduced to a modest river. Between 1865 and 1873 every year well over 200,000 arrived in the port of New York, but in 1877 a mere 63,000. But unlike earlier slumps of the great secular boom, this one did not seem to end. As late as 1889 a German study describing itself as an introduction to economic studies for officials and businessmen observed that since the stock market collapse of 1873, the word crisis has constantly, with only brief interruptions, been in everyone's mind. 16 And this in Germany, the country whose economic growth during this period continued to be quite spectacular. Historians have doubted the existence of what has been called the Great Depression of 1873 to 1896, and of course it was nothing like as dramatic as that of 1929 to 1934, when the world capitalist economy almost ground to a halt. However, contemporaries were in no doubt that the Great Boom had been succeeded by a Great Depression. A new era of history, political as well as economic, opens with the depression of the 1870s. It lies beyond the boundaries of this volume, though we may note, in passing, that it undermined or destroyed the foundations of mid-19th century liberalism which appeared to have been so firmly established. The period from the late 1840s to the mid-1870s proved to be not so much, as the conventional wisdom of the time held, the model of economic growth, political development, intellectual progress, and cultural achievement, which would persist, no doubt with suitable improvements, into the indefinite future, but rather a special kind of interlude. But its achievements were nevertheless extremely impressive. In this era industrial capitalism became a genuine world economy and the globe was therefore transformed from a geographical expression into a constant operational reality. History from now on became world history. Chapter 3. The world unified. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian nations into civilization. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. K. Marx and F. Engels, 18,481. As commerce, education, and the rapid transition of thought and matter, by telegraph and steam have changed everything, I rather believe that the great Maker is preparing the world to become one nation, speaking one language, a consummation which will render armies and navies no longer necessary. President Ulysses S. Grant, 18,732. You should have heard all he said. I was to live on a mountain somewhere, go to Egypt or to America. Well, what of it? Stalls remarked coolly. You can be in Egypt in a fortnight and in America in 3 weeks. Whoever goes to America or Egypt? The English do, but then that's the way the Lord God made them, and besides, they have no room to live at home. But which of us would dream of going? Some desperate fellow, perhaps, whose life is worth nothing to him. I. Goncharov, 18,593. When we write the world history of earlier periods, we are in fact making an edition of the histories of the various parts of the globe, but which, in so far as they had knowledge of one another, had only marginal and superficial contacts, unless the inhabitants of some region had conquered or colonized another, as the West Europeans did the Americas. It is perfectly possible to write the earlier history of Africa with only a casual reference to that of the Far East, with, except along the west coast and the Cape, little reference to Europe, though not without fairly persistent reference to the Islamic world. What happened in China was, until the 18th century, irrelevant to the political rulers of Europe, other than the Russians, though not to some of their specialized groups of traders. What happened in Japan was beyond the direct knowledge of all except the handful of Dutch merchants who were allowed to maintain a foothold there between the 16th and the mid-19th centuries. Conversely, Europe was for the Celestial Empire merely a region of outer barbarians fortunately remote enough to pose no problem of assessing the precise degree of their undoubted subservience to the emperor, though raising some minor problems of administration for the officials in charge of some ports. For that matter, even within the regions in which there was significant interaction, much could be ignored without inconvenience. For whom in Western Europe, merchants or statesmen, was it of any consequence what went on in the mountains and valleys of Macedonia? If Libya had been entirely swallowed by some natural cataclysm, what real difference would it have made to anybody, even in the Ottoman Empire of which it was technically a part, and among the Levant traders of various nations? The lack of interdependence of the various parts of the globe was not simply a matter of ignorance, though of course, outside the region concerned and often within it, ignorance of the interior was still considerable. Even in 1848 large areas of the various continents were marked in white on even the best European maps, notably in Africa, Central Asia, the interior of South and parts of North America and Australia, not to mention the almost totally unexplored Arctic and Antarctic. The maps which might have been drawn up by any other cartographers would certainly have shown even vaster spaces of the unknown, for if the officials of China or the illiterate scouts, Traders and coureurs de bois of each continental hinterland knew a great deal more about some areas, large or small, than Europeans did. The sum total of their geographical knowledge was much more exiguous. In any case, the mere arithmetical addition of everything that any expert knew about the world would be a purely academic exercise. It was not generally available. In fact, there was not, even in terms of geographical knowledge, one world. Ignorance was a symptom rather than a cause of the lack of the world's unity. It reflected both the absence of diplomatic, political, and administrative relations, which were indeed slender enough, and the weakness of economic links. It is true that the world market, that crucial precondition and characteristic of capitalist society, had long been developing. International trade had more than doubled in value between 1720 and 1780. In the period of the dual revolution, 1780 to 1840, it had increased more than threefold, yet even this substantial growth was modest by the standards of our period. By 1870 the value of foreign trade for every citizen of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Austria, and Scandinavia was between 4 and 5 times what it had been in 1830, for every Dutchman and Belgian about 3 times as great, and even for every citizen of the United States, a country for which foreign commerce was only of marginal importance, well over double. During the 1870s an annual quantity of about 88 million tons weight of seaborne merchandise were exchanged between the major nations, as compared with 20 million in 1840. 31 million tons of coal crossed the seas, compared to 14 million, 2 million tons of grain, compared to less than 2 million, 6 million tons of iron, compared to 1 million, even, anticipating the 20th century, 14 million tons of petroleum, which had been unknown to overseas trade in 1840. Let us measure the tightening of the net of economic interchanges between parts of the world remote from each other more precisely. British exports to Turkey and the Middle East rose from £35 million in 1848 to a peak of almost 16 million in 1870, to Asia from 7 millions to 41 millions, 1875, to Central and South America from 6 millions to 25 millions, 1872, to India from around 5 millions to 24 millions, 1875, to Australasia from 15 millions to almost 20 millions, 1875. In other words, in, say, 35 years, the value of the exchanges between the most industrialized economy and the most remote or backward regions of the world had increased about 6-fold. Even this is of course not very impressive by present standards, but in sheer volume it far surpassed anything that had previously been conceived. The net which linked the various regions of the world was visibly tightening. Precisely how the continuing process of exploration, which gradually filled the empty spaces on the maps, was linked with the growth of the world market, is a complex question. Some of it was a byproduct of foreign policy, some of missionary enthusiasm, some of scientific curiosity and, towards the end of our period, some of journalistic and publishing enterprise. Yet neither J. Richardson, 1787–1865, H. Barth, 1821–65, and A. Overweg, 1822–52, who were sent by the British Foreign Office to explore Central Africa in 1849, nor the great David Livingstone, 1813–73, who crisscrossed the heart of what was still known as the Dark Continent from 1840 to 1873 in the interests of Calvinist Christianity, nor Henry Morton Stanley, 1841–1904, the journalist from the New York Herald who went to discover his whereabouts, especially not he, nor S. W. Baker. 1821–92, and J. H. Speck, 1827–64, whose interests were more purely geographical or adventurous, were or could be unaware of the economic dimension of their travels. As a French Monsignor with missionary interests put it, "The good Lord has need of no man, and the propagation of the gospel proceeds without human help. Nevertheless, it would redound to the glory of European commerce, were it to lend assistance in the task of breaking down the barriers which stand in the way of evangelization. 4. To explore meant not only to know, but to develop, to bring the unknown and therefore by definition backward and barbarous into the light of civilization and progress, to clothe the immorality of savage nakedness with shirts and trousers, which a beneficent providence manufactured in Bolton and Roubaix, to bring the goods of Birmingham which inevitably dragged civilization in their wake. Indeed, what we call the explorers of the mid-19th century were merely one well-publicized, but numerically not very important, subgroup of a very large body of men who opened the globe to knowledge. They were those who traveled in areas in which economic development and profit were not yet sufficiently active to replace the explorer by the European trader, the mineral prospector, the surveyor, the builder of railway and telegraph, in the end, if the climate were to prove suitable, the white settler. Explorers dominated the cartography of inner Africa, because that continent had no very obvious economic assets for the West between the abolition of the Atlantic slave trade and the discovery, on the one hand of precious stones and metals, in the South, on the other of the economic value of certain primary products which could only be grown or collected in tropical climates, and were still far from synthetic production. Neither was yet of great significance or even promise until the 1870s, though it seemed inconceivable that so large and underutilized a continent should not, sooner rather than later, prove to be a source of wealth and profit. After all, British exports to sub-Saharan Africa had risen from about £15 million in the late 1840s to about 5 millions in 1871, they doubled in the 1870s to reach about 10 millions in the early 1880s, which was by no means unpromising. Explorers also dominated the opening of Australia, because the interior desert was vast, empty and, until the mid-20th century, devoid of obvious resources for economic exploitation. On the other hand, the oceans of the world ceased, except for the Arctic. The Antarctic attracted little interest during our period, to preoccupy the explorers. 3 Yet the vast extension of shipping, and above all the laying of the great submarine cables, implied a great deal of what can properly be called exploration. The world in 1875 was thus a great deal better known than ever before. Even at the national level, detailed maps, mostly initiated for military purposes, were now available in many of the developed countries. The publication of the pioneer enterprise of this kind, the Ordnance Survey maps of England, but not yet of Scotland and Ireland, was completed in 1862. However, more important than mere knowledge, the most remote parts of the world were now beginning to be linked together by means of communication which had no precedent for regularity, for the capacity to transport vast quantities of goods and numbers of people, and above all, for speed, the railway, the steamship, the telegraph. By 1872 they had achieved the triumph chronicled by Jules Verne, the possibility of traveling round the world in 80 days, even allowing for the numerous mishaps which dogged the indomitable Phileas Fogg. Readers may recall the imperturbable traveller's route. He went by rail and channel steamer across Europe from London to Brindisi and thence by boat through the newly opened Suez Canal, an estimated 7 days. The journey from Suez to Bombay by boat was to take him 13 days. The rail journey from Bombay to Calcutta should, but for the failure to complete a stretch of the line, have taken him 3 days. Thence by sea to Hong Kong, Yokohama, and across the Pacific to San Francisco was still a long stretch of 41 days. However, since the railroad across the American continent had been completed by 1869, only the still not wholly controlled perils of the West, herds of bison, Indians etc., stood between the traveler and a normal journey of 7 days to New York. The remainder of the trip, Atlantic crossing to Liverpool and railway to London, would have posed no problems but for the requirements of fictional suspense. In fact, an enterprising American travel agent offered a similar round-the-world trip not long after. How long would such a journey have taken Fogg in 1848? It would have had to be almost entirely by sea, since no railway lines as yet crossed the continent, while virtually none existed anywhere else in the world except in the United States, where they hardly yet went further inland than 200 miles. The speediest of sailing ships, the famous T-clippers, would most usually take an average of 110 days for the journey to Canton, around 1870. When they were at the peak of their technical achievement, they could not do it in less than 90 days but had been known to take 150. We can hardly suppose a circumnavigation in 1848 to have taken, with anything but the best of fortunes, much less than 11 months, or say 4 times as long as Phileas Fogg, not counting time spent in port. This improvement in the time of long-distance travel was relatively modest, entirely because of the lag in the improvement of maritime speeds. The average time for a transatlantic steamer trip from Liverpool to New York in 1851 had been 11 to 12.5 days, it remained substantially the same in 1873, though the White Star Line prided itself on pushing it down to 10 days. 5 Except where the sea route was itself shortened, as by the Suez Canal, Fogg could not hope to do much better than a traveler in 1848. The real transformation took place on land, through the railway, and even this not so much by raising the speeds of which steam locomotives were technically capable, as by the extraordinary extension of railway building. The railway of 1848 was indeed generally rather slower than that of the 1870s, though it already reached Holyhead from London in 8.5 hours, or 3.5 hours more than in 1974. By 1865, however, Sir William Wilde, Oscar's father and a notable fisherman, could suggest to his London readers a weekend trip to and from Connemara for a little fishing, such as would be impossible in as short a time by rail and ship today, and far from easy without recourse to air travel. However, the locomotive as developed in the 1830s was a remarkably efficient engine. But what did not exist in 1848, outside England, was anything like a railway network. 2. The period with which this book deals saw the construction of such a long-distance network almost everywhere in Europe, in the United States, and even in a few other parts of the world. The following tables, the first giving an overall picture, and the second slightly more detail, speak for themselves. In 1845, outside Europe, the only underdeveloped country which possessed even a mile of railway line was Cuba. By 1855 there were lines in all 5 continents, though those of South America, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Australia were hardly visible. By 1865 New Zealand, Algeria, Mexico, and South Africa had their first railways, and by 1875, while Brazil, Argentina, Peru and Egypt had around 1,000 miles or more of track, Ceylon, Java, Japan, and even remote Tahiti had acquired their first lines. Meanwhile by 1875 the world possessed 62,000 locomotives, 112,000 carriages, and almost 500,000 goods wagons, carrying between them, so it was estimated, 1,371 million passengers and 715 million tons of goods, or about 9 times as much as was carried by sea each year, on average, during this decade. The third quarter of the 19th century was, in quantitative terms, the first real railway age. Railway mileage open, 000 miles, 6. The progress of railway building. Number of countries in Europe with railways. 9 in 1845. 14 in 1855. 16 in 1865. 18 in 1875. With over 1,000 kilometers railway line. 3 in 1845. 6 in 1855. 10 in 1865. 15 in 1875. With over 10,000 kilometers railway line. 0 in 1845. 3 in 1855. 3 in 1865. 5 in 1875. Number of countries in the Americas with railways. 3 in 1845. 6 in 1855. 11 in 1865. 15 in 1875. With over 1,000 kilometers railway line. 1 in 1845. 2 in 1855. 2 in 1865. 6 in 1875. with over 10,000 kilometers railway line. 0 in 1845. 1 in 1855. 1 in 1865. 2 in 1875. Number of countries in Asia with railways. 0 in 1845. 1 in 1855. 1 in 1865. 2 in 1875. With over 1,000 kilometers railway line. 0 in 1845. 0 in 1855. 1 in 1865. 1 in 1875. With over 10,000 kilometers railway line. 0 in 1845. 0 in 1855. 0 in 1865. 1 in 1875. Number of countries in Africa with railways. 0 in 1845. 1 in 1855. 3 in 1865. 4 in 1875. With over 1,000 kilometers railway line. 0 in 1845. 0 in 1855. 0 in 1865. 1 in 1875. With over 10,000 kilometers railway line. The construction of the Great Trunk Lines naturally gained the most publicity. It was indeed, taken as a whole, the largest body of public works and almost the most dazzling achievement of engineering known to human history up to that date. As the railways left the unexacting topography of England, their technical achievements became ever more remarkable. The Southern Railway from Vienna to Trieste already crossed the Semmering Pass at a height of almost 3,000 feet in 1854, by 1871 tracks across the Alps reached elevations of up to 4,500 feet, by 1869 the Union Pacific touched 8,600 feet as it crossed the Rockies, and by 1874 that triumph of the mid-19th century economic conquistador Henry Meigs, 1811–77, Peruvian Central Railway steamed slowly along at a height of up to 15,840 feet. As they rose between the peaks, they tunneled under the rock, dwarfing the modest passages of the early English railways. The first of the great Alpine tunnels, the Mont Cenis, was begun in 1857 and completed in 1870, and its 7.5 miles traversed by the first mail train, thus cutting 24 hours off the journey to Brindisi, a fact utilized by Phileas Fogg, as we recall. It is impossible not to share the mood of excitement, of self-confidence, of pride, which seized those who lived through this heroic age of the engineers, as the railway first linked Channel and Mediterranean, as it became possible to travel by rail to Seville, to Moscow, to Brindisi, as the iron tracks pushed westwards across the North American prairies and mountains and across the Indian subcontinent in the 1860s, up the Nile Valley, and into the hinterlands of Latin America in the 1870s. How can we withhold admiration from the shock troops of industrialization who built them, the armies of peasants, often organized in cooperative teams, who shifted earth and rocks in unimaginable quantities with pick and shovel, the professional English and Irish navvies and foremen who constructed lines far from their native country, the engine drivers or mechanics from Newcastle or Bolton who settled Clown to run the new railways in Argentina or New South Wales, for how can we fail to pity the armies of coolies who left their bones along each mile of track? Even today Satyajit Ray's beautiful film Pather Panchali, based on a 19th century Bengali novel, enables us to recapture the wonder of the first steam train ever experienced, a massive iron dragon, the irresistible and inspiring force of the industrial world itself, pushing its way where previously nothing but bullock carts or pack mules had passed. Neither can we fail to be moved by the hard men in top hats who organized and presided over these vast transformations of the human landscape, material and spiritual. Thomas Brassey, 1805–70, who at times employed 80,000 men on 5 continents, was merely the most celebrated of these entrepreneurs. The list of his overseas enterprises an equivalent of the battle honors and campaign medals of generals in less enlightened days, the Prato and Pistoia, the Lyons and Avignon, the Norwegian Railway, the Jutland, the Grand Trunk of Canada, the Bilbao and Miranda, the Eastern Bengal, the Mauritius, the Queensland, the Central Argentine, the Lemberg and Chernowitz, the Delhi Railway, the Boca and Barracas, the Warsaw and Tiraspol, the Callao Docks. The romance of industry, a phrase which generations of public orators and commercial self-congratulators were to drain of its original, and indeed of any, meaning, surrounds even the bankers, the financiers, the stock jobbers, who merely found the money for railway construction. Rockets of self-intoxicated rather than crooked finance, men like George Hudson, 1800-71, or Barthel Strasberg, 1823-84, exploded into bankruptcy as they had into wealth and social prominence. Their collapses have become landmarks in economic history. No such allowance can be made for the genuine robber barons among American railroad men, Jim Fisk 1834-72, Jay Gould 1836-92, Commodore Vanderbilt 1794-1877, etc., who merely bought up and looted existing railroads as well as everything else they could lay their hands on. It is hard to deny a grudging admiration even to the most obvious crooks among the great railway builders. Henry Meigs was by any standards a dishonest adventurer, leaving behind him a trail of unpaid bills, bribes and memories of luxurious spending along the entire western edge of the American continents, at home in the wide-open centers of villainy and exploitation like San Francisco and Panama rather than among respectable businessmen. But can anyone who has ever seen the Peruvian Central Railway deny the grandeur of the concept and achievement of his romantic if rascally imagination? This combination of romanticism, enterprise, and finance was perhaps most dramatically displayed by the curious French sect of the Saint-Simonians. These apostles of industrialization graduated, especially after the failure of the 1848 revolution, from a set of beliefs which has got them into the history books as utopian socialists to a dynamic, adventurous entrepreneurship as captains of industry, but above all as constructors of communications. They were not the only ones to dream of a world linked by commerce and technology. So improbable a center of global enterprise as the virtually landlocked Habsburg Empire produced the Austrian Lloyd of Trieste, whose ships, anticipating the as yet unbuilt Suez Canal, were named Bombay and Calcutta. Yet it was a Saint-Simonian, F.M. de Lesseps, 1805-94, who actually built the Suez Canal and planned the Panama Canal, to his later misfortune. The brothers Isaac and Emile Périer were to become known chiefly as adventurous financiers who came into their own in Napoleon III's empire. Yet Emile himself had supervised the building of the first French railway in 1837, living in an apartment over the workshops, gambling on demonstrating the superiority of the new form of transport. During the Second Empire the Périers were to construct railway lines all over the continent in a titanic duel with the more conservative Rothschilds, which eventually ruined them, 1869. Another Saint-Simonian, P.F. Talabot, 1789-1885, constructed among other things the railways of southeastern France, the Marseilles docks and the Hungarian railways, and bought up the barges made redundant by the ruin of shipping on the River Rhone, hoping to use them for a commercial fleet along the Danube to the Black Sea, a project vetoed by the Habsburg Empire. Such men thought in continents and oceans. For them the world was a single unit, bound together with rails of iron and steam engines, because the horizons of business were like their dreams worldwide. For such men human destiny, history, and profit were one and the same thing. From the global point of view, the network of trunk railways remained supplementary to that of international shipping. Insofar as it existed in Asia, Australia, Africa, and Latin America, the railway, considered economically, was primarily a device for linking some area producing bulky primary goods to a port, whence they could be shipped to the industrial and urban zones of the world. Shipping, as we have seen, did not become notably faster in our period. Its comparative technical sluggishness is indicated by the fact, by now well known, that the sailing ship continued to hold its own against the new steamship surprisingly well, thanks to technologically less dramatic but still substantial improvements in its own efficiency. Steam had indeed increased notably, from about 14% of the world's carrying capacity in 1840 to 49% in 1870, but sail was still slightly in the lead. It was not until the 1870s and especially the 1880s that it dropped out of the race. By the end of the latter decade it was reduced to about 25% of global carrying capacity. The triumph of the steamship was essentially that of the British mercantile marine, or rather of the British economy which stood behind it. In 1840 and 1850 British vessels made up about a quarter, more or less, of world nominal steamer tonnage, in 1870 rather over one-third, in 1880 over half. To put it another way, between 1850 and 1880 British steam tonnage increased by 1,600%, that of the rest of the world by about 440%. This was natural enough. If cargo was to be loaded in Callao, Shanghai, or Alexandria, the odds were that it would be destined for Britain. And plenty of ships were loaded. 1.25 million tons, 900,000 of them British, passed through the Suez Canal in 1874, in the first year of operation there had been less than 500,000. The regular traffic across the North Atlantic was even larger. 5.8 million tons entered the three main East Coast ports of the United States in 1875. Rail and shipping, between them, transported goods and men. However, in a sense the most startling technological transformation of our period was in the communication of messages through the electric telegraph. This revolutionary device seems to have been ready for discovery in the middle 1830s, in the mysterious way in which such problems suddenly break through towards their solution. In 1836-7 it was invented almost simultaneously by a number of different researchers, of whom Cook and Wheatstone were the most immediately successful. Within a few years it was applied on the railways, and, what was more important, plans for submarine lines were considered from 1840, though they did not become practicable until after 1847, when the great Faraday suggested insulating the cables with gutta percha. In 1853 an Austrian, Gintal, and 2 years later another, Stark, demonstrated that two messages could be sent along the same wire in both directions. By the late 1850s a system for sending 2,000 words an hour was adopted by the American Telegraph Company. By 1860 Wheatstone patented an automatic printing telegraph, ancestor of the ticker tapes and telexes. Britain and the United States were already in the 1840s applying this new device, one of the first examples of a technology developed by scientists, and which could hardly have been developed except on the basis of sophisticated scientific theory. The developed parts of Europe adopted it rapidly in the years after 1848, Austria and Prussia in 1849, Belgium in 1850, France in 1851, Holland and Switzerland in 1852, Sweden in 1853, Denmark in 1854. Norway, Spain, Portugal, Russia, and Greece introduced it in the second half of the 1850s, Italy, Romania and Turkey in the 1860s. The familiar telegraph lines and poles multiplied, 2,000 miles in 1849 on the European continent, 15,000 in 1854, 42,000 in 1859, 80,000 in 1864, 111,000 in 1869. So did the messages. In 1852 less than 250,000 were sent in all the 6 continental countries which had by then introduced telegraphy. In 1869 France and Germany sent over 6 million each, Austria over 4 million, Belgium, Italy and Russia over 2 million, even Turkey and Romania between 600,000 and 700,000 each. 9. However, the most significant development was the actual construction of submarine cables, first pioneered across the Channel in the early 1850s, Dover, Calais 1851, Ramsgate, Ostend 1853, but increasingly over long distances. A North Atlantic cable was proposed in the mid-1840s, and actually laid in 1857-8, but broke down due to inadequate insulation. The second attempt, with the celebrated Great Eastern, the largest ship in the world, as cable layer, succeeded in 1865. There followed a burst of international cable laying which, within 5 or 6 years, virtually girdled the globe. In 1870 alone cables were being laid from Singapore to Batavia, Madras, Penang, Singapore, Suez, Aden, Bombay, Penzance, Lisbon, Gibraltar, Malta, Alexandria, Marseille, Bonn, Emden, Tehran, by landline, Bonn, Malta, Salcombe, Brest, Beachy Head, Havre, Santiago de Cuba, Jamaica, Moenbornholm, Libo and another couple of lines across the North Sea. By 1872 it was possible to telegraph from London to Tokyo and to Adelaide. In 1871 the result of the Derby was flashed from London to Calcutta in no more than 5 minutes, though the news was considerably less exciting than the achievement. What were Phileas Fogg's 80 days compared with this? Such speed of communication was not merely without precedent, or indeed without possible comparison. For most people in 1848 it would have been beyond imagination. The construction of this worldwide telegraph system combined both political and commercial elements, with the major exception of the United States. Inland telegraphy was or became almost entirely state-owned and operated, even Britain nationalizing it under the Post Office in 1869. On the other hand, the submarine cables remained almost entirely the reserve of the private enterprise which had built them, though it is evident from the map that they had a substantial strategic interest, at all events for the British Empire. They were indeed of very direct importance to government, not only for military and police purposes, but for administration, as witness the unusually large numbers of telegrams sent in countries such as Russia, Austria, and Turkey, whose commercial and private traffic would hardly have accounted for them. The Austrian traffic consistently exceeded that of North Germany until the early 1860s. The larger the territory, the more useful was it for the authorities to have a rapid means of communicating with its remoter outposts. Obviously businessmen used the telegraph extensively, but private citizens soon discovered its use, mainly of course for urgent, and usually dramatic, communications with relatives. By 1869 about 60% of all Belgian telegrams were private. But the most significant new use of the device cannot be measured by the mere number of messages. Telegraphy transformed news, as Julius Reuter, 1816–99, foresaw when he founded his telegraph agency at Aix-la-Chapelle, Aachen, in 1851. He broke into the British market, with which Reuters was henceforth associated, in 1858. From the journalistic point of view the Middle Ages ended in the 1860s when international news could be cabled freely from a sufficiently large number of places on the globe to reach the next morning's breakfast table. Scoops were no longer measured in days, or if from remoter territories in weeks or months, but in hours or even minutes. Yet this extraordinary acceleration of the speed of communication had one paradoxical result. In widening the gap between the places accessible to the new technology and the rest, it intensified the relative backwardness of those parts of the world where horse, ox, mule, human bearer, or boat still set the speed of transport. At a time when New York could telegraph Tokyo in a matter of minutes or hours, it became all the more striking that the full resources of the New York Herald could not get a letter from David Livingstone in Central Africa to that newspaper in less than 8 or 9 months, 1871–2, all the more striking when the Times in London could reprint that same letter on the day after its New York publication. The wildness of the Wild West, the darkness of the Dark Continent, were due partly to such contrasts. So was the remarkable passion of the public for the explorer and the man who came increasingly to be called the traveler tout court, i.e. the person who voyaged at or beyond the frontiers of technology, outside the area within which the stateroom of the steamer, the sleeping compartment of the wagon lit, both inventions of our period, the hotel and the pension took care of the tourist. Phileas Fogg traveled on this frontier. The interest of his enterprise lay both in the demonstration that rail, steamer, and telegraph now almost encompass the globe, and in the margin of uncertainty and the remaining gaps which still prevented world travel from becoming a routine. However, the travelers whose accounts were most avidly read were those who faced the hazards of the unknown with no more aid from modern technology than could be carried on the backs of stout and numerous native porters. They were the explorers and missionaries, especially those who penetrated the interior of Africa, the adventurers, especially those who ventured into the uncertain territories of Islam, the naturalists hunting butterflies and birds in South American jungles or on the islands of the Pacific. The third quarter of the 19th century was, as publishers were quick to discover, the start of a golden age for a new breed of armchair travelers, following Burton and Speck, Stanley and Livingstone through bush and primeval forest. 3. Nevertheless, the tightening net of the international economy drew even the geographically very remote areas into direct and not merely literary relations with the rest of the world. What counted was not simply speed, though growing intensity of traffic also brought a powerful demand for rapidity, but the range of repercussion. This can be vividly illustrated from the example of an economic event which both opens our period and, it has been argued, very largely determined its shape, the discovery of gold in California, and, shortly afterwards, in Australia. In January 1848 a man called James Marshall discovered gold in what appeared to be vast quantities at Sutter's Mill near Sacramento in California, a northern extension of Mexico which had only just been annexed to the United States, and was of no significant economic interest except to a few large Mexican, American estate owners and ranchers, to fishermen, and to the whalers who used the convenient harbor of San Francisco Bay, which supported a village of 812 white inhabitants. Since this territory faced the Pacific and was separated from the rest of the United States by large tracts of mountain, desert, and prairie, its evident natural wealth and attractions were not of immediate relevance to capitalist enterprise, though they were of course recognized. The gold rush promptly changed this. Fragmentary news of it filtered to the rest of the United States by August and September of the year, but raised little interest until confirmed by President Polk in his presidential message of December. Hence the gold rush is identified with the 49ers. By the end of 1849 the population of California had swelled from 14,000 to not quite 100,000, by the latter part of 1852 to 250,000. San Francisco was already a city of almost 35,000. In the last 3 quarters of 1849 about 540 ships docked there, about half from American, half from European, ports. In 1850 1,150 ships docked there of almost 500,000 tons in all. The economic effects of this sudden development here, and from 1851 in Australia, have been much debated, but contemporaries had no doubt of its importance. Engels remarked bitterly to Marx in 1852, California and Australia are 2 cases not provided for in the Communist Manifesto, the creation of large new markets out of nothing. We shall have to allow for this 10 how far they were responsible for the general boom in the United States, for the worldwide economic upsurge, see Chapter 2 above, or for the sudden burst of mass emigration, see Chapter 11 below, we need not decide here. What is clear, at all events, is that localized developments several thousand miles distant from Europe had, in the opinion of competent observers, an almost immediate and far-reaching effect on that continent. The interdependence of the world economy could hardly be better demonstrated. That the gold rushes should affect the metropoles of Europe and the eastern United States, and the globally minded merchants, financiers, and shippers there, is not of course surprising. Their immediate repercussions in other, and geographically remote, parts of the globe is more unexpected, though it was greatly assisted by the fact that for practical purposes California was accessible only by sea, where distance is not a serious obstacle to communication. The gold fever spread rapidly across the oceans. The sailors of Pacific vessels deserted to try their luck in the gold fields, as the bulk of San Franciscans had done as soon as the news reached them. In August 1849 200 vessels, abandoned by their crews, clogged the waterside, their timbers eventually being used for building. In the Sandwich Islands, Hawaii, China, and Chile, sailors heard the news. Wise captains, like the English trading on the west coast of South America, refused the profitable temptation to sail north. Freights and sailors' wages shot up with the prices of anything exportable to California, and nothing was not exportable. By the end of 1849, the Chilean Congress, observing that the bulk of national shipping had been drawn to California, where it was immobilized by desertion, authorized foreign vessels to practice the coastal, cabotage, trade temporarily. California for the first time created a genuine network of trade linking the Pacific coasts, by means of which Chilean cereals, Mexican coffee and cocoa, Australian potatoes and other foodstuffs, sugar and rice from China, and even, after 1854, some imports from Japan were transported to the United States. Not for nothing had the Boston Bankers magazine predicted in 1850 that it can hardly be unreasonable to anticipate a partial extension of the influence of enterprise and trade even to Japan. 11. More significant, from our point of view, even than trade were people. The immigration of Chileans, Peruvians, and Kaknakers who belonged to the different islands, Pacific Islanders, 12, though it attracted attention in the early stages, was not of major numerical importance. In 1860, California contained only about 2,400 Latin Americans other than Mexicans and less than 350 Pacific Islanders. On the other hand, one of the most extraordinary results of the wonderful discovery is the impulse it has given to the enterprise of the Celestial Empire. Chin men, hitherto the most impassive and domestic creatures of the universe, have started into new life at the tidings of the mines and have poured into California by the thousands. 13 In 1849 there were 76 of them, by the end of 1854,000, in 1852 no less than 20,000 landed, until by 1876 there were about 111,000 or 25% of all non-California-born inhabitants of the state. They brought with them their skill, intelligence, and enterprise, and incidentally introduced Western civilization to that most powerful cultural export of the East, the Chinese restaurant, which was already flourishing in 1850. Oppressed, hated, ridiculed, and from time to time lynched, 88 were murdered during the slump of 1862, they showed the usual capacity of this great people to survive and prosper, until the Chinese Restriction Act of 1882, climax of a long racialist agitation, brought to an end what was perhaps the first example in history of a voluntary, economically induced, mass migration from an Oriental to an Occidental society. Otherwise the stimulus of the gold rush moved only the traditional sources of migrants to the west coast, among whom the British, Irish and Germans were in a large majority, and the Mexicans. They came overwhelmingly by sea, except for some of the North Americans, notably those from Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri, and from Wisconsin and Iowa, states with a disproportionately heavy migration to California, who presumably came overland, a cumbersome journey which would take 3 to 4 months coast to coast. The major route along which the Californian gold rush passed along its effects led eastwards over the 16 to 17,000 miles of sea which linked Europe on the one hand, the east coast of the United States on the other, with San Francisco via Cape Horn. London, Liverpool, Hamburg, Bremen, Le Havre, and Bordeaux already had direct sailings in the 1850s. The incentive to shorten this journey of 4 to 5 months, as well as to make it more secure, was overwhelming. The clippers constructed by Boston and New York shipbuilders for the Canton, London tea trade could now carry an outward cargo. Only 2 had rounded the Horn before the gold rush, but in the second half of 1851 24, of 34,000 tons, reached San Francisco, cutting the trip from Boston to the west coast down to less than 100, or even in one case 80 days, sailing. Inevitably an even shorter potential route asked to be developed. The Isthmus of Panama once again became what it had been in Spanish colonial times, the major point of transshipment, at least until the building of an Isthmian canal, which was immediately envisaged by the Anglo-American Bulwer, Clayton Treaty of 1850, and actually begun, against American opposition, by the maverick French Saint-Simonian de Lesseps, fresh from his triumph at Suez, in the 1870s. The United States government fostered a mail service across the Isthmus of Panama, thus making possible the establishment of a regular monthly steamer service from New York to the Caribbean side and from Panama to San Francisco and Oregon. The scheme, essentially started in 1848 for political and imperial purposes, became commercially more than viable with the gold rush. Panama became what it has remained, a Yankee-owned boomtown, where future robber barons like Commodore Vanderbilt and W. Ralston, 1828–89, founder of the Bank of California, cut their teeth. The saving of time was so enormous that the isthmus soon became the crossroads of international shipping. Through it Southampton could be linked with Sydney in 58 days, and the gold discovered in the early 1850s in that other great mining center, Australia, not to mention the older precious metals of Mexico and Peru, passed through it on their way to Europe and the eastern United States. Together with the Californian gold, perhaps $60 million per annum may have been transported through Panama. No wonder that as early as January 1855 the first railway train traversed the isthmus. It had been planned by a French company but, characteristically, built by an American one. Such were the visible and almost immediate results of events which occurred in one of the remotest corners of the world. No wonder that observers saw the economic world not merely as a single interlocking complex, but as one where each part was sensitive to what happened elsewhere, and through which money, goods, and men moved smoothly and with increasing rapidity, according to the irresistible stimuli of supply and demand, gain and loss, and with the help of modern technology. If even the most sluggish, because the least economic, of these men responded to such stimuli en masse, British emigration to Australia rose from 20,000 to almost 90,000 in a year after gold was discovered there, then nothing and no one could resist them. Obviously there were still many parts of the globe, even of Europe, more or less isolated from this movement. Could it be doubted that they would all sooner or later be drawn into it? 4. We are today more familiar than the men of the mid-19th century with this drawing together of all parts of the globe into a single world. Yet there is a substantial difference between the process as we experience it today and that in the period of this book. What is most striking about it in the later 20th century is an international standardization which goes far beyond the purely economic and technological. In this respect our world is more massively standardized than Phileas Fogg's, but only because there are more machines, productive installations, and businesses. The railroads, telegraphs and ships of 1870 were not less recognizable as international models wherever they occurred than the automobiles and airports of 1970. What hardly occurred then was the international, and interlinguistic standardization of culture which today distributes, with at best a slight time lag, the same films, popular music styles, television programs, and indeed styles of popular living across the world. Such standardization did affect the numerically modest middle classes and some of the rich, up to a point, or at least in so far as it was not brought up against the barriers of language. The models of the developed world were copied by the more backward in the handful of dominant versions, the English throughout the empire, in the United States and, to a much smaller extent, on the European continent, the French in Latin America, the Levant and parts of Eastern Europe, the German, Austrian throughout Central and Eastern Europe, in Scandinavia, and also to some extent in the United States. A certain common visual style, the overstuffed and overloaded bourgeois interior, the public baroque of theaters and operas, could be discerned, though for practical purposes only where Europeans or colonists descended from Europeans had established themselves, see Chapter 13 below. Nevertheless, except in the United States, and Australia, where high wages democratized the market, and therefore the lifestyles, of the economically more modest classes, this remained confined to a comparative few. There is no doubt that the bourgeois prophets of the mid-19th century looked forward to a single, more or less standardized, world where all governments would acknowledge the truths of political economy and liberalism carried throughout the globe by impersonal missionaries more powerful than those Christianity or Islam had ever had, a world reshaped in the image of the bourgeoisie, perhaps even one from which, eventually, national differences would disappear. Already the development of communications required novel kinds of international coordinating and standardizing organisms, the International Telegraph Union of 1865, the Universal Postal Union of 1875, the International Meteorological Organization of 1878, all of which still survive. Already it had posed, and for limited purposes solved by means of the International Signals Code of 1871, the problem of an internationally standardized language. Within a few years attempts to devise artificial cosmopolitan languages were to become fashionable, headed by the oddly named Volapük, World Speak, excogitated by a German in 1880. None of these succeeded, not even the most promising contender, Esperanto, another product of the 1880s. Already the labor movement was in the process of establishing a global organization which was to draw political conclusions from the growing unification of the world, the international, see chapter 6 below, v. Nevertheless, international standardization and unification in this sense remained feeble and partial. Indeed, to some extent the rise of new nations and new cultures with a democratic base, i.e. using separate languages rather than the international idioms of educated minorities, made it more difficult, or rather, more circuitous. Writers of European or global reputation had to become so through translation. And while it is significant that by 1875 readers of German, French, Swedish, Dutch, Spanish, Danish, Italian, Portuguese, Czech, and Hungarian were able to enjoy some or all of Dickens's works, as Bulgarian, Russian, Finnish, Serbo, Croat, Armenian, and Yiddish ones were to before the end of the century, it is equally significant that this process implied an increasing linguistic division. Whatever the long-term prospects, it was accepted by contemporary liberal observers that, in the short and medium term, development proceeded by the formation of different and rival nations, see chapter 5 below. The most that could be hoped was that these would embody the same type of institutions, economy, and beliefs. The unity of the world implied division. The world system of capitalism was a structure of rival national economies. The world triumph of liberalism rested on its conversion of all peoples, at least among those regarded as civilized. No doubt the champions of progress in the third quarter of the 19th century were confident enough that this would happen sooner or later. But their confidence rested on insecure foundations. They were indeed on safe ground in pointing to the ever-tightening network of global communications, whose most tangible result was a vast increase in the flow of international exchanges of goods and men, trade and migration, which will be considered separately, see chapter 11 below. Yet even in the most plainly international field of business, global unification was not an unqualified advantage. For if it created a world economy, it was one in which all parts were so dependent on each other that a pull on one thread would inevitably set all others into movement. The classical illustration of this was the international slump. As has been suggested, two major kinds of economic fluctuation affected the fortunes of the world in the 1840s, the ancient agrarian cycle, based on the fortunes of crops and livestock, and the novel trade cycle, an essential part of the mechanism of the capitalist economy. In the 1840s the first of these had still been dominant in the world, though its effects tended to be regional rather than global, since even the most widespread natural uniformities, the weather, epidemics of plants, animals, and humans, hardly occurred simultaneously in all parts of the world. Industrialized economies were already dominated by the business cycle, at least from the end of the Napoleonic Wars, but this affected, in practice, only Britain, perhaps Belgium and the small sectors of other economies geared to the international system. Crises not linked with simultaneous agrarian disturbances, e.g. that of 1826, 1837 or 1839-42, shook England and the business circles of the Eastern American seaboard or Hamburg, but left most of even Europe reasonably untroubled. Two developments occurred after 1848 to change this. In the first place, the business cycle crisis became genuinely worldwide. That of 1857, which began with a bank collapse in New York, was probably the first world slump of the modern type. This may not have been accidental. Karl Marx observed that communications had brought those two major sources of business disturbance, India and America, much closer to Europe. From the United States the crisis passed to Britain, thence to North Germany, thence to Scandinavia and back to Hamburg, leaving a trail of bankruptcies and unemployment, meanwhile leaping the oceans to South America. The slump of 1873, which began in Vienna, spread in the opposite direction and more widely. Its long-term effects were, as we shall see, much more profound, as might be expected. In the second place, at least in the industrializing countries, the old agrarian fluctuations lost a good deal of their effect, both because the mass transportation of foodstuffs diminished local shortages and tended to equalize prices, and because the social effect of such shortages was now offset by good employment generated in the industrial sector of the economy. A series of bad harvests would still affect agriculture, but not necessarily the rest of the country. Moreover, as the world economy strengthened its grip, even the fortunes of agriculture were to depend much less on the fluctuations of nature than on those of world market prices, as the great agrarian depressions of the 1870s and 1880s were to demonstrate. All these developments affected only that sector of the world which was already drawn into the international economy. Since vast areas and populations, virtually all of Asia and Africa, most of Latin America, and quite substantial parts even of Europe, still existed outside any economies but those of purely local exchange and remote from port, railway, and telegraph, we ought not to exaggerate the unification of the world achieved between 1848 and 1875. After all, as an eminent chronicler of the time pointed out, the world economy is only at its beginning, but, as he also added, correctly, even these beginnings allow us to guess at its future importance, inasmuch as the present stage already represents a truly amazing transformation in the productivity of humanity. 14 If we were to consider only, say, a region so near to Europe as the southern shore of the Mediterranean and northern Africa, in 1870 little of what has been said above would apply anywhere except in Egypt and in the modest patches of Algeria colonized by French settlers. Morocco only granted foreigners the freedom to trade throughout its territory in 1862, Tunisia did not hit on the idea, almost as disastrous here as in Egypt, to speed its slow progress by means of loans until after 1865. It was about this time that, a product of the growth of global trade, tea is first recorded south of the Atlas in Ouargla, Timbuktu, and Tafilalt, though still as an article of considerable luxury. A pound cost the equivalent of a Moroccan soldier's monthly wage. Until the second half of the century there was no sign of the characteristic population increase of the modern world in the Islamic countries, and, conversely, throughout the Saharan countries, as well as in Spain, the traditional combination of the famine and epidemic of 1867-9, which ravaged so much of India at the same time, is of far greater economic, social, and political importance than any developments associated with the rise of world capitalism, though perhaps, as in Algeria, intensified by it. Chapter 4. Conflicts and War. And English history speaks loudly to kings as follows. If you march at the head of the ideas of your century, these ideas will follow and sustain you. If you march behind them, they will drag you with them. If you march against them, they will overthrow you. Napoleon 3:1. The speed with which the military instinct developed among this nation of shipowners, merchants, and tradesmen, is well known. The Baltimore Gun Club had only one interest, the destruction of mankind for philanthropic purposes, and the improvement of armaments, which they looked upon as instruments of civilization. Jules Verne, 18,652. For the historian, the great boom of the 1850s marks the foundation of a global industrial economy and a single world history. For the rulers of mid-19th century Europe, as we have seen, it provided a breathing space during which the problems which neither the revolutions of 1848 nor their suppression had solved might be forgotten or at least mitigated by prosperity and sound administration. And indeed the social problems now seemed a good deal more manageable by virtue of the great expansion, the adoption of institutions and policies suitable for unrestrained capitalist development, and the opening of safety valves, good employment and migration, sufficiently large to lower the pressures of mass discontent. But the political problems remained, and by the end of the 1850s it was clear that they could no longer be avoided. They were, for each government, essentially problems of domestic politics, but because of the peculiar nature of the European state system east of the line from Holland to Switzerland, domestic and international affairs were inextricably intertwined. Liberalism and radical democracy, or at least the demand for rights and representation, could not be separated, in Germany and Italy, in the Habsburg Empire, and even in the Ottoman Empire and on the fringes of the Russian Empire, from the demands for national autonomy, independence, or unification. And this in turn might, and in the case of Germany, Italy, and the Habsburg Empire was bound to, produce international conflict. For, quite apart from the interests of other powers in any substantial change in the frontiers of the continent, the unification of Italy implied the expulsion of the Habsburg Empire, to which most of northern Italy belonged. The unification of Germany raised three questions: what exactly the Germany that was to be unified consisted of, how, if at all, the two major powers which were members of the Germanic Confederation, Prussia and Austria, were to be fitted into it, and what was to happen to the numerous other principalities within it, ranging from middle-sized kingdoms to comic opera midgets. And both, as we have seen, directly involved the nature and frontiers of the Habsburg Empire. In practice both unifications implied wars. Fortunately for the rulers of Europe, such a mixed charge of domestic and international problems had now ceased to be explosive, or rather the defeat of the revolution followed by the economic boom had defused it. Broadly speaking, from the end of the 1850s governments found themselves again faced with domestic political agitation by a moderate liberal middle class and more radical Democrats, sometimes even by the newly emerging forces of a working class movement. Some of them, especially when, like Russia in the Crimean War, 1854-6, and the Habsburg Empire in the Italian War of 1859-60, they had been defeated, now found themselves more vulnerable than before to internal discontent. Nevertheless, these new agitations were not revolutionary, except in one or two places where they could be isolated or contained. The characteristic episode of these years was the confrontation between a strongly liberal Prussian parliament, elected in 1861, and the Prussian king and aristocracy, who had not the slightest intention of abdicating to its demands. The Prussian government, knowing perfectly well that the liberal threat was mere rhetoric, provoked a confrontation and simply called in the most ruthless conservative available, Otto von Bismarck, as prime minister, to rule without and in defiance of the parliamentary refusal to vote taxes. He did so without difficulty. And yet the significant thing about the 1860s is not that the governments almost always maintained the initiative and hardly ever lost more than momentary control of a situation they could always manipulate, but that some of the demands of their popular oppositions were always conceded, at all events west of Russia. This was a decade of reform, of political liberalization, even of some concession to what was called the forces of democracy. In Britain, Scandinavia, and the Low Countries, where there were already parliamentary constitutions, the electorate was widened within them, not to mention a crop of associated reforms. The British Reform Act of 1867 was actually believed to put electoral power in the hands of working-class voters. In France, where Napoleon III's government had visibly lost the city vote by 1863, it could elect only 1 out of 15 deputies for Paris. Increasingly extensive attempts were made to liberalize the imperial system. But this change in mood is even more strikingly demonstrated in the non-parliamentary monarchies. The Habsburg monarchy after 1860 simply gave up trying to rule as though its subjects had no political opinions. Henceforth it concentrated on discovering some coalition of forces among its numerous and obstreperous nationalities which would be strong enough to keep the rest politically ineffective, though all of them had now to be given certain educational and linguistic concessions, see pages 96 to 7 below. Until 1879 it was usually to find its most convenient base among the middle-class liberals of its German-speaking component. It was unable to retain any effective control over the Magyars who won something not far short of independence by the Compromise of 1867, which turned the empire into the dual monarchy of Austro-Hungary. But even more striking was what happened in Germany. In 1862 Bismarck became Prussian premier on a program of maintaining the traditional Prussian monarchy and aristocracy against liberalism, democracy, and German nationalism. In 1871 the same statesman appeared as the chancellor of a German empire united by his own efforts, with a parliament, admittedly of little significance, elected by universal male vote, and relying on the enthusiastic support of the moderate German liberals. Bismarck was in no sense a liberal, and far from a German nationalist in the political sense, see chapter 5 below. He was merely intelligent enough to be able to realize that the world of Prussian Junkers could henceforth be preserved not by head-on conflict with liberalism and nationalism, but only by twisting the framework of both to its advantage. This implied doing what the British Conservative leader Benjamin Disraeli, 1804–81, when introducing the Reform Act of 1867, described as catching the Whigs bathing and walking off with their clothes. The politics of rulers in the 1860s were therefore shaped by three considerations. First, they found themselves in a situation of economic and political change which they could not control, but to which they had to adapt. The only choice, and statesmen recognized this clearly, was whether to sail before the wind or use their skill as sailors to steer their ships into another direction. The wind itself was a fact of nature. Second, they had to determine what concessions to the new forces could be made without threatening the social system, or in special cases the political structures, to whose defense they were committed, and the point beyond which they could not safely go. But thirdly, they were fortunate to be able to make both kinds of decisions under circumstances which permitted them a considerable initiative, scope for manipulation, and in some cases actually left them virtually free to control the course of events. The statesmen who figure most prominently in the traditional histories of Europe during this period were therefore those who most systematically combined political management with diplomacy and control of the machines of government, like Bismarck in Prussia, Count Camillo Cavour, 1810–61, in Piedmont, and Napoleon III, or those best able to manage the difficult process of a controlled broadening of an upper-class system of rule, e.g. the liberal W.E. Gladstone, 1809–98, and the conservative Disraeli in Britain. And the most successful were those who understood how to turn both old and new unofficial political forces to their own advantage, whether or not they approved of them. Napoleon III fell in 1870, because eventually he failed to do so. But two men proved unusually good as this difficult operation, the moderate liberal Cavour and the conservative Bismarck. Both were enormously lucid politicians, a fact reflected in the unambitious clarity of Cavour's style and the remarkable mastery of German prose by Bismarck, an altogether more complex and greater figure. Both were profoundly anti-revolutionary and entirely out of sympathy with the political forces, whose program they took over and carried out in Italy and Germany, minus its democratic and revolutionary implications. Both took care to separate national unity from popular influence, Cavour by insisting on turning the new Italian kingdom into a prolongation of Piedmont, even to the point of refusing to renumber the title of its king Victor Emmanuel II, of Savoy, into Victor Emmanuel I, of Italy, Bismarck by building Prussian supremacy into the new German Empire. Both were flexible enough to integrate the opposition into their system, though making it impossible for it to win control. Both faced enormously complex problems of international tactics and, in Cavour's case, national politics. Bismarck, who needed no outside help and did not have to worry about internal opposition, could consider a united Germany only if it was neither democratic nor too large to be dominated by Prussia. This implied the exclusion of Austria, which he achieved by means of two brilliantly conducted short wars in 1864 and 1866, the paralysis of Austria as a force in German politics, which he achieved by supplying and ensuring the autonomy of Hungary within the Habsburg monarchy, 1867, and at the same time the preservation of Austria, to which he henceforth devoted his remarkable diplomatic gifts. Point 2. It also implied making Prussian supremacy more palatable than Austrian to the rather anti-Prussian lesser German states, which Bismarck achieved by an equally brilliantly provoked and managed war against France in 1870-1. Cavour, on the other hand, had both to mobilize an ally, France, to expel Austria from Italy for him, and thereafter to immobilize him, when the process of unification went far beyond what Napoleon III had envisaged. More seriously, he found himself with an Italy half unified by controlled management from above and half unified by revolutionary war from below, led by the forces of the Democratic Republican opposition under the military leadership of that frustrated Fidel Castro of the mid-19th century, the red-shirt guerrilla chief Giuseppe Garibaldi, 1807-82. Quick thinking, fast talking and some brilliant maneuvering were required before Garibaldi was persuaded to hand over power to the king in 1860. The operations of these statesmen still command admiration for their sheer technical brilliance. Yet what made them so dazzling was not only personal talent, but the unusual scope which the absence of serious revolutionary danger and of uncontrollable international rivalry gave to them. The actions of peoples or unofficial movements, too weak at this period to achieve much on their own, either failed or became the ancillaries of change organized from above. The German liberals, democratic radicals, and social revolutionaries contributed little except cheering or dissent to the actual process of German unification. The Italian left, as we have seen, played a greater role. Garibaldi's Sicilian expedition, which rapidly conquered southern Italy, forced the hands of Cavour, but, though this was a significant achievement, it would have been impossible but for the situation created by Cavour and Napoleon. In any case, the left failed to achieve the Italian Democratic Republic which it regarded as the essential complement of unity. The moderate Hungarian gentry achieved autonomy for their country under the wing of Bismarck, but the radicals were disappointed. Kossuth continued to live in exile and died there. The rebellions of the Balkan peoples in the 1870s were to result in a sort of independence for Bulgaria, 1878, but only in so far as this suited the interests of the great powers. The Bosnians, who began these insurrections in 1875-6, merely exchanged Turkish rule for the probably superior administration of the Habsburgs. Conversely, as we shall see, independent revolutions ended badly. See Chapter 9, below. Even the Spanish one of 1868, which actually produced a short-lived radical republic in 1873, ended with the rapid return of the monarchy. We do not diminish the merits of the great political operators of the 1860s by pointing out that their task was made considerably easier because they could introduce major constitutional changes without drastic political consequences, and, even more to the point, because they could start and stop wars almost at will. In this period both the domestic and the international order could therefore be considerably modified with comparatively little political risk. 2. This is why the 30 years after 1848 were a period of even more spectacular changes in the pattern of international relations than in that of domestic politics. In the Age of Revolution, or at any rate after the defeat of Napoleon, see the Age of Revolution, Chapter 5, governments of great powers had been extremely careful to avoid major conflicts among themselves, since experience had seemed to show that major wars and revolutions went together. Now that the revolutions of 1848 had come and gone, this motive for diplomatic restraint was much weaker. The generation after 1848 was an age not of revolutions but of wars. Some of these were indeed the product of internal tensions, and revolutionary or quasi-revolutionary phenomena. These, the Great Civil Wars of China, 1851–64, and the United States, 1861–5, do not strictly speaking belong in the present discussion, except in so far as this must also deal with the technical as well as the diplomatic aspects of war in this period. We shall consider them separately, see chapters 7 and 8 below. Here we are concerned primarily with the tensions and shifts within the system of international relations, bearing in mind the curious intertwining of international and domestic politics. If we had asked a surviving practitioner of the pre-1848 international system about the problems of foreign policy, say, Viscount Palmerston, who had been British Foreign Secretary long before the revolutions and continued to manage foreign affairs with some interruptions until his death in 1865, he would have explained them something as follows. The only world affairs that counted were the relations between the 5 European great powers whose conflicts might result in a major war: Britain, Russia, France, Austria, and Prussia. See The Age of Revolution, Chapter 5. The only other state with sufficient ambition and power to count, the United States, was negligible, since it confined its interests to other continents, and no European power had active ambitions in the Americas other than economic ones, and these were the concern of private businessmen and not governments. In fact, as late as 1867 Russia sold Alaska to the United States for some $7 million, plus enough bribes to persuade the American Congress to accept what was universally regarded merely as a collection of rocks, glaciers, and Arctic tundra. The European powers themselves, or those which seriously counted, Britain, because of her wealth and navy, Russia, because of her size and army, and France, because of her size, army, and rather formidable military record, had ambitions and reasons for mutual distrust, but not such as to be beyond the scope of diplomatic compromise. For over 30 years after the defeat of Napoleon in 1815 no great powers had used their arms against each other, confining their military operations to the suppression of domestic or international subversion, to various local trouble spots, and to expanding into the backward world. There was indeed one fairly constant source of friction, arising mainly out of the combination of a slowly disintegrating Ottoman Empire, from which various non-Turkish elements were liable to break away, and the conflicting ambitions of Russia and Britain in the eastern Mediterranean, the present Middle East and the area lying between Russia's eastern borders and the western ones of Britain's Indian Empire. In so far as foreign ministers were not worried about the danger of a general breakdown in the international system through revolution, they were fairly constantly preoccupied by what was called the Eastern Question. Still, matters had not got out of hand. The 1848 revolutions proved this, for even though 3 out of the 5 great powers had been simultaneously shaken by them, the international system of the powers emerged virtually unchanged from them. Indeed, with the one partial exception of France, so did the domestic political systems of all of them. The subsequent decades were to be strikingly different. In the first place, the power considered, at least by the British, as potentially the most disruptive, France, emerged from the revolution as a populist empire under another Napoleon, and, what is more, the fear of a return to the Jacobinism of 1793 no longer restrained it. Napoleon, in spite of occasional announcements that the empire means peace, specialized in worldwide interventions, military expeditions to Syria, 1860, jointly with Britain in China, 1860, the conquest of the southern part of Indochina, 1858–65, and even, while the United States was otherwise occupied, an adventure in Mexico, 1863–7, where the French satellite Emperor Maximilian, 1864–7, did not long survive the end of the American Civil War. There was nothing particularly French in these exercises in brigandage, except perhaps Napoleon's appreciation of the electoral value of imperial glory. France was merely strong enough to take part in the general victimization of the non-European world, as Spain, for instance, was not, in spite of her grandiose ambitions to recover some of its lost imperial influence in Latin America during the American Civil War. Insofar as such French ambitions were pursued overseas, they did not particularly affect the European power system, but insofar as they were pursued in regions where the European powers were in rivalry, they disturbed what was where the European powers were in rivalry, they disturbed what was always a rather delicately balanced arrangement. The first major result of this disturbance was the Crimean War, 1854-6, the nearest thing to a general European war between 1815 and 1914. There was nothing new or unexpected about the situation, which turned into a major, notoriously incompetent, international butchery between Russia on one side, Britain, France, and Turkey on the other, and in which it is estimated that over 600,000 men perished, almost 500,000 of them of disease, 22% of the British, 30% of the French, and about half the Russian forces. Neither before nor after did the Russian policy of either partitioning Turkey or turning it into a satellite, in this instance the former, envisage, require, or indeed lead to a war between the powers. But both before and during the next phase of Turkish disintegration, in the 1870s, the power conflict was conducted essentially as a two-power game between two old contestants, Russia and Britain, the others being unwilling or unable to intervene other than symbolically. But in the 1850s there was a third player, France, whose style and strategy were, moreover, unpredictable. There is little doubt that nobody wanted such a war, and it was called off, without making any visibly lasting difference to the Eastern question, as soon as the powers could extricate themselves. The fact was that the mechanism of Eastern question diplomacy, designed for simpler confrontations, temporarily broke down, at the cost of a few 100,000 lives. The direct diplomatic results of the war were temporary or insignificant, though Romania, formed by the union of two Danubian principalities still nominally under Turkish suzerainty until 1878, became de facto independent. The wider political results were more serious. In Russia the rigid crust of the Tsarist autocracy of Nicholas I, 1825-55, already under growing strain, cracked. An era of crisis, reform, and change began, culminating in the emancipation of the serfs, 1861, and the emergence of a Russian revolutionary movement in the late 1860s. The political map of the rest of Europe was also shortly to be transformed, a process facilitated, if not made possible, by the shifts in the international power system precipitated by the Crimean episode. As we have noted, a United Kingdom of Italy emerged in 1858-70, a United Germany in 1862-71, incidentally leading to the collapse of Napoleon's Second Empire in France, and the Paris Commune, 1870-1, and Austria was excluded from Germany and profoundly restructured. In brief, with the exception of Britain, all the European powers were substantially, in most cases even territorially, changed between 1856 and 1871, and a new large state, soon to be considered among them, was founded, Italy. Most of these changes arose directly or indirectly out of the political unifications of Germany and Italy. Whatever the original impetus of these movements for unification, the process was undertaken by governments, i.e. under the circumstances by military force. In Bismarck's famous phrase, it was solved by blood and iron. In 12 years Europe passed through 4 major wars, France, Savoy, and the Italians against Austria, 1858-9, Prussia and Austria against Denmark, 1864, Prussia and Italy against Austria, 1866, Prussia and the German states against France, 1870-1. They were relatively brief and, by the standards of the greater butcheries in the Crimea and the United States, not exceptionally costly, though some 160,000 perished, mostly on the French side, in the Franco-Prussian War. But they help to make the period of European history with which this volume deals a rather warlike interlude in what was otherwise an unusually peaceable century between 1815 and 1914. Nevertheless, though war was common enough in the world between 1848 and 1871, the fear of a general war, in which the 20th century has lived virtually without interruption since the early 1900s, did not as yet haunt the citizens of the bourgeois world. It only began to do so slowly after 1871. Wars between the states could still be started and finished deliberately by governments, a situation brilliantly exploited by Bismarck. Only civil wars, and the relatively few conflicts which turned into genuine people's wars, like the war between Paraguay and her neighbors, 1864–70, turned into those episodes of uncontrollable slaughter and destruction with which our own century is so familiar. Nobody knows the extent of the losses in the Taiping Wars, but it has been claimed that some Chinese provinces have not to this day recovered their former population. The American Civil War killed over 630,000 soldiers, and casualties totaled between 33 and 40% of the Union and Confederate forces. The Paraguayan War killed 330,000, insofar as Latin American statistics have any meaning, reducing the population of its chief victim to some 200,000, of whom perhaps 30,000 were men. By any standards, the 1860s were a decade of blood. What made this period of history relatively so bloody? In the first place, it was the very process of global capitalist expansion which multiplied tensions within the overseas world, the ambitions of the industrial world, and direct and indirect conflicts arising out of it. Thus the American Civil War, whatever its political origins, was the triumph of the industrialized North over the agrarian South, almost, one might even say, the transfer of the South from the informal empire of Britain, to whose cotton industry it was the economic pendant, into the new major industrial economy of the United States. It might be regarded as an early if giant step on the road which was in the 20th century to turn all the Americas from a British to an American economic dependency. The Paraguayan War may be best regarded as part of the integration of the River Plate Basin into the British world economy. Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, their faces and economies turned to the Atlantic, forced Paraguay out of the self-sufficiency in which the only area in Latin America in which the Indians resisted the settlement of the whites effectively had so long maintained itself, thanks perhaps to the original dominion of the Jesuits, see Chapter 7 below. Point 3. The Taiping Rebellion and its suppression are inseparable from the rapid penetration of Western guns and capital in the Celestial Empire since the First Opium War, 1839–42, see pages 128–9 below. In the second place, as we have seen, especially in Europe, it was due to the reversion to war as a normal instrument of policy by governments who now ceased to believe that it must be avoided for fear of consequent revolution, and who were also rightly convinced that the power mechanism was capable of keeping them within limits. Economic rivalry hardly led to more than local friction in an era of expansion when there seemed plainly to be room for everyone. Moreover, in this classic era of economic liberalism, business competition was more nearly independent of government support than ever before or after. Nobody, not even Marx, contrary to a common assumption, thought of European wars as primarily economic in origin in this period. Thirdly, however, these wars could now be waged with the new technology of capitalism. Since this technology, through the camera and the telegraph, also transformed the reporting of war in the press, it now brought its reality more vividly before the literate public, but except for the foundation of the International Red Cross in 1860 and the Geneva Convention recognizing it in 1864, this had little effect. Still, our century has produced no more effective controls over its more horrible bloodbaths. The Asian and Latin American wars remained horrible bloodbaths. The Asian and Latin American wars remained substantially pre-technological, except for the small incursions of European forces. The Crimean War, with characteristic incompetence, failed to use adequately the technology already available. But the wars of the 1860s already employed the railway to good effect for mobilization and transport, had the telegraph available for rapid communication, developed the armored warship and its pendant, heavy armor-piercing artillery, could use mass-produced firearms including the Gatling machine gun, 1861, and modern explosives. Dynamite was invented in 1866, with significant consequences for the development of industrial economies. Hence they were on the whole closer to modern mass warfare than anything that had preceded them. The American Civil War mobilized 25 million men out of a total population of, say, 33 million. The rest of the wars of the industrial world remained smaller, for even the 17 million mobilized in 1870 to 1 in the Franco-German War represented less than 25% of the 77 or so million inhabitants of the two countries, or, say, 8% of the 22 million capable of bearing arms. Still, it is worth noting that from the mid-1860s giant battles involving over 300,000 men ceased to be unusual. Sadowa 1866, Grave Lottie, Sedan 1870. There had been only one such battle in the entire course of the Napoleonic Wars, Leipzig 1813. Even the Battle of Solferino in the Italian War of 1859 was larger than all but one Napoleonic battle. We have already observed the domestic byproducts of these government initiatives and wars. Yet in the long run their international consequences were to prove even more dramatic. For during the third quarter of the 19th century the international system was fundamentally altered, much more profoundly than most contemporary observers recognized. Only one aspect of it remained unchanged, the extraordinary superiority of the developed world over the underdeveloped, which was actually underlined, see Chapter 8 below, by the career of the only non-white country which in this period succeeded in imitating the West, namely Japan. Modern technology put any government which did not possess it at the mercy of any government which did. On the other hand, the relations between the powers were transformed. For half a century after the defeat of Napoleon I there had been only one power which was essentially industrial and capitalist, and only one which had a genuinely global policy, i.e. a global navy, Britain. In Europe there were two powers with potentially decisive armies, though their strength was essentially non-capitalist, that of Russia rested on its vast and physically tough population, that of France on the possibility and tradition of revolutionary mass mobilization. Austria and Prussia were not of comparable politico-military importance. In the Americas there was a single power without rivals, the United States, which, as we have seen, did not venture into the area of effective power rivalry. This area did not, before the 1850s, include the Far East. But between 1848 and 1871, or more precisely during the 1860s, three things happened. First, the expansion of industrialization produced other essentially industrial capitalist powers besides Britain, the United States, Prussia, Germany, and, to a much greater extent than before, France, later to be joined by Japan. Second, the progress of industrialization increasingly made wealth and industrial capacity the decisive factor in international power, hence devaluing the relative standing of Russia and France, and greatly increasing that of Prussia, Germany. Third, the emergence as independent powers of two extra-European states, the United States, united under the North in the Civil War, and Japan, systematically embarking on modernization with the Meiji Restoration of 1868, created for the first time the possibility of global power conflict. The increasing tendency of European businessmen and governments to expand their activities overseas, and to find themselves involved with other powers in such areas as the Far East and the Middle East, Egypt, reinforced this possibility. Overseas these changes in the power structure were as yet of no great consequence. Within Europe they immediately made themselves felt. Russia, as the Crimean War showed, had ceased to be the potentially decisive force on the European continent. So, as the Franco-Prussian War demonstrated, had France. Conversely Germany, a new power which combined both a remarkable industrial and technological strength with a substantially larger population than any other European state except Russia, became the new decisive force in this part of the world, and was to remain so until 1945. Austria, in the restyled version of an Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, 1867, remained what she had long been, a great power, merely by size and international convenience, though stronger than the newly united Italy, whose large population and diplomatic ambitions also allowed her to be treated as a participant in the power game. Increasingly, therefore, the formal international structure came to diverge from the real one. International politics became global politics, in which at least two non-European powers were to intervene effectively, though this was not evident until the 20th century. Furthermore, it became a sort of oligopoly of capitalist industrial powers, jointly exercising a monopoly over the world, but competing among themselves, though this did not become evident until the era of imperialism after the end of our period. Around 1875 all this was as yet hardly visible. But the foundations of the new power structure were laid in the 1860s, including the fear of a general European war, which began to haunt observers of the international scene from the 1870s. In fact, there was to be no such war for another 40 years, a longer period than the 20th century has ever managed. Yet our own generation, which can look back at the time of writing on almost 30 years without war between any of the great or even the medium-sized powers, knows better than any other that the absence of war can be combined with the permanent fear of it. In spite of conflicts, the era of liberal triumph had been stable. It was no longer so after 1875. Chapter 5. Building Nations. But what is a nation? Why is Holland a nation, while Hanover and the Grand Duchy of Parma are not? Ernest Renan, 18,821. What's national? When nobody understands a word of the language you speak. Johann Nestroy, 18,622. If a great people does not believe that the truth is to be found in itself alone, if it does not believe that it alone is fit and destined to raise up and save all the rest by its truth, it would at once sink into being ethnographic material, and not a great people. A nation which loses this belief ceases to be a nation. F. Dostoevsky, 1871-23. Nations. Réunir ici tous les peuples. Gustave Flaubert, c. 18524. I. If international and domestic politics were closely bound up with one another during this period, the bond which linked them most obviously was what we call nationalism, but the mid-19th century still knew as the principle of nationality. What were the international politics of the years from 1848 to the 1870s about? Traditional Western historiography had very little doubt, it was about the creation of a Europe of nation-states. There might be considerable uncertainty about the relation between this facet of the age and others which were evidently connected with it, such as economic progress, liberalism, perhaps even democracy, but none about the central role of nationality. And indeed, how could there be? Whatever else it was, 1848, the springtime of peoples, was clearly also, and in international terms primarily, an assertion of nationality, or rather of rival nationalities. Germans, Italians, Hungarians, Poles, Romanians, and the rest asserted their right to be independent and unified states embracing all members of their nations against oppressive governments, as did Czechs, Croats, Danes and others, though with growing misgivings about the revolutionary aspirations of bigger nations which seemed excessively ready to sacrifice their own. France was already an independent national state, but none the less nationalist for that. The revolutions failed, but the European politics of the next 25 years were dominated by the same aspirations. As we have seen, they were actually achieved, in one form or another, though by non-revolutionary or only marginally revolutionary means. France returned to a caricature of the great nation under a caricature of the great Napoleon. Italy and Germany were united under the kingdoms of Savoy and Prussia. Hungary achieved virtual home rule by the Compromise of 1867. Romania became a state by the merger of the two Danubian principalities. Only Poland, which had failed to take an adequate part in the 1848 revolution, also failed to win independence or autonomy by the insurrection of 1863. In the extreme west, as in the extreme southeast, of Europe the national problem obtruded itself. The Fenians in Ireland raised it in the form of radical insurrection, backed by the millions of their countrymen driven by famine and hatred of Britain to the United States. The endemic crisis of the multinational Ottoman Empire took the form of revolts by the various Christian peoples it had so long ruled in the Balkans. Greece and Serbia were already independent, though still much smaller than they thought they ought to be. Romania won independence of a sort at the end of the 1850s. Popular insurrections in the early 1870s precipitated yet another internal and international Turkish crisis, which was to make Bulgaria independent at the end of the decade and accelerate the Balkanization of the Balkans. The so-called Eastern Question, that permanent preoccupation of foreign ministers, now appeared primarily as the question of how to redraw the map of European Turkey among an uncertain number of new states of uncertain size which claimed and were believed to represent nations. And a little further to the north the internal problems of the Habsburg Empire were even more patently those of its constituent nationalities, several of which, and potentially all of which, put forward demands ranging from a mild cultural autonomy to secession. Even outside Europe the construction of nations was dramatically visible. What was the American Civil War, if not the attempt to maintain the unity of the American nation against disruption? What was the Meiji Restoration, if not the appearance of a new and proud nation in Japan? It seemed hardly deniable that nation-making, as Walter Bagehot, 1826-77, called it, was taking place all over the world and was a dominant characteristic of the age. So obvious, that the nature of the phenomenon was hardly investigated. The nation was taken for granted. As Bagehot put it, we cannot imagine those to whom it is a difficulty. We know what it is when you do not ask us, but we cannot very quickly explain or define it. 5 And few thought they needed to. Surely the Englishman knew what being English was, the Frenchman, German, Italian or Russian had no doubt about their collective identity. Perhaps not, but in the age of nation building this was believed to imply the logical, necessary, as well as desirable transformation of nations into sovereign nation-states, with a coherent territory defined by the area settled by the members of a nation, which was in turn defined by its past history, its common culture, its ethnic composition and, increasingly, its language. But there is nothing logical about this implication. If the existence of differing groups of men, distinguishing themselves from other groups by a variety of criteria is both undeniable and as old as history, the fact that they imply what the 19th century regarded as nationhood is not. Still less so is the fact that they are organized in territorial states of the 19th century kind, let alone states coinciding with nations. These were relatively recent historic phenomena, though some older territorial states, England, France, Spain, Portugal, and perhaps even Russia, could have been defined as nation-states without obvious absurdity. Even as a general program, the aspiration to form nation-states out of non-nation states was a product of the French Revolution. We must therefore distinguish rather clearly between the formation of nations and nationalism, insofar as this took place during our period, and the creation of nation-states. The problem was not merely analytical but practical. For Europe, let alone the rest of the world, was evidently divided into nations about whose states or aspirations to found states there was, rightly or wrongly, little doubt, and those about which there was a considerable amount of uncertainty. The safest guide to the first was political fact, institutional history, or the cultural history of the literate. France, England, Spain, Russia were undeniably nations because they had states identified with the French, English, etc. Hungary and Poland were nations because a Hungarian kingdom existed as a separate entity even within the Habsburg Empire, and a Polish state had long existed until destroyed at the end of the 18th century. Germany was a nation both because its numerous principalities, though never united into a single territorial state, had long formed the so-called Holy Roman Empire of the German nation and still formed the Germanic Federation, and also because all educated Germans shared the same written language and literature. Italy, though never a political entity as such, had perhaps the oldest common literary culture of its elite. And so on. The historic criterion of nationhood thus implied the decisive importance of the institutions and culture of the ruling classes or educated elites, supposing them to be identified, or not too obviously incompatible with, those of the common people. But the ideological argument for nationalism was very different and much more radical, democratic, and revolutionary. It rested on the fact that, whatever history or culture said, the Irish were Irish and not English, the Czechs Czech and not German, the Finns were not Russian, and no people ought to be exploited and ruled by another. Historic arguments might be found or invented to back this claim, they can always be discovered, but essentially the Czech movement did not rest on the claim to restore the crown of Saint Wenceslas, nor the Irish on the repeal of the Union of 1801. The basis of this sense of separateness was not necessarily ethnic, in the sense of readily identifiable differences of physical appearance, or even linguistic. During our period the movements of the Irish, most of whom already spoke English, the Norwegians, whose literate language was not very distinct from Danish, or the Finns, whose nationalists were both Swedish and Finnish speaking, did not make a fundamentally linguistic case for themselves. If it was cultural, it rested not on high culture, of which several of the peoples concerned as yet had little, but rather on the oral culture, songs, ballads, epics, etc., the customs and ways of life of the folk, the common people, i.e. for practical purposes the peasantry. The first stage of national revival was invariably one of collecting, recovering, and acquiring pride in this folk heritage, see The Age of Revolution, chapter 14. But in itself this was not political. Those who pioneered it were, as often as not, cultured members of the foreign ruling class or elite, such as the German Lutheran pastors or intellectually minded gentlemen in the Baltic who collected the folklore and antiquities of the Latvian or Estonian peasantry. The Irish were not nationalists because they believed in leprechauns. Why they were nationalists and how far they were nationalists, we shall discuss below. The significant point here is that the typical unhistorical or semi-historical nation was also a small nation, and this faced 19th century nationalism with a dilemma which has rarely been recognized. For the champions of the nation-state assumed not only that it must be national, but also that it must be progressive, i.e. capable of developing a viable economy, technology, state organization, and military force, i.e. that it must be at least moderately large. It was to be, in fact, the natural unit of the development of the modern, liberal, progressive, and de facto bourgeois society. Unification as much as independence was its principle, and where no historic arguments for unification existed, as they did for example in Italy and Germany, it was, where feasible, formulated as a program. There is no evidence whatever that the Balkan Slavs had ever considered themselves parts of the same nation, but the nationalist ideologues who emerged in the first half of the century thought in terms of an Illyria hardly more real than Shakespeare's, a Yugoslav state which was to unite Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Bosnians, Macedonians and others who to this day demonstrate that their Yugoslav nationalism is, to put it mildly, in conflict with their sentiments as Croats, Slovenes, etc. The most eloquent and typical champion of the Europe of nationalities, Giuseppe Mazzini, 1805–72, proposed a map of his ideal Europe in 1857:6. It consisted of a mere 11 unions of this kind. Clearly his idea of nation-states was very different from that of the Woodrow Wilson who presided over the only systematic redrawing of the European map according to national principles at Versailles in 1919–20. His Europe consisted of 26 or, including Ireland, 27 sovereign states, and by Wilsonian criteria a case could have been made out for a few more. What was to happen to the small nations? They must plainly be integrated, federally or otherwise, with or without some as yet undetermined autonomy, into the viable nation-states, though it appeared to escape the notice of Mazzini that a man who proposed uniting Switzerland with Savoy, German Tyrol, Carinthia, and Slovenia was hardly in a position to criticize, say, the Habsburg Empire for trampling on the national principle. The simplest argument for those who identified nation-states with progress was to deny the character of real nations to the small and backward peoples, or to argue that progress must reduce them to mere provincial idiosyncrasy within the larger real nations, or even lead to their actual disappearance by assimilation to some Kulturvolk. This did not seem unrealistic. After all, membership of Germany did not stop the Mecklenburgers from talking a dialect which was closer to Dutch than to High German and which no Bavarian could understand, or for that matter the Lusatian Slavs from accepting, as they still do, a basically German state. The existence of the Bretons, and a part of the Basques, Catalans, and Flemings, not to mention the speakers of Provençal and the Langue d'Oc, appeared perfectly compatible with the French nation of which they formed a part, and the Alsatians created a problem only because another large nation-state, Germany, disputed their allegiance. Moreover, there were examples of such small linguistic groups whose educated elite looked forward without gloom to the disappearance of their language. Plenty of Welshmen in the mid-19th century were resigned to it, and some welcomed it as a means of facilitating the penetration of progress into a backward region. There was a strong element of inegalitarian and perhaps a stronger one of special pleading in such arguments. Some nations, the large, the advanced, the established, including certainly the ideologist's own, were destined by history to prevail or, if the ideologist preferred Darwinian phraseology, to be victors in the struggle for existence, others were not. Yet this must not be interpreted simply as a conspiracy of some nations to oppress others, though spokesmen of the unrecognized nations could hardly be blamed for thinking so. For the argument was directed as much against the regional languages and cultures of the nation itself as against outsiders, and did not necessarily envisage their disappearance, but only their downgrading from the status of language to that of dialect. Cavour did not deny the right of Savoyards to talk their language, closer to French than Italian. In a united Italy, he spoke it himself for most domestic purposes. He, and other Italian nationalists, merely insisted that there should be only one official language and medium of instruction, namely Italian, and the others should sink or swim as best they could. As it so happened at this stage, neither the Sicilians nor the Sardinians insisted on their separate nationhood, so their problem could be redefined as, at best, regionalism. It only became politically significant once a small people claimed nationhood, as the Czechs did in 1848 when their spokesman refused the invitation of the German liberals to take part in the Frankfurt Parliament. The Germans did not deny that there were Czechs. They merely assumed, quite correctly, that all educated Czechs read and wrote German, shared German high culture and, incorrectly, that they therefore were German. The fact that the Czech elite also spoke Czech and shared the culture of the local common people seemed to be politically irrelevant, like the attitudes of the common people in general and the peasantry in particular. Faced with the national aspirations of small peoples, the ideologists of a national Europe therefore had three choices: they could deny their legitimacy or their existence altogether, they could reduce them to movements for regional autonomy, and they could accept them as undeniable but unmanageable facts. Germans tended to do the first with such peoples as the Slovenes, Hungarians with the Slovaks. Cavour and Mazzini took the second view about the Irish movement. Nothing is more paradoxical than their failure to fit into the nationalist pattern the one national movement about whose mass basis there could be no conceivable doubt. Politicians of all kinds were constrained to take the third view of the Czechs, whose national movement, though not then envisaging total independence, could no longer be argued away after 1848. Where possible, of course, they paid no attention to such movements at all. Hardly any foreigner bothered to note that several of the most old established national states were in fact multinational, e.g. Britain, France, Spain, for the Welsh, the Scots, the Bretons, the Catalans, etc., posed no international problem, and, with the possible exception of the Catalans, no significant problem in the domestic politics of their own countries. 2. There was thus a fundamental difference between the movement to found nation-states and nationalism. The one was a program to construct a political artifact claiming to be based on the other. There is no doubt that many who thought of themselves as Germans for some purposes, did not believe that this implied a single German state, a German state of a specific type, let alone one which included all Germans living within the area bounded, as the national song had it, by the rivers Meuse in the west and Niemen in the east, the sea straits of Denmark, the Belt, in the north and the river Adige in the south. Bismarck, for one, would have denied that his rejection of this greater German program meant that he was not a German as well as a Prussian junker and servant of the state. He was a German, but not a German nationalist, probably not even a little German nationalist by conviction, though he actually unified the country, excluding the areas of the Austrian Empire which had belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, but including the areas taken by Prussia from Poland, which had never been part of it. An extreme case of a divergence between nationalism and the nation-state was Italy, most of which was unified under the King of Savoy in 1859–60, 1866 and 1870. There was no historic precedent later than ancient Rome for a single administration of the entire area from the Alps to Sicily, which Metternich had, quite correctly, described as a mere geographical expression. At the moment of unification, in 1860, it has been estimated that not more than 2.5% of its inhabitants actually spoke the Italian language for the ordinary purposes of life, the rest talking idioms so different that the schoolmasters sent by the Italian state into Sicily in the 1860s were mistaken for Englishmen. 7 Probably a much larger percentage, but still a modest minority, at that date would have thought of themselves primarily as Italians. No wonder Massimo d'Azeglio, 1792–1866, exclaimed in 1860, "We have made Italy, now we must make the Italians." Nevertheless, whatever their nature and program, movements representing the national idea grew and multiplied. They did not often, or even normally, represent what by the early 20th century had become the standard, and extreme, version of the national program, i.e. the necessity of a totally independent, territorially and linguistically homogeneous, secular, and probably republican/parliamentary, state for each people. 3 However, they all implied some more or less ambitious political changes, and this is what made them nationalist. These we must now try to look at, avoiding both the anachronism of hindsight and the temptation to confuse the ideas of the most vociferous nationalist leaders with those actually held by their followers. Nor should we overlook the substantial difference between old and new nationalisms, the former including not only the historic nations not yet possessing their own states, but those who had long done so. How British did the British feel? Not very, in spite of the virtual absence at this stage of any movements for Welsh and Scottish autonomy. There was English nationalism, but it was not shared by the smaller nations in the island. English emigrants to the United States were proud of their nationality, and therefore reluctant to become American citizens, but Welsh and Scottish immigrants had no such loyalty. They could remain as proudly Welsh and Scottish under American as under British citizenship, and naturalized themselves freely. How French did the members even of La Grande Nation feel? We do not know, but statistics of draft evasion earlier in the century suggest that certain regions in the west and south, not to mention the special case of the Corsicans, regarded compulsory military service as a disagreeable imposition rather than as a national duty of the French citizen. The Germans, as we know, had different views about the size, nature, and structure of the future united German state, but how many of them cared about German unification at all? Not, by general agreement, the German peasants, even in the 1848 revolution, when the national question dominated politics. These were countries in which mass nationalism and patriotism can hardly be denied, and they demonstrate how unwise it is to take its universality and homogeneity for granted. In most other nations, especially the emergent ones, only myth and propaganda would have taken it for granted in the mid-19th century. There the national movement tended to become political, after its sentimental and folkloristic phase, with the emergence of more or less large groups of cotters dedicated to the national idea, publishing national journals and other literature, organizing national societies, attempting to establish educational and cultural institutions, and engaging in various more frankly political activities. But in general at this stage the movement still lacked any serious support among the mass of the population. It consisted primarily of the strata intermediate between the masses and what local bourgeoisie or aristocracy existed, if any, and especially of the literate, teachers, the lower levels of the clergy, some urban shopkeepers and artisans, and the sort of men who had risen about as far as it was possible for the sons of a subordinate peasant people in a hierarchical society. Eventually the students, from some nationally minded faculties, seminaries, and high schools, provided them with a ready-made body of active militants. Of course in historic nations, which required little except the removal of foreign rule to re-emerge as states, the local elite, gentry in Hungary and Poland, middle-class bureaucrats in Norway, provided a more immediately political cotter and sometimes a larger base for nationalism, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 7. On the whole this phase of nationalism ends between 1848 and the 1860s in northern, western, and central Europe, though many of the smaller Baltic and Slav people were only beginning to enter it. For obvious reasons the most traditional, backward or poor sections of a people were the last to be involved in such movements, workers, servants, and peasants, who followed the path traced by the educated elite. The phase of a mass nationalism, which therefore normally came under the influence of organizations of the nationalist liberal democratic middle strata, except when offset by independent labor and socialist parties, was to some extent correlated with economic and political development. In the Czech lands it began in the Revolution of 1848, relapsed in the absolutist 1850s, but grew enormously during the rapid economic progress of the 1860s, when political conditions were also more favorable. A native Czech bourgeoisie had by now acquired sufficient wealth to found an effective Czech bank, and eventually such expensive institutions as a national theatre in Prague, provisionally opened in 1862. More to our point, mass cultural organizations like the Sokol gymnastic clubs, 1862, now covered the countryside, and the political campaigns after the Austro-Hungarian Compromise were conducted through a series of vast open-air mass rallies, some 140 with an estimated participation of 1.5 million in 1868 to 718, which, incidentally, illustrate both the novelty and the cultural internationalism of the mass national movements. 4. Lacking a proper name for such activities, the Czechs initially borrowed the term meeting for them from the Irish movement, which they attempted to copy. 4. Soon a suitably traditional name was devised by harking back to the Hussites of the 15th century, a natural example for Czech national militancy, the Tabor, and this in turn was to be adopted by the Croat nationalists for their rallies, though the Hussites had no historical relevance to them. This kind of mass nationalism was new, and quite distinct from the elite or middle-class nationalism of the Italian and German movements. And yet another form of mass nationalism had long existed, both more traditional, more revolutionary, and more independent of local middle classes, if only because these were of no great economic and political consequence. But can we call the rebellions of peasants and mountaineers against foreign rule nationalist, when united only by the consciousness of oppression, by xenophobia, and by an attachment to ancient tradition, the true faith and a vague sense of ethnic identity? Only when they happen to be attached for one reason or another to modern national movements. Whether they can be so attached in southeastern Europe, where such risings destroyed much of the Turkish Empire, particularly in the 1870s, Bosnia, Bulgaria, may be debated, though it is undeniable that they produced independent states, Romania, Bulgaria, which claimed to be national. At best we may speak of a proto-nationalism, as among the Romanians, conscious of the difference of their language from the surrounding and intermingled Slavs, Hungarians, and Germans, or the Slavs, conscious of a certain Slavness which intellectuals and politicians tried to develop into an ideology of Panslavism in our period, and even among them it is probable that the feeling of solidarity of Orthodox Christians with the great Orthodox Empire of Russia was the force which gave it reality. In this period, one such movement, however, was unquestionably national, the Irish. The Irish Republican Brotherhood, Fenians, with its still surviving Irish Republican Army, was the lineal descendant of the secret revolutionary fraternities of the pre-1848 period, and the longest-lived organization of its kind. Mass rural support for nationalist politicians was not in itself new, for the Irish combination of foreign conquest, poverty, oppression, and a largely Anglo-Protestant landlord class imposed on an Irish Catholic peasantry mobilized the least political. In the first half of the century the leaders of these mass movements had belonged to the small Irish middle class, and their aim, supported by the only effective national organization, the Church, had been a moderate accommodation with the English. The novelty of the Fenians, who first appeared as such in the late 1850s, was that they were entirely independent of the middle-class moderates, that their support came entirely from among the popular masses, even, in spite of the open hostility of the Church, parts of the peasantry, and that they were the first to put forward a program of total independence from England, to be achieved by armed insurrection. In spite of their name, derived from the heroic mythology of ancient Ireland, their ideology was quite non-traditional, though its secular, even anti-clerical nationalism cannot conceal that for the mass of the Fenian Irish the criterion of nationality was, and still is, the Catholic faith. Their wholehearted concentration on an Irish republic won by armed struggle replaced a social and economic, even a domestic political program, and their heroic legend of rebel gunmen and martyrs has up to the present been too strong for those who wanted to formulate one. This is the Republican tradition which survives into the 1970s and has re-emerged in the Ulster Civil War, in the Provisional IRA. The readiness of the Fenians to ally themselves with socialist revolutionaries, and of these to recognize the revolutionary character of Fenianism, should not encourage illusions about this. But neither should we underestimate the novelty, and the historic significance, of a movement whose financial support came from the masses of Irish laborers driven by famine and hatred of England to the United States, whose recruits came from Irish emigrant proletarians in America and England. There were hardly any industrial workers in what is now the Irish Republic, and from young peasants and farm workers in the ancient strongholds of Irish agrarian terrorism, whose cottars were men such as these and the lowest strata of revolutionary urban white-collar workers, and whose leaders dedicated their lives to insurrection. It anticipates the revolutionary national movements of underdeveloped countries in the 20th century. It lacked the core of socialist labor organization, or perhaps merely the inspiration of a socialist ideology, which was to turn the combination of national liberation and social transformation into such a formidable force in this century. There was no socialism anywhere, let alone socialist organization in Ireland, and the Fenians, who were also social revolutionaries, notably Michael David, 1846–1906, succeeded merely in making explicit in the Land League the always implicit relation between mass nationalism and mass agrarian discontent, and even this not until after the end of our period, during the Great Agrarian Depression of the late 1870s and 1880s. Fenianism was mass nationalism in the epoch of triumphant liberalism. It could do little except reject England and demand total independence through revolution for an oppressed people, hoping that somehow this would solve all problems of poverty and exploitation. It did not do even this very effectively, for in spite of the self-abnegation and heroism of the Fenians, their scattered insurrections, 1867, and invasions, e.g. of Canada from the United States, were conducted with notable inefficiency, and their dramatic coups achieved, as is usual in such operations, little more than temporary publicity, occasionally bad publicity. They generated the force which was to win independence for most of Catholic Ireland, but, since they generated nothing else, they left the future of that Ireland to the middle-class moderates, the rich farmers and small-town tradesmen of a small agrarian country who were to take over their heritage. Though the Irish case was still unique, there is no denying that in our period nationalism increasingly became a mass force, at least in the countries populated by whites. Even though the Communist Manifesto was less unrealistic than is often supposed in stating that the workers have no country, it probably advanced among the working class pari passu with political consciousness, if only because the tradition of revolution itself was national, as in France, and because the leaders and ideologists of the new labor movements were themselves deeply involved in the national question, as almost everywhere in 1848. The alternative to a national political consciousness was not, in practice, working-class internationalism but a sub-political consciousness which still operated on a scale much smaller than, or irrelevant to, that of the nation-state. The men and women on the political left who chose clearly between national and supranational loyalties, such as the cause of the international proletariat, were few. The internationalism of the left in practice meant solidarity and support for those who fought the same cause in other nations and, in the case of political refugees, the readiness to participate in the struggle wherever they found themselves. But, as the examples of Garibaldi, Cluseret of the Paris Commune, who helped the Fenians in America, and numerous Polish fighters prove, this was not incompatible with passionately nationalist beliefs. It might also mean a refusal to accept the definitions of the national interest put forward by governments and others. Yet the German and French socialists who in 1870 joined in protesting against the fratricidal Franco-Prussian War were not insensible to nationalism as they saw it. The Paris Commune derived its support from the Jacobin patriotism of Paris as much as from the slogans of social emancipation, and the Marxist German Social Democrats of Liebknecht and Babel derived much of theirs from their appeal to the radical democratic nationalism of 1848 against the Prussian version of the national program. What German workers resented was reaction rather than German patriotism, and one of the most unacceptable aspects of reaction was that it called Social Democrats Vaterlandlos Gesellen, fellows without a fatherland, thus denying them the right to be not only workers but good Germans. And, of course, it was almost impossible for political consciousness not to be in some way or another nationally defined. The proletariat, like the bourgeoisie, existed only conceptually as an international fact. In reality it existed as an aggregate of groups defined by their national state or ethnic/linguistic difference, British, French or, in multinational states, German, Hungarian or Slav. And, insofar as state and nation were supposed to coincide in the ideology of those who established institutions and dominated civil society, politics in terms of the state implied politics in terms of the nation. 3. And yet, however powerful national feelings and, as nations turned into states or the other way round, allegiances, the nation was not a spontaneous growth but an artifact. It was not merely historically novel, though embodying the things members of some very ancient human groups had in common or thought they had in common as against foreigners. It had actually to be constructed. Hence the crucial importance of the institutions which could impose national uniformity, which meant primarily the state, especially state education, state employment and, in countries adopting conscription, military service. 7 The educational systems of developed countries expanded substantially during this period, at all levels. The number of university students remained unusually modest by modern standards. Omitting theology students, Germany led the field at the end of the 1870s with almost 17,000, followed a long way after by Italy and France with 9 to 10,000 each and Austria with some 8,009. It did not grow much except under nationalist pressure and in the United States, where institutions dedicated to higher education were in the process of multiplying. 8 Secondary education grew with the middle classes, though, like the superior bourgeoisie for whom they were destined, they remained very much elite institutions, except once again in the United States, where the public high school began its career of democratic triumph. In 1850 there had only been 100 of them in the entire nation. In France the proportion of those undergoing a secondary education rose from 1 in 35, 1,842, to 1 in 20, 1,864. But secondary graduates, they averaged about 5,500 per annum in the first half of the 1860s, formed only 1 in 55 or 60 of the conscript class, though this was better than in the 1840s when they had formed only 1 in 93.10. Most countries were situated somewhere between the totally pre-educational or the totally restrictive countries, such as Britain with its 25,000 boys in 225 purely private establishments miscalled public schools, and the education-hungry Germans whose gymnasia contained perhaps 250,000 pupils in the 1880s. But the major advance occurred in the primary schools, whose purpose was by general consent not only to teach the rudiments of literacy and arithmetic but, perhaps even more, to impose the values of society, morals, patriotism, etc., on their inmates. This was the sector of education which had previously been neglected by the secular state, and its growth was closely linked with the advance of the masses into politics, as witness the setting up of the state primary education system in Britain 3 years after the Reform Act of 1867 and the vast expansion of the system in the first decade of the Third Republic in France. Progress was indeed striking. Between 1840 and the 1880s the population of Europe rose by 33%, but the number of its children attending school by 145%. Even in well-schooled Prussia the number of primary schools increased by over 50% between 1843 and 1871. But it was not due merely to the educational backwardness of Italy that the fastest increase in the school population in our period occurred there, 460%. In the 15 years following unification the number of primary school children doubled. In fact, for new nation-states these institutions were of crucial importance, for through them alone the national language, generally constructed earlier by private efforts, could actually become the written and spoken language of the people, at least for some purposes. 9 Hence also the crucial importance for struggling national movements of the fight to win cultural autonomy, i.e. to control the relevant part of state institutions, e.g. to achieve school instruction in and administrative use for their language. The issue was not one which affected the illiterate, who learned their dialect from their mothers anyway, nor the minority peoples who assimilated en bloc to the prevailing language of the ruling class. The European Jews were content to retain their native languages, the Yiddish derived from medieval German and the Ladino derived from medieval Spanish, as a Maimloskan, mother tongue, for domestic use, communicating with their Gentile neighbors in whatever idiom was required and, if they became bourgeois, abandoning their old language for that of their surrounding aristocracy and middle class, English, French, Polish, Russian, Hungarian, but especially German. But the Jews at this stage were not nationalist, and their failure to attach importance to a national language, as well as their failure to possess a national territory, led many to doubt that they could be a nation. On the other hand, the issue was vital for the middle class and educated elites emerging from backward or subaltern peoples. It was they who specially resented the privileged access to important and prestigious posts which native speakers of the official language had, even when, as was the case with the Czechs, their own compulsory bilingualism actually gave them a career advantage over the monoglot Germans in Bohemia. Why should a Croat have to learn Italian, the language of a small minority, to become an officer in the Austrian navy? And yet, as nation-states were formed, as the public posts and professions of progressive civilization multiplied, as school education became more general, above all as migration urbanized rural peoples, these resentments found an increasingly general resonance. For schools and institutions, in imposing one language of instruction, also imposed a culture, a nationality. In areas of homogeneous settlement this did not matter. The Austrian Constitution of 1867 recognized elementary education in the language of the country. But why should Slovenes or Czechs, migrating into hitherto German cities, be compelled to become Germans as a price of becoming literate? They demanded the right to their own schools even when they were minorities. And why should the Czechs and Slovenes of Prague or Ljubljana, Laibach, having reduced the Germans from a majority to a smallish minority, have to confront street names and municipal regulations in a foreign tongue? The politics of the Austrian half of the Habsburg Empire were complex enough for the government to have to think multinationally. But what if other governments used schooling, that most powerful weapon for forming the nations upon which they purported to rest, to Magyarize, Germanize, or Italianize systematically? The paradox of nationalism was that in forming its own nation it automatically created the counter-nationalism of those whom it now forced into the choice between assimilation and inferiority. The age of liberalism did not grasp this paradox. Indeed, it did not understand that principle of nationality which it approved, considered itself to embody, and in suitable cases actively supported. Contemporary observers were no doubt right in supposing, or acting as if, nations and nationalism were as yet largely unformed and malleable. The American nation, for instance, was based on the assumption that in migrating across the ocean many millions of Europeans would lightly and quickly abandon any political loyalties to their homeland and any claims to official status for their native languages and cultures. The United States, or Brazil, or Argentina, would not be multinational, but absorb the immigrants into its own nation. And in our period this is what happened, even though the immigrant communities did not lose their identity in the melting pot of the New World, but remained or even became consciously and proudly Irish, German, Swedish, Italian, etc. The communities of immigrants might be important national forces in their countries of origin, as the American Irish were in the politics of Ireland, but in the United States itself they were of major significance chiefly to candidates for municipal elections. Germans in Prague by their very existence raised the most far-reaching political problems for the Habsburg Empire, not so Germans in Cincinnati or Milwaukee for the United States. Nationalism therefore still seemed readily manageable within the framework of a bourgeois liberalism, and compatible with it. A world of nations would, it was believed, be a liberal world, and a liberal world would consist of nations. The future was to show that the relationship between the two was not as simple as this. I know modern Englishmen, German, or Frenchmen can read the works of 14th-century literature written in their countries without learning what amounts to a different language, but all educated Italians today can read Dante with less difficulty than modern English speakers can read Shakespeare. This attitude must be distinguished from that of social revolutionaries who did not, at least in our period, assign any major significance to nationalism at all, and therefore took a purely operational view of it. For Marx, Hungarian and Polish nationalism in 1848 was good, because mobilized on the side of the revolution, Czech and Croat nationalism bad, because objectively on the side of counter-revolution. But we cannot deny that there was an element of great nation nationalism in such views, very obviously among the highly chauvinist French revolutionaries, notably the Blanquists, and not easily to be denied even in Frederick Engels. Zionism, by the very extremism of its claims, illustrates this clearly, for it implied taking a territory, inventing a language and secularizing the political structures of a people whose historic unity had consisted exclusively in the practice of a common religion. For the word meeting was also to be borrowed for mass rallies of the working class by the French and the Spaniards, but probably in this instance from English experience. Panslavism appealed both to the conservative and imperial politicians of Russia, whom it offered an extension of Russian influence, and to those of the lesser Slavic peoples of the Habsburg Empire, whom it offered a powerful ally and perhaps also, more remotely, the hope of forming a proper large nation instead of a collection of small and apparently unviable ones. The revolutionary and democratic panslavism of the anarchist Bakunin may be neglected as utopian. It was therefore strongly opposed by the left, which regarded Russia as the main stronghold of international reaction. Marx supported them strongly and was in correspondence with Fenian leaders. Conscription operated in France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and Austro-Hungary. 8 of the 18 new universities founded between 1849 and 1875, 9 were overseas, 5 in the United States, 2 in Australia, 1 each in Algiers and Tokyo, 5 were in Eastern Europe, Jassy, Bucharest, Odessa, Zagreb and Czernowitz. 2 very modest foundations were in Britain. 9 The mass media, i.e. at this stage the press, could only turn into such when such a mass literate public in the standard language had been created. A movement to develop both Yiddish and Ladino into standard literary languages developed, in the first case, from the mid-century, and was later to be taken up by the Jewish revolutionary, Marxist, movements, not by Jewish nationalism, Zionism. Chapter 6. The Forces of Democracy. The bourgeoisie should know that, alongside it, the forces of democracy have grown during the Second Empire. It will find these forces, so solidly entrenched that it would be crazy to renew war against it. Henry Alain Targe, 18,681. But as the progress of democracy is the result of general social development, an advanced society, while commanding a greater share of political power, will, at the same time, protect the state from democratic excesses. If the latter should anywhere prevail, for a time, they will be promptly repressed. Sir T. Erskine May, 18,772. If nationalism was one historic force recognized by governments, democracy, or the growing role of the common man in the affairs of state, was the other. The two were the same, insofar as nationalist movements in this period became mass movements, and certainly at this point pretty well all radical nationalist leaders supposed them to be identical. However, as we have seen, in practice large bodies of common people, such as peasants, still remained unaffected by nationalism even in the countries in which their participation in politics was seriously considered, while others, notably the new working classes, were being urged to follow movements which, at least in theory, put a common international class interest above national affiliations. At all events, from the point of view of ruling classes the important thing was not what the masses believed, but that their beliefs now counted in politics. They were, by definition, numerous, ignorant and dangerous, most dangerous precisely by virtue of their ignorant tendency to believe their eyes, which told them that their rulers paid too little attention to their miseries, and the simple logic which suggested to them that, since they formed the bulk of the people, government should primarily serve their interests. Yet it became increasingly clear in the developed and industrialized countries of the West that sooner or later the political systems would have to make room for them. Moreover, it also became clear that the liberalism which formed the basic ideology of the bourgeois world had no theoretical defenses against this contingency. Its characteristic form of political organization was representative government through elected assemblies, representing not, as in feudal states, social interests or collectivities, but aggregates of individuals, of legally equal status. Self-interest, caution, or even a certain common sense might well suggest to those on top that all men were not equally capable of deciding the great questions of government, the illiterate less than the university graduates, the superstitious less than the enlightened, the feckless poor less than those who had proved their capacity of rational behavior by the accumulation of property. However, quite apart from the lack of conviction such arguments carried to those at the bottom, other than the most conservative, they had two major weaknesses. Legal equality could not make such distinctions in theory. What was considerably more important, they became increasingly hard to make in practice, as social mobility and educational progress, both essential to bourgeois society, blurred the division between the middle strata and their social inferiors. Where, in the great and increasing mass of the respectable workers and lower middle classes who adopted so much of the values and, in so far as their means allowed, the behavior, of the bourgeoisie, was the line to be drawn. Wherever it was drawn, if it included any large number of them, it was likely to include a substantial body of citizens who did not support several of the ideas which bourgeois liberalism regarded as essential to the prospering of society, and who might well oppose them passionately. Furthermore, and most decisively, the 1848 revolutions had shown how the masses could erupt into the closed circle of their rulers, and the progress of industrial society itself made their pressure constantly greater even in non-revolutionary periods. The 1850s gave most rulers a breathing space. For a decade and more they did not seriously have to worry about such problems in Europe. However, there was one country in which the political and constitutional clocks could not simply be turned back. In France, with 3 revolutions behind it already, the exclusion of the masses from politics seemed a utopian undertaking. They would henceforth have to be managed. The so-called Second Empire of Louis Napoleon, Napoleon III, hence became a sort of laboratory of a more modern kind of politics, though the peculiarities of its character have sometimes obscured its anticipations of later forms of political management. Such experimentation suited the taste, though perhaps less the talents, of the enigmatic personage who stood at its head. Napoleon III has been notably unfortunate in his public relations. He was unlucky enough to unite against himself all the most powerful polemical talents of his time, and the combined invective of Karl Marx and Victor Hugo are alone sufficient to bury his memory, without counting lesser though at the time equally effective journalistic talents. Furthermore, he was notoriously unsuccessful in his international, and even his domestic political enterprises. A Hitler can survive the unanimous reprobation of world opinion, since it is undeniable that this evil, psychopathological, and terrifying man achieved extraordinary things on the way to a probably inevitable catastrophe, not least to maintain the solid support of his people to the end. Napoleon III was plainly not so extraordinary or even mad. The man who was outmaneuvered by Cavour and Bismarck, whose political support had shrunk dangerously even before his empire disintegrated after a few weeks of war, who turned Bonapartism from a major political force in France into a historical anecdote, will inevitably go down in history as Napoleon the Little. He did not even play his chosen role well. That secretive, saturnine but often charming figure with the long waxed mustaches, increasingly racked by ill health, horrified by the very battles which were to establish his and French greatness, seemed imperial only ex officio. He was essentially a politician, a backstairs politician and, as it turned out, an unsuccessful one. Yet fate and his personal background had cast him for an entirely novel role. As an imperial pretender before 1848, though his genealogical claim to being a Bonaparte was doubted, he had to think in untraditional terms. He grew up in the world of the nationalist agitators, joining the Carbonari himself, and the Saint-Simonians. From this experience he derived a strong, perhaps excessive, belief in the inevitability of such historic forces as nationalism and democracy, and a certain heterodoxy about social problems and political methods which stood him in good stead later. The revolution gave him his chance by electing the name Bonaparte to the presidency with an overwhelming majority, but for a variety of motives. He did not need votes to stay in power and, after the coup d'état of 1851, to declare himself emperor, but if he had not been elected first, not all his capacity for intrigue would have persuaded the generals or anyone else of power and ambition to back him. He was thus the first ruler of a large state outside the United States to come to power by means of universal, masculine, suffrage, and never forgot it. He continued to operate with it, initially as a plebiscitary Caesar, rather like General de Gaulle, the elected representative assembly being quite insignificant, after 1860 increasingly also with the usual paraphernalia of parliamentarism. Being a believer in the accepted historical verities of the time, he probably did not believe that he could resist this force of history either. Napoleon III's attitude towards electoralist politics was ambiguous, and this is what makes it interesting. As a parliamentarian he played what was then the standard game of politics, namely collecting together a sufficient majority from among the assembly of elected individuals, grouped in loose and shifting alliances with vaguely ideological labels which must not be confused with modern political parties. Hence both surviving politicians from the July monarchy, 1830–48, like Adolphe Thiers, 1797–1877, and future luminaries of the Third Republic, like Jules Favre, 1809–80, Jules Ferry, 1832–93, and Gambetta, 1838–82, restored or made their names in the 1860s. He was not particularly successful at this game, especially when he decided to slacken the firm bureaucratic control over elections and press. On the other hand, as an electoral campaigner himself, he kept in reserve, again like General de Gaulle, only perhaps with greater success, the weapon of the plebiscite. It had ratified his triumph in 1852 by an overwhelming and, in spite of considerable management, probably authentic victory of 7-8 million against 0-24 million, with 2 million abstentions, and even in 1870, on the eve of collapse, it could still reverse a deteriorating parliamentary situation with a majority of 7-4 million against 1-6 million. This popular support was politically unorganized, except, of course, through bureaucratic pressures. Unlike modern popular leaders, Napoleon III had no movement, but of course as head of the state he hardly needed one. Nor was it at all homogeneous. He would himself have liked the support of the progressives, the Jacobin, Republican vote, which always kept aloof, at all events in the cities, and the working classes, whose social and political significance he appreciated more than orthodox liberals. However, though he sometimes received the support of important spokesmen of this group, such as the anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–65, and made serious efforts to conciliate and tame the rising labor movement in the 1860s, he legalized strikes in 1864, he failed to break both their traditional and their logical affinity with the left. In practice he therefore relied on the conservative element and especially on the peasantry, mainly of the western two-thirds of the country. For these he was a Napoleon, a stable and anti-revolutionary government firm against threats to property, and, if they were Catholics, the defender of the Pope in Rome, a situation from which Napoleon would have wanted to escape for diplomatic reasons, but could not for domestic political ones. But his rule was even more significant. Karl Marx observed with his habitual insight the nature of his relationship with the French peasantry. Incapable of enforcing their class interest in their own name, whether through a parliament or a convention. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, as an unlimited governmental power that protects them against other classes and sends them the rain and sunshine from above. The political influence of the small peasants, therefore, finds its final expression in the executive power subordinating society to itself. 3. Napoleon was that executive power. Many politicians of the 20th century, nationalist, populist, and in the most dangerous form, fascist, were to rediscover the sort of relationship which he pioneered with masses unable to enforce their class interest in their own name. They were also to discover that there were other strata of the population similar in this respect to the post-revolutionary French peasantry. With the exception of Switzerland, whose revolutionary constitution remained in being, no other European state operated on the basis of universal, masculine, suffrage in the 1850s. It should perhaps be noted that even in the nominally democratic United States electoral participation was strikingly lower than in France. In 1860 Lincoln was elected by less than half of 47 million voters out of a population of roughly comparable size. Representative assemblies, generally lacking serious power or influence outside Britain, Scandinavia, Holland, Belgium, Spain, and Savoy, were familiar enough, but invariably either elected very indirectly, or something like the old estates, or with more or less rigorous age and property qualifications for both voters and candidates. Almost invariably elected assemblies of this kind were flanked and braked by more conservative first chambers, mostly appointed or composed of hereditary or ex officio members. The United Kingdom, with something like 1 million electors out of 27.5 million inhabitants, was doubtless less restrictive than, say, Belgium, with something like 60,000 out of 47 million, but neither was, nor intended to be, democratic. The revival of popular pressure in the 1860s made it impossible to keep politics isolated from it. By the end of our period only Tsarist Russia and Imperial Turkey maintained themselves as simple autocracies in Europe, while conversely universal suffrage was no longer the prerogative of regimes sprung from revolution. The new German Empire used it to elect its Reichstag, though largely for decorative purposes. Very few states in this decade escaped some more or less significant widening of their franchise, and hence the problems which had hitherto preoccupied only the minority of countries in which voting had real significance, the choice between voting by lists or by candidates, electoral geometry or the gerrymandering of social and geographical constituencies, the checks which first chambers could exercise upon second chambers, the rights reserved to the executive, etc. Now troubled most governments. They were still hardly acute. The Second Reform Act in Britain, while more or less doubling the number of voters, still left them as no more than 8% of the population, while in the recently United Kingdom of Italy they amounted to a bare 1%. At this period manhood suffrage would in practice enfranchise 20 to 5% of the population, to judge by French, German, and American elections of the mid-1870s. Still, there had been changes, and further ones could only be delayed. These advances towards representative government raise two quite distinct problems in politics, those of the classes and the masses, to use contemporary British jargon, i.e., of the upper and middle class elites, and of the poor who remained largely outside the official processes of politics. Between them stood the intermediate strata, small shopkeepers, craftsmen and other petty bourgeois, peasant proprietors, etc., who as property owners were already, at least in part, involved in such representative politics as existed. Neither the old landed and hereditary aristocracies nor the new bourgeoisie had the strength of numbers, but unlike the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie needed it. For while both had, at least in their upper reaches, wealth, and the sort of personal power and influence in their communities which made them automatically into at least potential notables, i.e. persons of political consequence, only the aristocracies were firmly entrenched in institutions safeguarding them against voting, in houses of lords or similar upper chambers, or by means of more or less flagrant overrepresentation as in the class suffrage of the Prussian and Austrian diets or in the surviving, but rapidly disappearing, ancient estates. Moreover, in the monarchies which were still the prevailing form of European government, they normally found systematic political support as a class. The bourgeoisies, on the other hand, relied on their wealth, their indispensability, and the historic destiny which made them and their ideas the foundations of modern states in this period. However, what actually turned them into forces within the political systems was the ability to mobilize the support of the non-bourgeois who possessed numbers and hence votes. Deprive them of this, as happened in Sweden in the late 1860s, and was to happen elsewhere later with the rise of genuine mass politics, and they were reduced to an electorally impotent minority, at least in national politics. In municipal politics they were to maintain themselves better. Hence the crucial importance for them of retaining the support of, or at least the hegemony over, the petty bourgeoisie, the working classes and, more rarely, the peasants. Broadly speaking, in this period of history they were successful. In representative political systems the liberals, normally the classical party of the urban and industrial business classes, were generally in power and/or office with only occasional interruptions. In Britain this was so from 1846 to 1874, in the Netherlands for at least 20 years after 1848, in Belgium from 1857 to 1870, in Denmark more or less until the shock of defeat in 1864. In Austria and Germany they were the major formal support of governments from the mid-1860s until the end of the 1870s. However, as pressure grew from below, a more democratic radical, progressive, Republican, wing tended to split off from them, where it was not already more or less independent. In Scandinavia peasant parties seceded as the Left, Venstre, in 1848, Denmark, and during the 1860s, Norway, or as an agrarian anti-city pressure group, Sweden 1867. In Prussia, Germany, the rump of the democratic radicals, with their base in the non-industrial Southwest, refused to follow the bourgeois national liberals into their alliance with Bismarck after 1866, though some of them tended to join the anti-Prussian Marxist Social Democrats. In Italy the Republicans remained in opposition, while the moderates became the mainstay of the newly united kingdom. In France the bourgeoisie had long ceased to be able to sail under its own, or even the liberal flag, and its candidates sought popular support under increasingly inflammatory labels. Reform and progressive were to give way to Republican, and this in turn to radical and, even in the Third Republic, radical socialist, each concealing a new generation of substantially the same bearded, frock-coated, golden-tongued, and frequently gold-lined Solons, rapidly shifting towards moderation after their electoral triumphs on the left. Only in Britain did the radicals remain a permanent wing of the Liberal Party, probably because they're the peasants and petty bourgeoisie which allowed them to establish their political independence elsewhere hardly existed as a class. Nevertheless, for practical purposes liberalism remained in power, because it represented the only economic policy which was believed to make sense for development, Manchesterism as the Germans called it, and the forces almost universally believed to represent science, reason, history, and progress by those who had any ideas on these matters. In this sense almost every statesman and civil servant of the 1850s and 1860s was a liberal, irrespective of his ideological affiliation, just as today nobody is any longer. The radicals themselves had no viable alternative to it. At all events, to join with the genuine opposition against liberalism was, if not impossible, then at least politically almost unthinkable for them. They both formed part of the left. The genuine opposition, the right, came from those who resisted the forces of history, irrespective of argument. In Europe few really hoped for a return to the past, as in the days of romantic reactionaries after 1815. All they aimed for was to hold up, or even merely to slow down, the menacing progress of the present, an objective rationalized by such intellectuals as they had into the need for both parties of movement and stability, of order and progress. Hence conservatism was liable to attract from time to time such members and groups of the liberal bourgeoisie as felt that further progress would once again bring revolution dangerously close. Naturally such conservative parties attracted the support of particular groups whose immediate interests happened to clash with prevailing liberal policy, e.g. agrarians and protectionists, or groups opposed to the liberals for reasons irrelevant to their liberalism, e.g. the Belgian Flemings, resenting an essentially Walloon bourgeoisie and its cultural predominance. No doubt also, especially in rural society, family or local rivalries were naturally assimilated into an ideological dichotomy which had little to do with them. Colonel Orleano Buendia, in Garcia Marquez's novel A Hundred Years of Solitude, organized the first of his 32 liberal uprisings in the Colombian hinterland not because he was a liberal or even knew what the word meant, but because he was outraged by a local official who happened to represent a conservative government. There may be a logical or historical reason why mid-Victorian English butchers should have been predominantly conservative, a link with agriculture, and grocers overwhelmingly liberal, a link with overseas trade, but none has been established, and perhaps what needs explaining is not this, but why these two omnipresent types of shopkeepers refused to share the same opinions, whatever they were. But essentially conservatism rested on those who stood for tradition, the old and ordered society, custom, and no change, on opposition to what was new. Hence the crucial importance in it of the official churches, organizations both threatened by all that liberalism stood for, and still capable of mobilizing immensely powerful forces against it, not to mention inserting a fifth column into the very center of the bourgeois power by virtue of the notably greater piety and traditionalism of wives and daughters, by clerical control over the ceremonies of birth, marriage, and death, and over a large sector of education. Control of these was bitterly contested, and provided the major content of conservative, liberal political struggles in a number of countries. All official churches were ipso facto conservative, though only the greatest of them, the Roman Catholic, formulated its position as flat hostility to the rising liberal tide. In 1864 Pope Pius IX defined its views in the Syllabus of Errors. This condemned, with equal implacability, 80 errors including naturalism, which denied the action of God upon men and the world, rationalism, the use of reason without reference to God, moderate rationalism, the refusal of ecclesiastical supervision by science and philosophy, indifferentism, the free choice of any religion or none, secular education, the separation of church and state, and in general, error number 80, the view that the Roman pontiff can and ought to reconcile himself and come to terms with progress, liberalism, and modern civilization. Inevitably the line between right and left became largely that between clerical and anti-clerical, the latter being mainly frank unbelievers in Catholic countries, but also, notably in Britain, believers in minority or independent religions outside the state church. See chapter 14 below. What was new about the politics of the classes in this period was chiefly the emergence of the liberal bourgeoisie as a force in more or less constitutionalist politics, with the decline of absolutism, notably in Germany, Austro-Hungary and Italy, i.e. in an area covering about a third of the population of Europe. Something less than a third of the population of the continent still lived under governments in which it played no such part. The progress of the periodical press, outside Britain and the United States still addressed almost wholly to bourgeois readers, illustrates the change vividly. Between 1862 and 1873 the number of periodicals in Austria, without Hungary, increased from 345 to 866. Otherwise they introduced little that had not been familiar to the nominally or genuinely electoral assemblies of the period before 1848. The franchise remained so restricted in most cases that there could be no question of modern or any other mass politics. Indeed, often the stage armies of the middle class could almost take the place of the real people they claimed to represent. Few cases were as extreme as Naples and Palermo in the early 1870s, 37.5 and 44% of whose respective electors were on the voting list by virtue of being graduates of some kind. But even in Prussia the liberal triumph of 1863 looks less impressive if we recall that the 67% of the city vote which went to them represented in fact only about 25% of the urban electors, since almost two-thirds even of the restricted electorate did not bother to go to the polls in the towns. 4 Did the splendid electoral triumphs of liberalism in the 1860s represent anything more in such countries of restricted franchise and popular apathy than the opinions of a minority of respectable town burghers? In Prussia Bismarck at least thought they did not, and consequently solved the constitutional conflict between a liberal diet and the monarchy, which arose in 1862 over plans of army reform, by simply governing without reference to parliament. So long as nobody stood behind the liberals except the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie were unable or unwilling to mobilize any genuine force, armed or political, all talk about the Long Parliament of 1640 or the Estates General of 1789 was so much vapor. 3 He realized that, in the most literal sense of the word, a bourgeois revolution was an impossibility, since it would only be a real revolution if others except the bourgeoisie were mobilized, and in any case businessmen and professors were rarely inclined to mount the barricades themselves. This did not prevent him from applying the economic, legal, and ideological program of the liberal bourgeoisie, insofar as it could be combined with the predominance of the landed aristocracy in a Protestant Prussian monarchy. He did not wish to drive the liberals into an alliance of despair with the masses, and in any case theirs was the obvious program for a modern European state, or at least seemed inevitable. As we know, he succeeded brilliantly. The bulk of the liberal bourgeoisie accepted the offer of program minus political power, it had little option, and transferred itself in 1866 to the National Liberal Party, which was the foundation of Bismarck's domestic political maneuvers for the remainder of our period. Bismarck and other conservatives knew that, whatever the masses were, they were not liberals in the sense in which the urban businessmen were. Consequently they sometimes felt that they could hold over the liberals the threat of expanding the franchise. They might even carry it out, as Benjamin Disraeli did in 1867 and the Belgian Catholics more modestly in 1870. Their error was to suppose that the masses were conservatives in their own sense. No doubt the bulk of the peasantry in most parts of Europe were still traditionalists, ready to support church, king, or emperor and their hierarchic superiors automatically, especially against the evil designs of the townsmen. Even in France, large regions of the West and South continued in the Third Republic to vote for supporters of the Bourbon dynasty. No doubt also, as Walter Bagehot, the theorist of harmless democracy, pointed out after the Reform Act of 1867, there were plenty of people, including even workers, whose political behavior was governed by deference to their betters. But once the masses entered the political scene, they inevitably did so sooner or later as actors rather than as mere extras in a well-designed crowd tableau. And while backward peasants could still be relied on in many places, the growing industrial and urban sectors could not. What their inhabitants wanted was not classical liberalism, but it was not necessarily welcome to conservative rulers either, especially to those devoted, as most increasingly were, to an essentially liberal economic and social policy. This was to become evident during the era of economic depression and uncertainty which followed the collapse of liberal expansion in 1873. 2. The first and most dangerous group to establish its separate identity and role in politics was the new proletariat, its numbers swollen by 20 years of industrialization. The labor movement had not so much been destroyed as decapitated by the failure of the 1848 revolutions and the subsequent decade of economic expansion. The various theorists of a new social future who had turned the unrest of the 1840s into the specter of communism, and given the proletariat an alternative political perspective to both the conservative and the liberal or radical, were in jail like Auguste Blanqui, in exile like Karl Marx and Louis Blanc, forgotten like Constantin Pecker, 1801–87, or all three like Etienne Cabet, 1788–1857. Some had even made their peace with the new regime, as P.J. Proudhon did with Napoleon III. The age was hardly propitious for believers in the imminent doom of capitalism. Marx and Engels, who maintained some hope of a revived revolution for a year or two after 1849, and then put their faith in the next major economic crisis, that of 1857, resigned themselves to a long haul thereafter. While it is perhaps an exaggeration to say that socialism died out completely, even in Britain, where the native socialists during the 1860s and 1870s might all have been comfortably got into one smallish hall, probably hardly anyone in 1860 was a socialist who had not already been one in 1848. We may be grateful to this interval of enforced isolation from politics, which enabled Karl Marx to mature his theories and lay the foundations of Das Kapital, but he himself was not. Meanwhile, the surviving political organizations of, or dedicated to, the working class collapsed, like the Communist League in 1852, or subsided gradually into insignificance, like British Chartism. However, on the more modest level of economic struggle and self-defense, working class organization persisted, and could not but grow. This in spite of the fact that, with the notable if partial exception of Britain, trade unions and strikes were legally prohibited almost everywhere in Europe, though friendly societies, mutual aid societies, and cooperatives, on the continent generally for production, in Britain generally shops, were considered acceptable. It cannot be said that they flourished notably. In Italy, 1862, the average membership of such mutual aid societies in Piedmont, where they were strongest, was a little under 50.5. Only in Britain, Australia and, curiously enough, the United States were trade unions of workmen of real significance, in both the latter cases largely arriving in the baggage of class-conscious and organized British immigrants. In Britain, not only the skilled craftsmen of the machine-building industries as well as the artisans of more ancient occupations, but even, thanks to the nucleus of highly skilled adult male spinners, the cotton workers maintained strong local unions, more or less effectively linked nationally, and in one or two instances, the Amalgamated Society of Engineers 1852, the Amalgamated Society of Carpenters and Joiners 1860, financially, if not strategically, coordinated national societies. They formed a minority, but not a negligible one, and among the skilled in some instances a majority. Moreover, they provided a base from which unionism could be readily extended. In the United States the unions were perhaps even more powerful, though they were to prove unable to withstand the impact of really rapid industrialization towards the end of the century. However, they were less powerful than in that paradise of organized labor, the Australian colonies, where the building workers actually gained the 8-hour day as early as 1856, soon to be followed by other trades. Admittedly, nowhere was the bargaining position of the worker stronger than in this underpopulated and dynamic economy in which the gold rushes of the 1850s tempted away thousands, raising the wages of the unadventurous ones who remained. Sensible observers did not expect this relative insignificance of the labor movement to last. Indeed, from about 1860 it became clear that the proletariat was returning to the scene, with the other dramatis personae of the 1840s, though in a less turbulent mood. It emerged with unexpected rapidity, soon to be followed by the ideology henceforth identified with its movements, socialism. This process of emergence was a curious amalgam of political and industrial action, of various kinds of radicalism from the democratic to the anarchist, of class struggles, class alliances and government or capitalist concessions. But above all it was international, not merely because, like the revival of liberalism, it occurred simultaneously in various countries, but because it was inseparable from the international solidarity of the working classes, or the international solidarity of the radical left, a heritage of the period before 1848. It was actually organized as and by the International Workingmen's Association, Karl Marx's first international, 1864–72. Whether it was true that the workingmen have no country, as the Communist Manifesto had put it, may be debated. Certainly the organized and radical workers of both France and England were patriots in their manner, the French revolutionary tradition being notoriously nationalist, see Chapter 5 above. But in an economy where the factors of production moved freely, even the unideological British trade unions could appreciate the need to stop employers from importing strike breakers from abroad. For all radicals, the triumphs and defeats of the left anywhere still seemed to have an immediate and direct bearing on their own. In Britain the International emerged from a combination of a revived agitation for electoral reform with a series of campaigns for international solidarity, with Garibaldi and the Italian left in 1864, with Abraham Lincoln and the North in the American Civil War, 1861–5, with the hapless Poles in 1863, all of which were believed, quite correctly, to reinforce the labor movement in its least political, most trade unionist form. And the mere organized contact between workers in one country and those in another could not but have repercussions on their respective movements, as Napoleon III found when he permitted the French workers to send a large delegation to London on the occasion of an international exhibition in 1862. The International, founded in London and rapidly taken into the capable hands of Karl Marx, began as a curious combination of insular and liberal, radical British trade union leaders, ideologically mixed but rather more left-wing French union militants, and a shadowy general staff of old continental revolutionaries of increasingly assorted and incompatible views. Their ideological battles were eventually to ruin it. Since they have tended to preempt the interest of many other historians, they need not detain us long here. Broadly speaking, the first major struggle, between the pure, i.e. in effect liberal or liberal, radical, trade unionists and those with more ambitious perspectives of social transformation, was won by the socialists, though Marx was careful to keep the British, his main backers, out of continental battles. Subsequently Marx and his supporters confronted, and defeated, the French supporters of Proudhon's mutualism, militantly class-conscious and anti-intellectual artisans, and thereafter the challenge of Michael Bakunin's, 1814–76, anarchist alliance, all the more formidable for operating through the highly unanarchic methods of disciplined secret organizations, fractions, etc. See Chapter 9 below. Unable to maintain control of the International any longer, Marx quietly wrote it off in 1872 by transferring its headquarters to New York. However, by this time the back of the great working-class mobilization, of which the International was part and to some extent coordinator, was broken anyway. Still, as it turned out, Marx's ideas had triumphed. In the 1860s this was not readily predictable. There was only one Marxist, or indeed socialist, mass labor movement, that which developed in Germany after 1863. Indeed, if we accept the abortive National Labor Reform Party of the United States 1872, a political extension of the ambitious National Labor Union 1866-72 which affiliated to the IWMA, there was only one political labor movement operating on a national scale independent of the bourgeois or petty bourgeois parties. This was the achievement of Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825-65, a brilliant agitator who fell victim to a rather highly colored private life. He died of wounds received in a duel over a woman, and who regarded himself as a follower of Marx, in so far as he followed anyone, which was not very far. Lassalle's General German Workers' Association, Allgemeine Deutsche Arbeiterverein 1863, was officially radical, democratic rather than socialist, its immediate slogan being universal suffrage, but it was both passionately class-conscious and anti-bourgeois, and, in spite of its initially modest membership, organized like a modern mass party. It was not particularly welcome to Marx, who backed a rival organization under the leadership of two more wholehearted, or at least more acceptable, disciples, the journalist Wilhelm Liebknecht and the gifted young woodturner August Bebel. This body, based on Central Germany, though officially more socialist, paradoxically followed a rather less intransigent policy of alliance with the anti-Prussian, democratic left of the old 48 ERS. The Lassalleans, an almost entirely Prussian movement, thought essentially in terms of a Prussian solution of the German problem. Since this was the solution which clearly prevailed after 1866, these differences, passionately felt in the decade of German unification, ceased to be significant. The Marxists, together with the Lassallean breakaway which insisted on the purely proletarian character of the movement, formed a social democratic party in 1869 and eventually, in 1875, fused with, and as it turned out effectively took over, the Lassalleans in 1875, forming the powerful Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD. The important fact is that both movements were in one way or another linked with Marx, whom they regarded, especially after Lassalle's death, as their theoretical inspirer and guru. Both emancipated themselves from radical, liberal democracy and functioned as independent working-class movements. And both, under the universal suffrage given by Bismarck to North Germany in 1866 and to Germany in 1871, gained immediate mass support. The leaders of both were elected to parliament. In Barmen, the birthplace of Frederick Engels, 34% voted socialist as early American Samoa 1867, 51% by 1871. But if the International did not yet inspire working-class parties of any significance, the two German ones were officially not even affiliated to it. It was associated with the emergence of labor in a number of countries in the form of a massive industrial and trade union movement, which it systematically set out to foster, at least from 1866. How far it actually did so is not so clear. The IWMA happened to coincide with the first international upsurge of labor struggles, some of which, like those of the Piedmontese woolen workers in 1866-7, certainly had nothing to do with it. However, particularly from 1868 on, such struggles converged with it, since the leaders of these movements tended increasingly to be attracted to the International, or even to be militants of it already. This wave of labor unrest and strikes swept through the continent, reaching as far as Spain and even Russia. In 1870 strikes took place in St. Petersburg. It gripped Germany and France in 1868, Belgium in 1869, retaining its force for some years, Austro-Hungary shortly after, finally reaching Italy in 1871, where it was at its peak in 1872-4, and Spain in the same year. Meanwhile, the strike wave was also at its height in Britain in 1871-3. New trade unions sprang up. They gave the International its masses. To take only the Austrian figures, its reported supporters grew from 10,000 in Vienna to 35,000 between 1869 and 1872, from 5,000 in the Czech lands to almost 17,000, from 2,000 in Styria and Carinthia to almost 10,000 in Styria alone. 6 This does not look much by later standards, but it represented a far greater power of mobilization. Unions in Germany learned to take strike decisions only in mass meetings, representing also the unorganized, and it certainly frightened governments, especially in 1871 when the peak of the International's popular appeal coincided with the Paris Commune, see Chapter 9 below. Governments and at least sections of the bourgeoisie had become aware of the rise of labor fairly early in the 1860s. Liberalism was too wedded to an orthodoxy of economic laissez-faire to consider policies of social reform seriously, though some of the democratic radicals, keenly aware of the danger of losing the support of the proletariat, were prepared for even this sacrifice and, in countries where Manchesterism was never totally victorious, officials and intellectuals increasingly considered the need for them. Thus in Germany, under the impact of the rising socialist movement, a rather misnamed group of socialist professors, Katheter-Sozialisten, in 1872 formed the influential Society for Social Policy, Verein für Sozialpolitik, which advocated social reform as an alternative to, or rather a prophylactic against, the Marxist class struggle. 4. However, even those who regarded any public interference in the free market mechanism as a certain recipe for ruin were now convinced that labor organization and activities had to be recognized if they were to be tamed. As we have seen, some of the more demagogic politicians, not least Napoleon III and Benjamin Disraeli, were keenly aware of the electoral potential of the working class. Throughout Europe in the 1860s the law was modified to permit at least some limited labor organization and strikes, or, to be more exact, to make room in the theory of the free market for the free collective bargaining of workers. However, the legal position of unions remained highly uncertain. Only in Britain was the political weight of the working class and its movements sufficiently great, by general consent they formed the majority of the population, to produce, after some years of transition, 1867-75, a virtually complete system of legal recognition, so favorable to trade unionism that periodic attempts have been made ever since to whittle away the freedom they were then granted. The object of these reforms was plainly to prevent the emergence of labor as an independent political, and still more as a revolutionary force. This was successful in countries with already established non-political or liberal, radical labor movements. Where the power of organized labor was already strong, as in Britain and Australia, independent parties of labor were not to emerge until very much later, and even then they remained essentially non-socialist. But, as we have seen, over most of Europe the trade union movement emerged in the period of the International, largely under the leadership of the socialists, and the labor movement was to be politically identified with them, and more especially with Marxism. Thus in Denmark, where the International Workers' Association was formed in 1871 with the object of organizing strikes and producers' cooperatives, the sections of this body, after the government had dissolved the International in 1873, formed independent unions, most of which later reunited as a Social Democratic League. This was the most significant achievement of the International. It had made labor both independent and socialist. On the other hand, it did not make it insurrectionary. In spite of the terror it inspired among governments, the International did not plan immediate revolution. Marx himself, though no less revolutionary than before, did not consider this a serious prospect. Indeed, his attitude to the only attempt to make a proletarian revolution, the Paris Commune, was notably cautious. He did not believe it had the slightest chance of success. The best it might have achieved was to make a bargain with the Versailles government. After its inevitable end, he wrote its obituary in the most moving terms, but the object of this magnificent pamphlet, The Civil War in France, was to instruct the revolutionaries of the future, and in this he succeeded. However, the International, i.e. Marx, remained silent while the Commune was actually in being. During the 1860s he worked for long-term perspectives and remained modest about short-term ones. He would have been content with the establishment, at least in the major industrial countries, of independent political labor movements organized, where this was legally possible, as mass movements and for the conquest of political power, and emancipated from the intellectual influence of liberal radicalism, including simple republicanism and nationalism, as well as from the kind of left-wing ideology, anarchism, mutualism, etc., which he regarded with some justification as a hangover from an earlier era. He did not even ask for such movements to be Marxist. Indeed, under the circumstances, this would have been utopian, since Marx had virtually no followers except in Germany and among a few old émigrés. He did not expect capitalism either to collapse or to be in immediate danger of overthrow. He merely hoped to achieve the first steps in the organization of the armies which would wage the long campaign against the well-entrenched enemy. By the early 1870s it looked as though the movement had failed to achieve even these modest objectives. British Labour remained firmly in the tow of the Liberals, its leaders too feeble and corrupt even to extort significant parliamentary representation from their now decisive electoral strength. The French movement lay in ruins as a result of the defeat of the Paris Commune, and among these ruins no signs of anything better than the obsolete Blanquism, Sansculottism, and Mutualism could be discerned. The great wave of labor unrest broke in 1873-5, leaving behind trade unions hardly stronger, and in some instances actually weaker, than those of 1866-8. The International itself broke, having been unable to eliminate the influence of the obsolete left, whose own failure was only too evident. The Commune was dead, and the only other European revolution, that of Spain, was rapidly drawing to a close. By 1874 the Bourbons were back in Spain, postponing the next Spanish Republic for almost 60 years. Only in Germany had there been a distinct advance. Admittedly a new, as yet shadowy, perspective of revolution might be discerned in the underdeveloped countries, and from 1870 on Marx began to pin some hopes on Russia. However, the most immediately interesting of these movements, because the one most likely to shake Britain, the main bastion of world capitalism, had also collapsed. The Fenian movement in Ireland also apparently lay in ruins, see Chapter 5 above. A mood of withdrawal and disappointment pervades the final years of Marx. He wrote comparatively little and was politically more or less inactive. Yet we can now see that two achievements of the 1860s were permanent. There were henceforth to be organized, independent, political, socialist mass labor movements. The influence of the pre-Marxian socialist left had been largely broken. And consequently the structure of politics was to be permanently changed. Most of these changes did not become evident until the end of the 1880s, when the International itself revived, now as a common front of, mainly Marxist, mass parties. But even in the 1870s at least one state had to face the new problem, Germany. There the socialist vote, 102,000 in 1871, began to rise again with an apparently inexorable force after a short setback, to 340,000 in 1874, to 500,000 in 1877. Nobody knew what to do about it. Masses who neither remained passive nor were prepared to follow the lead of their traditional superiors or of the bourgeoisie, and whose leaders could not be assimilated, did not fit into the scheme of politics. Bismarck, who could play the game of liberal parliamentarism for his own purposes as well as, indeed better than, anyone else, could think of nothing else to do except to prohibit socialist activity by law. Chapter 7. Losers. An imitation of European customs, including the perilous art of borrowing, has been lately effected, but, in the hands of Eastern rulers, the civilization of the West is unfruitful, and, instead of restoring a tottering state, appears to threaten it with speedier ruin. Sir T. Erskine May, 18771. The Word of God gives no authority to the modern tenderness for human life. It is necessary in all Eastern lands to establish a fear and awe of the government. Then, and only then, are its benefits appreciated. J.W.K., 18702. In that struggle for existence which provided the basic metaphor of the economic, political, social, and biological thought of the bourgeois world, only the fittest would survive, their fitness certified not only by their survival but by their domination. The greater part of the world's population therefore became the victims of those whose superiority, economic, technological and therefore military, was unquestioned and seemed unchallengeable, the economies and states of northwestern and central Europe and the countries settled by its emigrants abroad, notably the United States. With the three major exceptions of India, Indonesia, and parts of North Africa, few of them became or were formal colonies in the third quarter of the 19th century. We may leave aside the areas of Anglo-Saxon settlement like Australia, New Zealand, and Canada which, though not yet formally independent, were clearly not treated like the areas inhabited by natives, a term in itself neutral, but which acquired a strong connotation of inferiority. Admittedly, these exceptions were not negligible. India alone accounted for 14% of the world's population in 1871. Still, the political independence of the rest counted for little. Economically, they were at the mercy of capitalism, insofar as they came within its reach. From a military point of view, their inferiority was blatant. The gunboat and the expeditionary force appeared to be all-powerful. In fact, they were not quite as decisive as they looked, when Europeans blackmailed feeble or traditional governments. There were plenty of what British administrators liked to call, not without admiration, martial races, which were quite capable of defeating European forces in pitched battles on land, though never at sea. The Turks enjoyed a well-merited reputation as soldiers, and indeed their ability not only to defeat and massacre the rebel subjects of the Sultan but to stand up to their most dangerous adversary, the Russian army, preserved the Ottoman Empire as effectively as the rivalries between the European powers, or at least slowed down its disintegration. British soldiers treated the Sikhs and Pathans in India and the Zulus in Africa, French ones the North African Berbers, with considerable respect. Again, experience showed that expeditionary forces were severely troubled by consistent irregular or guerrilla warfare, especially in rather remote mountainous areas where the foreigners lacked local support. The Russians struggled for decades against such resistance in the Caucasus, and the British gave up the attempt to control Afghanistan directly, and contented themselves with little more than supervising the northwestern frontier of India. Lastly, the permanent occupation of vast countries by small minorities of foreign conquerors was extremely difficult and expensive, and, given the ability of the developed countries to impose their will and interests on them without it, the attempt hardly seemed worth making. Still, hardly anybody doubted that it could be done if necessary. The greater part of the world was therefore in no position to determine its own fate. It could at best react to the outside forces which pressed upon it with increasing weight. By and large, this world of the victims consisted of four major sectors. First, there were the surviving non-European empires or independent large kingdoms of the Islamic world and Asia, the Ottoman Empire, Persia, China, Japan, and a few lesser ones such as Morocco, Burma, Siam and Vietnam. The greater ones of these survived, though, with the exception of Japan, which will be considered separately, see Chapter 8 below, increasingly undermined by the new forces of 19th-century capitalism. The smaller ones were eventually occupied after the end of our period, with the exception of Siam, which survived as a buffer state between British and French zones of influence. Second, there were the former colonies of Spain and Portugal in the Americas, now nominally independent states. Third, there was sub-Saharan Africa, about which little need be said since it attracted no major attention in this period. Finally, there were the already formally colonized or occupied victims, mainly Asian. All of them faced the fundamental problem of what their attitude should be to the formal or informal conquest by the West. That the whites were too strong to be merely rejected was, alas, evident. The Maya Indians of the Yucatan jungles might attempt in 1847 to expel them, returning to their ancient ways, and actually succeeded to some extent in doing so as a result of the race war which began in 1847, until eventually, in the 20th century, sisal and chewing gum brought them back into the orbit of Western civilization. But theirs was an exceptional case, for Yucatan was isolated, the nearest white power, Mexico, was weak, and the British, one of whose colonies adjoined them, did not discourage their efforts. Fighting nomad raiders and mountain tribesmen might continue to keep them at bay, and imagine that the rarity with which they appeared was due to their strength rather than to their remoteness and lack of economic profitability. But for most politically organized peoples of the non-capitalist world, the issue was not whether the world of white civilization could be avoided, but how its impact was to be met, by copying it, by resisting its influence, or by a combination of both. Of the dependent sectors of the world, two had already compulsorily undergone westernization by European rule or were in the process of doing so, the former colonies in the Americas and the actual ones in various parts of the world. Latin America had emerged from Spanish and Portuguese colonial status as an aggregate of technically sovereign states in which liberal middle-class institutions and laws of the familiar 19th century pattern, both British and French, were superimposed on the institutional heritage of the Spanish and Portuguese past, notably a passionate and deep-rooted if locally colored Roman Catholicism of the indigenous population, which was Indian, mixed and, in the Caribbean zone and the coastal belt of Brazil, largely African. The imperialism of the capitalist world was to make no such systematic attempt to evangelize its victims. These were all agrarian countries, and virtually inaccessible to a remote world market so far as they lay beyond the reach of river, seaports, and mule trains. Leaving aside the slave plantation area and the tribes of the inaccessible interiors or remote frontiers of the extreme north and south, they were inhabited primarily by peasants and cattlemen of various colors, in autonomous communities, directly and served by the owners of large estates or, more rarely, independent. They were ruled by the wealth of the large estate owners, whose position was notably strengthened by the abolition of Spanish colonialism, which had attempted to maintain a certain control over them, including some protection of peasant, mainly Indian, communities. They were also ruled by the armed men whom lords of the land or anyone else could mobilize. These formed the basis of the caudillos who, at the head of their armies, became such a familiar part of the Latin American political scenery. Basically, the countries of the continent were almost all oligarchies. In practice, this meant that national power and the national states were feeble, unless a republic was unusually small or a dictator sufficiently ferocious to instill at least temporary terror into his more remote subjects. Insofar as these countries were in contact with the world economy, it was through the foreigners who dominated the import and export of their staples and their shipping, with the exception of Chile, which had a flourishing fleet of its own. In our period these were mostly the English, though some French and Americans might also be noted. The fortunes of their governments depended on their rake-off from foreign trade and their success in raising loans, once again mostly from the British. The first decades after independence saw economic and in many areas demographic regression, with notable exceptions such as Brazil, which separated peacefully from Portugal under a local emperor and avoided disruption and civil war, and Chile, isolated in its temperate strip by the Pacific. The liberal reforms instituted by the new regimes, the largest accumulation of republics in the world, had as yet little practical consequence. In some of the largest and subsequently most important states, such as Argentina under the dictator Rosas, 1835–52, homegrown, inward-looking oligarchs, hostile to innovation, dominated. The astonishing worldwide expansion of capitalism in the third quarter of the century was to change this. In the first place, north of the Isthmus of Panama, it led to a great deal more direct interference by the developed powers than Latin America had been used to since the disappearance of Spain and Portugal. Mexico, the chief victim, lost vast territories to the United States as a result of American aggression in 1847. In the second place, Europe, and to a lesser extent the United States, discovered commodities worth importing from this great undeveloped region: guano from Peru, tobacco from Cuba and various other areas, cotton from Brazil and elsewhere, especially during the American Civil War, coffee, after 1840 above all in Brazil, nitrates from Peru, etc. Several of these were temporary boom products, liable to decline as rapidly as they had risen. The guano era in Peru had hardly begun before 1848 and did not survive the 1870s. Not until after the 1870s did Latin America develop that relatively permanent pattern of products for export which was to last until the middle decades of our century, or our own day. Capital investment from abroad began to develop the infrastructure of the continent: railways, port installations, public utilities. Even European immigration increased substantially, at all events into Cuba, Brazil, and above all the temperate areas of the River Plate estuary. Point 2. These developments strengthened the hands of the minority of Latin Americans devoted to the modernization of their continent, as poor in the present as it was rich in potentiality and resources, a beggar sitting on a heap of gold, as an Italian traveler described Peru. The foreigners, even where actually threatening as in Mexico, seemed less of a danger than the formidable combination of native inertia represented by a traditionalist peasantry, old-fashioned backwood lords and, above all, the Church. Or rather, if these were not first overcome, the chances of standing up to the foreigners would be negligible. And they could only be overcome by ruthless modernization and Europeanization. The ideologies of progress which gripped educated Latin Americans were not simply those of enlightened Freemasonry and Benthamite liberalism, which had been so popular in the independence movement. In the 1840s various forms of utopian socialism had captured intellectuals, promising not only social perfection but economic development, and from the 1870s Auguste Comte's positivism penetrated deeply into Brazil, whose national motto is still the Comtean order and progress, and, to a lesser extent, Mexico. Still, classical liberalism remained prevalent. The combination of 1848 revolution and world capitalist expansion gave the liberals their chance. They brought about the real destruction of the old colonial legal order. The two most significant, and linked, reforms were the systematic liquidation of any land tenures other than those by private property, purchase and sale, as by the Brazilian land law, and the Colombian removal of limits on breaking up Indian lands, both 1850, and above all a ferocious anti-clericalism, which incidentally also sought to abolish the land holdings of the Church. The extremes of anti-clericalism were reached in Mexico under President Benito Juárez, 1806-72, Constitution of 1857, where church and state were separated, tithes abolished, priests forced to take an oath of loyalty, officials forbidden to attend religious services, and ecclesiastical lands sold. However, other countries were hardly less militant. The attempt to transform society by institutional modernization imposed through political power failed, essentially because it could not be backed by economic independence. The liberals were an educated and urban elite in a rural continent, and, insofar as they had genuine power, it rested on unreliable generals and on local clans of land-owning families which, for reasons which often had only the remotest connection with John Stuart Mill or Darwin, chose to mobilize their clients on their side. Socially and economically speaking, very little had changed in the backlands of Latin America by the 1870s, except that the power of landlords had been strengthened, that of peasants weakened. And, insofar as it had changed under the impact of the intruding world market, the result was to subordinate the old economy to the demands of the import-export trade, operated through a few great ports or capitals and controlled by the foreigners or foreign settlers. The only major exception was in the lands of the River Plate, where eventually massive European immigration was to produce an entirely new population with an entirely untraditional social structure. Latin America in the third quarter of the 19th century took to the road of westernization in its bourgeois liberal form with greater zeal, and occasionally greater ruthlessness, than any other part of the world outside Japan, but the results were disappointing. Leaving aside the areas inhabited by, normally fairly recent, settlers from Europe, and lacking a large native population, Australia, Canada, the colonial empires of the European powers consisted of a few regions where a majority or minority of white settlers coexisted with a fairly important indigenous population, South Africa, Algeria, New Zealand, and a larger number of regions without a significant or permanent European population at all. 3 White settler colonies were notoriously to create the most intractable problem of colonialism, though in our period it was not of great international significance. In any case, the major problem of the indigenous populations was how to resist the advance of the white settlers and, though the Zulus, the Maori and the Berbers were formidable enough in arms, they could do no more than score local successes. The colonies of solid indigenous population raised more serious problems, because the scarcity of whites made it essential to use natives on a large scale to administer and overawe them on behalf of their rulers, and these had in any case to administer through the already existing local institutions, at least at the local level. In other words, they faced the dual problem of creating a body of assimilated natives to take the place of white men and of bending the traditional institutions of the countries, often far from suitable to their purposes. Conversely, the indigenous peoples confronted the challenge of westernization as something much more complex than mere resistance. 2. India, by far the largest colony, illustrates the complexities and paradoxes of this situation. The mere existence of foreign rule in itself posed no major problem here, for vast regions of the subcontinent had in the course of its history been conquered and reconquered by various kinds of foreigners, mostly from Central Asia, whose legitimacy had been sufficiently established by effective power. That the present rulers had marginally whiter skins than the Afghans, and an administrative language a little more incomprehensible than classical Persian raised no special difficulties, that they did not seek conversions to their peculiar religion with any great zeal, to the sorrow of missionaries, was a political asset. Yet the changes they imposed, deliberately or in consequence of their curious ideology and unprecedented economic activities, were more profound and disturbing than anything hitherto brought across the Khyber Pass. Yet they were at the same time both revolutionary and limited. The British strove to westernize, even in some respects to assimilate, not only because local practices like the burning of widows, suttee, genuinely outraged many of them, but chiefly because of the requirements of administration and the economy. Both also disrupted the existing economic and social structure even when this was not their intention. Thus, after long debates, T.B. Macaulay's 1800-59, famous minute, 1835, had established a purely English system of education for the few Indians in whose education and training the British Raj took any official interest, namely the subaltern administrators. A small anglicized elite emerged, sometimes so remote from the Indian masses as actually to lack fluency in their own vernacular language, or anglicizing their names, though even the most assimilated Indian would not be treated as an Englishman by the English. 4 On the other hand, the British refused or failed to westernize, both because the Indians were, after all, subject peoples whose function was not to compete with British capitalism, because the political risks of excessive interference with popular practices were serious, and also because the differences between the ways of the British and the 190 or so million Indians, 1871, appeared to be so great as to be virtually insurmountable, at least by tiny handfuls of British administrators. The extremely able literature produced by the men who ruled or had experience of India in the 19th century, and which contributed significantly to the development of the disciplines of sociology, social anthropology and comparative history, see chapter 14 below, is a series of variations on the theme of this incompatibility and impotence. Westernization was eventually to produce the leadership and the ideologies and programs of the Indian liberation struggle, whose cultural and political leaders were to emerge from the ranks of those who collaborated with the British, benefited from their rule as a compradori bourgeoisie or in other ways, or set out to modernize themselves by imitating the West. It produced the beginnings of a class of indigenous industrialists whose interests were to bring them into conflict with the metropolitan economic policy. Yet it has to be pointed out that in this period the westernized elite, whatever its discontents, saw the British both as providing a model and as opening new possibilities. The anonymous nationalist in Mukherjee's magazine, Calcutta 1873, was as yet an isolated figure when he wrote, dazzled by the superficial luster around them, the natives hitherto accepted the views of their superiors and rested their belief in them as it were in a commercial Veda. But day by day the light of intelligence is clearing up the fog in their minds. 3. Insofar as there was resistance to the British as British, it came from the traditionalists, and even this was, with one major exception, muted in an age when, as the nationalist B.G. Tilak was later to recall, people were dazzled at first by the discipline of the British. Railways, telegraph, roads, schools bewildered the people. Riots ceased and people could enjoy peace and quiet. People began to say that even a blind person can travel safely from Benares to Rameshwar with gold tied to a stick. 4. The major exception was the Great Rising of 1857-8 on the North Indian Plains, known to British historical tradition as the Indian Mutiny, a turning point in the history of the British administration which has been retrospectively claimed as a forerunner of the Indian national movement. It was the last kick of traditional, North, India against the imposition of direct British rule, and finally brought down the old East India Company. This curious survival of private enterprise colonialism, increasingly absorbed into the British state apparatus, was finally replaced by it. The policy of systematic annexation of hitherto merely dependent Indian territories, associated with the rule of the Viceroy Lord Dalhousie, 1847-56, v. and especially the annexation in 1856 of the Kingdom of Oudh, last relic of the old Mughal Empire, provoked it. The speed and tactlessness of the changes imposed, or believed to be intended, by the British, precipitated it. The actual occasion was the introduction of greased cartridges, which the soldiers of the Bengal army regarded as a deliberate provocation of their religious sensibilities. The establishments of Christians and missionaries were among the first targets of popular fury. Though the rising began as a mutiny of the Bengal army, those of Bombay and Madras remained quiet. It turned into a major popular insurrection in the northern plains, under the leadership of traditional nobles and princes, and an attempt to restore the Mughal Empire. That economic tensions such as those arising out of the British changes in the land tax, the main source of public revenue, played their part, is obvious, but whether these alone would have produced so enormous and widespread a revolt is doubtful. Men rose against what they believed to be the increasingly rapid and ruthless destruction of their way of life by a foreign society. The mutiny was suppressed in a welter of blood, but it taught the British caution. For practical purposes annexation ceased, except on the eastern and western borders of the subcontinent. The large areas of India not yet taken under direct administration were left to the rule of puppet indigenous princes, controlled by the British yet officially flattered and respected, and these in turn became the pillars of the regime which guaranteed them wealth, local power, and status. A marked tendency to rely on the more conservative elements in the country, landowners, and especially the powerful Muslim minority, developed, following the ancient imperial precept divide and rule. As time went on, this shift in policy became more than a recognition of the powers of resistance by traditional India to its foreign rulers. It became a counterweight to the slowly developing resistance of the new Indian middle-class elite, the products of colonial society, sometimes its actual servants. Vi for whatever the policies of Indian Empire, its economic and administrative realities continued to weaken and disrupt the forces of tradition, to strengthen the forces of innovation and to intensify the conflicts between these and the British. After the end of company rule, the growth of a new community of expatriate British, accompanied by their wives, which increasingly emphasized its separatism and racial superiority, increased social friction with the new indigenous middle strata. The economic tensions of the last third of the century, see chapter 16 below, multiplied anti-imperialist arguments. By the end of the 1880s, the Indian National Congress, the main vehicle of Indian nationalism and ruling party of independent India, was already in existence. In the 20th century, the Indian masses themselves were to follow the ideological lead of the new nationalism. 3. The Indian Rising of 1857–8 was not the only mass colonial rebellion of past against present. Within the French Empire, the Great Algerian Rising of 1871, precipitated both by the withdrawal of French troops during the Franco-Prussian War and the mass resettlement of Alsatians and Lorrainers in Algeria after it, is an analogous phenomenon. Yet, by and large, the scope for such rebellions was limited, if only because the bulk of the victims of Western capitalist society were not conquered colonies but increasingly enfeebled and disrupted though nominally independent societies and states. The fortunes of two of these may be singled out in our period, Egypt and China. Egypt, a virtually independent principality though formally still within the Ottoman Empire, was predestined for victimization by its agricultural wealth and its strategic situation. The first of these turned it into an agricultural export economy supplying the capitalist world with wheat but especially with cotton, the sales of which expanded dramatically. From the early 1860s on it provided 70% of the country's export earnings and, during the great boom of the 1860s, when American cotton supplies were disrupted by the Civil War, even the peasants temporarily benefited from it, though half of them in Lower Egypt also acquired parasitic diseases due to the extension of perennial irrigation. This vast expansion brought Egyptian trade firmly into the international, British, system, and attracted those floods of foreign businessmen and adventurers who were only too ready to extend credit to the Khedive Ismail. The financial sense of this as of earlier viceroys of Egypt was defective, but while in the 1850s Egyptian state expenditure had only exceeded revenue by perhaps 10% or between 1861 and 1871, when revenues almost trebled, expenditure averaged distinctly more than double government income, the gap being filled by some £70 million in loans which left a variety of financiers, ranging from the business-like to the shady, with distinctly satisfactory profits. By these means the Khedive hoped to turn Egypt into a modern and imperial power and to reconstruct Cairo along the lines of Napoleon III's Paris, which then provided the standard model of paradise for well-heeled rulers of his kind. The second fact, the strategic situation, attracted the interests of the Western powers and their capitalists, especially the British, to whose world position the country became crucial with the construction of the Suez Canal. World culture may be modestly grateful to the Khedive for commissioning Verdi's Aida, 1871, first performed in the Khedive's new opera house to celebrate the opening of the canal, 1869, but the cost to his countrymen was excessive. Egypt was thus integrated as an agrarian supplier in the European economy. The bankers, through the pashas, battened on the Egyptian people, and when Khedive and pashas could no longer pay the interest on the loans they had accepted with frivolous enthusiasm, in 1876 they totaled almost half of the actual revenue receipts for that year. The foreigners imposed control. 5 The Europeans would probably have remained content to exploit an independent Egypt, but the collapse both of the economic boom and of the administrative and political structure of the Khedive's government, undermined by economic forces and temptations its rulers could neither understand nor manage, made this difficult. The British, whose position was more powerful and whose interests were much more crucially involved, emerged as the new rulers of the country in the 1880s. But meanwhile the unusual exposure of Egypt to the West had created a new elite of landlords, intellectuals, civil functionaries, and army officers, which led the national movement of 1879–82, directed against both the Khedive and the foreigners. In the course of the 19th century the old Turkish or Turco-Circassian ruling group had been Egyptianized, while Egyptians had risen to positions of wealth and influence. Arabic replaced Turkish as the official language, reinforcing the already powerful position of Egypt as a center of Islamic intellectual life. The notable pioneer of modern Islamic ideology, the Persian Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani, found an enthusiastic public among the Egyptian intellectuals during his influential stay in that country, 1871-9.7. The point about al-Afghani, as about his Egyptian disciples and equivalents, was that he did not advocate a merely negative Islamic reaction against the West. His own religious orthodoxy has been effectively questioned. He became a Freemason in 1875, though he was realistic enough to know that the religious convictions of the Islamic world must not be shocked and were indeed a powerful political force. His call was for a revitalization of Islam which would permit the Muslim world to absorb modern science and thus emulate the West, to demonstrate that Islam actually enjoined modern science, parliaments, and national armies. 6. The anti-imperialist movement in Egypt looked forward and not back. While the Pashas of Egypt were imitating the tempting example of Napoleon II's Paris, the greatest of 19th-century revolutions was taking place in the greatest of the non-European empires, the so-called Taiping Rebellion in China, 1850–66. It has been ignored by Eurocentric historians, though Marx at least was sufficiently aware of it to write, as early as 1853, perhaps the next uprising of the people of Europe may depend more on what is now taking place in the Celestial Empire than on any other existing political cause. It was the greatest not merely because China, more than half whose territory the Taipings controlled at one point, was even then, with perhaps 400 million inhabitants, by far the most populous state of the world, but also because of the extraordinary scale and ferocity of the civil wars to which it gave rise. Probably something like 20 million Chinese perished during this period. These convulsions were in important respects the direct product of the Western impact on China. Perhaps alone among the great traditional empires of the world, China possessed a popular revolutionary tradition, both ideological and practical. Ideologically, its scholars and its people took the permanence and centrality of their empire for granted. It would always exist, under an emperor, except for occasional interludes of division, administered by the scholar bureaucrats who had passed the great national civil service examinations introduced almost 2,000 years before, and only abandoned when the empire itself was about to die in 1910. Yet its history was that of a succession of dynasties, each passing, it was believed, through a cycle of rise, crisis, and supersession, gaining and eventually losing that mandate of heaven which legitimized their absolute authority. In the process of changing from one dynasty to the next, popular insurrection, growing from social banditry, peasant risings and the activities of popular secret societies to major rebellion, was known and expected to play a significant part. Indeed, its success was itself an indication that the mandate of heaven was running out. The permanence of China, the center of world civilization, was achieved through the ever-repeated cycle of dynastic change, which included this revolutionary element. The Manchu dynasty, imposed by northern conquerors in the mid-17th century, had thus replaced the Ming dynasty, which had in turn, through popular revolution, overthrown the Mongol dynasty in the 14th century. Though in the first half of the 19th century the Manchu regime still seemed to function smoothly, intelligently, and effectively, though it was said with an unusual amount of corruption, there had been signs of crisis and rebellion since the 1790s. Whatever else they may have been due to, it seems clear that the extraordinary increase of the country's population during the past century, whose reasons are still not fully elucidated, had begun to create acute economic pressures. The number of Chinese is claimed to have risen from around 140 million in 1741 to about 400 million in 1834. The dramatic new element in the situation of China was the Western conquest, which had utterly defeated the empire in the First Opium War, 1839–42. The shock of this capitulation to a modest naval force of the British was enormous, for it revealed the fragility of the imperial system, and even parts of popular opinion outside the few areas immediately affected may have become conscious of it. At all events, there was a marked and immediate increase in the activities of various forces of opposition, notably the powerful and deeply rooted secret societies such as the Triad of South China, dedicated to the overthrow of the foreign Manchurian dynasty and the restoration of the Ming. The imperial administration had set up militia forces against the British, and thus helped to distribute arms among the civilian population. It only required a spark to produce an explosion. That spark was provided in the shape of an obsessed, perhaps psychopathic prophet and messianic leader, Hung Xiaochuan, 1813-64, one of those failed candidates for the imperial civil service examination who were so readily given to political discontent. After his failure at the examination, he evidently had a nervous breakdown, which turned into a religious conversion. Around 1847-8 he founded a society of those who venerate God, in Guangxi province, and was rapidly joined by peasants and miners, by men from the large Chinese population of pauperized vagrants, by members of various national minorities and by supporters of the older secret societies. Yet there was one significant novelty in his preaching. Hung had been influenced by Christian writings, had even spent some time with an American missionary in Canton, and thus embodied significant Western elements in an otherwise familiar mixture of anti-Manchu, heretico-religious, and social revolutionary ideas. The rebellion broke out in 1850 in Guangxi and spread so rapidly that a celestial realm of universal peace could be proclaimed within a year with Hung as the supreme celestial king. It was unquestionably a regime of social revolution, whose major support lay among the popular masses, and dominated by Taoist, Buddhist, and Christian ideas of equality. Theocratically organized on the basis of a pyramid of family units, it abolished private property, land being distributed only for use, not ownership, established the equality of the sexes, prohibited tobacco, opium, and alcohol, introduced a new calendar, including a 7-day week, and various other cultural reforms, and did not forget to lower taxes. By the end of 1853 the Taipings with at least 1 million active militants controlled most of South and East China and had captured Nanking, though failing, largely for want of cavalry, to push effectively into the north. China was divided, and even those parts not under Taiping rule were convulsed by major insurrections such as those of the Nian peasant rebels in the north, not suppressed until 1868, the Miao national minority in Quechua, and other minorities in the southwest and northwest. The Taiping Revolution did not maintain itself, and was in fact unlikely to. Its radical innovations alienated moderates, traditionalists, and those with property to lose, by no means only the rich. The failure of its leaders to abide by their own puritanical standards weakened its popular appeal, and deep divisions within the leadership soon developed. After 1856 it was on the defensive, and in 1864 the Taiping capital of Nanking was recaptured. The imperial government recovered, but the price it paid for recovery was heavy and eventually proved fatal. It also illustrated the complexities of the Western impact. Paradoxically, the rulers of China had been rather less ready to adopt Western innovations than the plebeian rebels, long used to living in an ideological world in which unofficial ideas drawn from foreign sources, such as Buddhism, were acceptable. To the Confucian scholar bureaucrats who governed the empire, what was not Chinese was barbarian. There was even resistance to the technology which so obviously made the barbarians invincible. As late as 1867 Grand Secretary Wo Zhen memorialized the throne, warning that the establishment of a college for teaching astronomy and mathematics would make the people proselytes of foreignism and result in the collapse of uprightness and the spread of wickedness. 7 And resistance to the construction of railways and the like remained considerable. For obvious reasons a modernizing party developed, but one may guess that they would have preferred to keep the old China unchanged, merely adding to it the capacity to produce Western armaments. Their attempts to develop such production in the 1860s were not very successful for this reason. The powerless imperial administration in any case saw itself with little but the choice between different degrees of concession to the West. Faced with a major social revolution, it was even reluctant to mobilize the enormous force of Chinese popular xenophobia against the invaders. Indeed, the overthrow of the Taiping seemed politically by far its most urgent problem, and for this purpose the help of the foreigners was, if not essential, then at any rate desirable, their goodwill indispensable. Thus Imperial China found itself tumbling rapidly into complete dependence on the foreigners. An Anglo-Franco-American triumvirate had controlled the Shanghai customs since 1854, but after the Second Opium War, 1856–8, and the sack of Peking, 1860, which ended with total capitulation, an Englishman actually had to be appointed to assist in the administration of the entire Chinese customs revenue. In practice, Robert Hart, who was Inspector General of Chinese Customs from 1863 until 1909, was the master of the Chinese economy and, though he came to be trusted by the Chinese governments and to identify himself with the country, in effect the arrangement implied the entire subordination of the imperial government to the interests of the Westerners. In fact, when it came to the point, the Westerners preferred propping up the Manchus to their overthrow, which would have produced either a militant nationalist revolutionary regime or, more likely, anarchy and a political void which the West was reluctant to fill. The initial sympathy of some foreigners for the apparently Christian elements in the Taiping soon evaporated. Conversely, the Chinese Empire recovered from the Taiping crisis by a combination of concession to the West, a return to conservatism and a fatal erosion of its central power. The real victors in China were the old scholar bureaucrats. Faced with mortal danger, the Manchu dynasty and aristocracy drew closer to the Chinese elite, forfeiting much of their former power. The ablest of the scholar administrators, men like Li Hongchang, 1823–1901, had saved the empire, when Peking had been powerless, by raising provincial armies based on provincial resources. In doing so they anticipated the later collapse of China into a collection of regions under independent warlords. The great and ancient empire of China was henceforth to live on borrowed time. In one way or another, therefore, the societies and states which became victims of the capitalist world, with the exception of Japan, to be considered separately, see Chapter 8 below, failed to come to terms with it. Their rulers and elite soon became convinced that a mere refusal to accept the ways of the white Westerners or Northerners was impracticable and, if practicable, would merely have perpetuated their weakness. Those in colonies conquered, dominated, or administered by the West had not much choice, their fate was determined by their conquerors. The others were divided between policies of resistance and collaboration or concession, between a wholehearted westernization and some sort of reform which would allow them to acquire the science and technology of the West without losing their own culture and institutions. On the whole, the former colonies of European states in the Americas opted for an unconditional imitation of the West, the chain of independent and sometimes ancient monarchies stretching from Morocco on the Atlantic to China on the Pacific, for some version of reform, when they could no longer cut themselves off completely from Western expansion. The cases of China and Egypt are, in their different ways, typical of this second choice. Both were independent states based on ancient civilizations and a non-European culture, undermined by the penetration of Western trade and finance, accepted willingly or under duress, and powerless to resist the military and naval forces of the West, modest though those mobilized against them were. The capitalist powers at this stage were not particularly interested in occupying and administering either, so long as their citizens were given total freedom to do what they wanted, including extraterritorial privileges. They merely found themselves drawn into growing involvement in the affairs of such countries by the crumbling of indigenous regimes under the Western impact, as well as by the rivalries between Western powers. The rulers of both China and Egypt rejected a policy of national resistance, preferring, insofar as they had the option, a dependency on the West, which maintained their own political power. At this stage relatively few among those who in such countries wanted resistance through national regeneration, favored straightforward westernization. Instead they opted for some sort of ideological reform which would allow them to embody whatever made the West so formidable in their own cultural system. 4. These policies failed. Egypt was soon under the direct control of its conquerors, China became an ever more helpless hulk on the way to DIST integration. Since the existing regimes and their rulers had opted for Western dependence, it is improbable that the national reformers could have succeeded, for revolution was the precondition for their success. 9 But its time had not yet come. Thus what is today called the Third World or the underdeveloped countries lay at the mercy of the West, its helpless victim. But did these countries derive no compensating advantages from their subordination? As we have seen, there were those in the backward countries who believed that they did. Westernization was the only solution, and if this meant not only learning from and imitating the foreigners but accepting their alliance against the local forces of traditionalism, i.e. their domination, then the price had to be paid. It is a mistake to see such passionate modernizers in the light of later nationalist movements simply as traitors and agents of foreign imperialism. They might merely take the view that the foreigners, quite apart from their invincibility, would help them to break the stranglehold of tradition, and thus allow them eventually to create a society capable of standing up to the West. The Mexican elite of the 1860s was pro-foreign because it despaired of its country. 8 Such arguments were also used by Western revolutionaries. Marx himself welcomed the American victory over Mexico in the War of 1847, because it brought historical progress and created the conditions for capitalist development, that is to say for the eventual overthrow of capitalism. His views of the British mission in India, expressed in 1853, are familiar. It was a double mission, the annihilation of the old Asiatic society, and the laying of the material foundations of Western society in India. True, he believed that the Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie, till in Great Britain itself the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether. Nevertheless, in spite of the blood and dirt, misery and degradation through which the bourgeoisie dragged the peoples of the world, he saw its conquests as positive and progressive. Yet, whatever the ultimate prospects, and modern historians are less optimistic than the Marx of the 1850s, in the immediate present the most obvious result of Western conquest was the loss of the old world with no gain of a new one, which imparted a peculiar kind of melancholy to the present misery of the Hindu nine as of other peoples who were the victims of the West. The gains were hard to discern in the third quarter of the 19th century, the losses only too evident. On the positive side there were steamships, railways, and telegraphs, small knots of Western educated intellectuals, even smaller ones of local landlords and businessmen who amassed enormous fortunes out of their control of the sources of exports and the disposal of foreign loans, like the hacendados of Latin America, or their position as middlemen for foreign business, like the Parsi millionaires of Bombay. There was communication, material and cultural. There was a growth of exportable production in some suitable areas, though hardly as yet on a huge scale. There was, arguably, a substitution of order for public disorder, security for insecurity in some areas which came under direct colonial rule. But only the congenital optimist would argue that these outweighed the negative side of the balance sheet at this period. The most obvious contrast between developed and underdeveloped worlds was and still remains that between poverty and wealth. In the first, people still starved to death, but by now in what the 19th century regarded as small numbers, say an average of 500 a year in the United Kingdom. In India they died in their millions, 1 in 10 of the population of Orissa in the famine of 1865-6, anything between a quarter and a third of the population of Rajputana in 1868-70, 3 million, or 15% of the population, in Madras, 1 million, or 15% of the population, in Mysore during the Great Hunger of 1876-8, the worst up to that date in the gloomy history of 19th century India. 10 In China it is not easy to separate famine from the numerous other catastrophes of the period, but that of 1849 is said to have cost nearly 14 million lives, while another 20 million are believed to have perished between 1854 and 1864.11. Parts of Java were ravaged by a terrible famine in 1848 to 50. The late 1860s and early 1870s saw an epidemic of hunger in the entire belt of countries stretching from India in the east to Spain in the west. 12 The Muslim population of Algeria dropped by over 20% between 1861 and 1872.13. Persia, whose total people were estimated to number between 6 and 7 million in the mid-1870s, was believed to have lost between 1 and 2 million in the Great Famine of 1871 to 3.14. It is difficult to say whether the situation was worse than in the first half of the century, though this was probably so in India and China, or merely unchanged. In any case, the contrast with the developed countries during the same period was dramatic, even if we grant, as seems likely for the Islamic world, that the age of traditional and catastrophic demographic movements was already giving way to a new population pattern in the second half of the century. In short, the bulk of the peoples in the Third World did not as yet appear to benefit significantly from the extraordinary, the unprecedented, progress of the West. If they were aware of it at all as something other than the mere disruption of their ancient ways of life, it was as a possible example rather than as a reality, as something done by and for red and sallow-faced men in curious hard hats with cylindrical trousers who came from far countries or lived in big cities. It did not belong to their world, and most of them very much doubted whether they wanted it to. But those who resisted it in the name of their ancient ways were defeated. The day of those who resisted it with the weapons of progress itself had not yet arrived. Chapter 8. Winners. What classes and strata of society will now become the real representatives of culture, will give us our scholars, artists, and poets, our creative personalities? Or is everything to turn into big business, as in America? Jacob Burckhardt, 1868–711. The administration of Japan has become enlightened and progressive, European experience is accepted as its guide, foreigners are employed in its service, and Eastern customs and ideas are giving way before Western civilization. Sir T. Erskine May, 18772. Never, therefore, did Europeans dominate the world more completely and unquestionably than in the third quarter of the 19th century. To be more exact, never did white men of European descent dominate it with less challenge, for the world of capitalist economy and power included at least one non-European state, or rather federation, the United States of America. The United States did not as yet play a major part in world affairs, and thus the statesmen of Europe paid it only intermittent attention, unless they had interests in the two regions of the world in which it took a direct interest, namely the American continents and the Pacific Ocean, but, with the exception of Britain, whose perspectives were consistently global, no other state was constantly involved in both these areas. The liberation of Latin America had removed all European colonies from the mainland of Central and South America, except in the Guianas, which provided the British with some sugar, the French with a jail for dangerous criminals, and the Dutch with a reminder of their past links with Brazil. The Caribbean islands, omitting the island of Hispaniola, which consisted of the Negro Republic of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, finally emancipating itself from both Spanish domination and Haitian preponderance, remained colonial possessions of Spain, Cuba and Puerto Rico, Britain, France, the Netherlands, and Denmark. Except for Spain, which hankered after a partial restoration of its American empire, none of the European states bothered about their possessions in the West Indies more than they could help. Only on the North American continent did a large European presence remain by 1875, the vast but underdeveloped and largely empty British dependency of Canada, separated from the United States by a long and open frontier running in a straight line from the borders of Ontario to the Pacific Ocean, the areas in dispute on either side of this line being peacefully, though not without hard diplomatic bargaining, adjusted, mainly in favor of the United States, in the course of the century. But for the construction of the Trans-Canadian Railway, British Columbia might well have been unable to resist the attraction of the Pacific states of the United States. As for the Asian shores of this ocean, only the Russian far east of Siberia, the British colony of Hong Kong and the British foothold in Malaya marked the direct presence of the European great powers, though the French were beginning the occupation of Indochina. The relics of Spanish and Portuguese colonialism, and the Dutch in what is now Indonesia, raised no international problems. The territorial expansion of the United States thus caused no great political stir in the chanceries of Europe. A large part of the Southwest, California, Arizona, Utah, and parts of Colorado and New Mexico, were ceded by Mexico after a disastrous war in 1848–53. Russia sold Alaska in 1867. These and older Western territories were transformed into states of the Union as and when they became economically sufficiently interesting or accessible, California in 1850, Oregon in 1859, Nevada in 1864, while in the Middle West Minnesota, Kansas, Wisconsin, and Nebraska acquired statehood between 1858 and 1867. Beyond this, American territorial ambitions did not go at this point, though the slave states of the South hankered after an extension of slave society to the large islands of the Caribbean and expressed even wider Latin American ambitions. The basic pattern of American domination was that of indirect control, since no foreign power appeared as an effective direct challenger, weak but nominally independent governments which knew that they had to keep on the right side of the northern giant. Only at the end of the century, during the international fashion for formal imperialism, was the United States to break for a while with this established tradition. Poor Mexico, President Porfirio Diaz, 1828–1915, was to sigh, so far from God, so near to the USA, and even the Latin American states which felt themselves to be on closer terms with the Almighty were increasingly aware that in this world Washington was what they had chiefly to keep their eye on. The occasional North American adventurer attempted to establish direct power in and around the narrow land bridges between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, but nothing came of it until the Panama Canal was actually constructed, occupied by American forces in a small independent republic detached for this purpose from the larger South American state of Colombia. But this was later. Most of the world, and especially Europe, was keenly aware of the United States, if only because during this period, 1848–75, several million Europeans emigrated to it, and because its vast size and extraordinary progress rapidly made it into the technical miracle of the globe. It was, as the Americans were the first to point out, the land of superlatives. Where else could one find a city like Chicago, with a modest 30,000 inhabitants in 1850, which had become the sixth largest urban center in the world, with more than 1 million inhabitants, a mere 40 years later? No railroads spanned greater distances than its transcontinental lines, or were exceeded in total mileage, 49,168 in 1870, by any other country. No millionaires were or seemed more dramatically self-made than those of the United States, and if they were not yet the richest of their kind, though they soon would be, they were certainly the most numerous. No newspapers were more adventurously journalistic, no politicians more flamboyantly corrupt, no country more unlimited in its possibilities. America was still the New World, the open society in an open country, where the penniless immigrant could, it was widely believed, remake himself, the self-made man, and in so doing make a free egalitarian, democratic republic, the only one of any size and significance in the world until 1870. The image of the United States as a revolutionary political alternative to the old world of monarchy, aristocracy and subjection was perhaps no longer as vivid as it had once been, at least outside its borders. The image of America as a place of escape from poverty, of personal hope through personal enrichment, replaced it. The New World increasingly confronted Europe not as the new society, but as the society of the newly rich. And yet within the United States, the revolutionary dream was far from dead. The image of the Republic remained that of a land of equality, democracy, perhaps above all of untrammeled, anarchic freedom, of unlimited opportunity, which had as its obverse what later came to be called manifest destiny. Nobody can make sense of the United States in the 19th or, for that matter, the 20th century, without an appreciation of this utopian component, though it was increasingly obscured by and transformed into a complacent economic and technological dynamism, except at moments of crisis. It was, by origin, an agrarian utopia of free and independent farmers on free land. It never came to terms with the world of great cities and great industry, and was not yet reconciled to the domination of either in our period. Even in so typical a center of American industry as the textile town of Paterson, New Jersey, the ethos of business was not yet dominant. During the ribbon weavers' strike of 1877, the mill owners complained bitterly, and with justification, that Republican mayor, Democratic aldermen, press, courts and public opinion failed to support them. 4. Still, the bulk of Americans were still rural. In 1860 only 16% lived in cities of 8,000 or more inhabitants. The rural utopia in its most literal form, the free yeoman on free soil, could mobilize more political power than ever, notably among the growing population of the Middle West. It contributed to the formation of the Republican Party, and not least to its anti-slavery orientation, for though the program of a classless republic of freeholding farmers had nothing to do with slavery and little interest in the Negro, it excluded slavery. It achieved its greatest triumph in the Homestead Act of 1862, which offered any American family man over 160 acres gratis of surveyed public domain after 5 years continuous residence, or purchase for $1.25 an acre after 6 months. It is hardly necessary to add that this utopia failed. Between 1862 and 1890 less than 400,000 families benefited under the Homestead Act, while the population of the United States increased by 32 million, that of the western states by more than 10 million. The railways alone, which received enormous grants of public land so that they might recoup the losses of construction and operation by the profits of property speculation and development, sold more land at $5 than was conveyed under the Act. The real beneficiaries of free land were speculators, financiers, and capitalist entrepreneurs. In the last decades of the century little more was heard of the bucolic dream of a free yeomanry. Whether we choose to regard this transformation of the United States as the end of a revolutionary dream or a coming of age, it happened in the third quarter of the 19th century. Mythology itself bears witness to the importance of this era, for the two most profound and lasting themes of American history, as enshrined in popular culture, belong to it, the Civil War and the West. Both are intimately connected, inasmuch as it was the opening of the West, or more exactly its southern and central parts, which precipitated the conflict between the states of the Republic, the ones representing the free settlers and the rising capitalism of the North, the others the slave society of the South. It was the Kansas, Nebraska conflict of 1854, about the introduction of slavery into the Middle West, which precipitated the formation of the Republican Party. This was to elect Abraham Lincoln, 1809–65, as president in 1860, an event that led to the eventual secession of the Confederate States of the South from the Union in 1861. The westward expansion of settlement was not new. It was merely accelerated dramatically in our period by the railroads. The first of them reached and bridged the Mississippi in 1854–6, and by the development of California, see Chapter 3 above. After 1849 the West ceased to be a sort of frontier of infinity and became instead a large empty space of prairie, desert, and mountain, suspended between two rapidly developing areas to the east and along the Pacific. The first transcontinental lines were built simultaneously eastwards from the Pacific and westwards from the Mississippi and met somewhere in Utah, whither the Mormon sect had transferred their Zion from Iowa in 1847, under the mistaken impression that it lay beyond the reach of the Gentiles. In fact, the region between the Mississippi and California, the Wild West, remained pretty empty in our period, which was unlike the tame or Middle West, increasingly heavily settled, cultivated, and even industrialized. It has been estimated that the total labor for building farms in the whole vast area of the prairie, southwest, and mountain states for the period from 1850 to 1880 was barely larger than that expended during the same period in the southeast or in the long-settled mid-Atlantic states. 5. The prairie lands west of the Mississippi were slowly being colonized by farmers, which implied the removal, by forced transfer, of the Indians, including those already transferred there by earlier legislation, and, by massacre, of the buffalo on whom the Plains Indians lived. Their extermination began in 1867, the same year in which Congress established the major Indian reservations. By 1883 about 13 million of them had been killed. The mountains never became much of an area of agricultural settlement. They were and remained a prospectors' and miners' frontier, populated by a series of stampedes after the precious metals, mostly silver, of which the Comstock lode in Nevada, 1859, proved to be the largest. It produced $300 million in 20 years, made spectacular fortunes for half a dozen men, a score or so of lesser millionaires and a fairly large number of smaller but by contemporary standards still impressive accumulations of wealth, before it ran out, leaving behind an empty Virginia city peopled by the ghosts of Cornish and Irish miners haunting the Union Hall and Opera House of its wild prime. Similar rushes occurred into Colorado, Idaho and Montana. 6 Demographically they did not amount to much. In 1870 Colorado, admitted to statehood in 1876, had less than 40,000 inhabitants. The Southwest remained essentially cattle, i.e. cowboy, country. Thence the vast herds of longhorns, some 4 million between 1865 and 1879, were driven to the transshipment points and the railheads edging westward, on their way to the giant slaughterhouses of Chicago. The traffic gave to otherwise negligible settlements in Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska, like Abilene and Dodge City, the reputation which lives in 1,000 westerns, and which has not been overlaid by the stern biblical rectitude and populist fervor of the prairie farmers. 7. The Wild West is so powerful a myth that it is difficult to analyze it with any realism. Very nearly the only historically accurate fact about it that has entered general knowledge is that it lasted only a short time, its heyday falling between the Civil War and the collapse of mining and cattle booms in the 1880s. Its wildness was not due to the Indians, who were ready enough to live at peace with the whites, except perhaps in the extreme southwest, where tribes like the Apache, 1871–86, and the Mexican, Yaqui, 1875–1926, fought the last of several centuries' wars to maintain their independence from the white men. It was due to the institutions, or rather the absence of effective institutions, of government and law in the United States. There was no Wild West in Canada, where even gold rushes were not anarchic, and the Sioux, who fought and beat Custer in the United States before being massacred, lived quietly there. The anarchy, or, to use a more neutral term, the passion for armed self-help, was perhaps exaggerated by the dream of freedom as well as of gold which lured men to the West. Beyond the frontier of farm settlement and city there were no families. In 1870 Virginia City had more than 2 men for every woman, and only 10% are children. It is true that the Western myth has degraded even this dream. Its heroes are more often than not desperados and barroom gunmen like Wild Bill Hickok, who never had much to be said in their favor, rather than the unionized immigrant miners. Yet, even allowing for this, it should not be idealized. The dream of freedom did not apply to the Indians or the Chinese, who formed almost a third of the population of Idaho in 1870. In the racist Southwest, Texas belonged to the Confederacy. It certainly did not apply to the Negroes. And though so much of what we regard as Western, from the cowboy's costume to the Spanish-based Californian custom which became the effective mining law in the American mountains, derived from the Mexicans, who probably also supplied more cowboys than any other single group, it did not apply to the Mexicans. It was a dream of poor whites, who hoped to replace the private enterprise of the bourgeois world by gambling, gold, and guns. if there is nothing very obscure about the opening of the West, the nature and origins of the American Civil War, 1861-5, have led to endless dispute among historians. This centers on the nature of the slave society of the Southern states and its possible compatibility with the dynamically expanding capitalism of the North. Was it a slave society at all, given that Negroes were always in a minority even in the Deep South, apart from a few patches, and considering that the majority of slaves worked not on the classical large plantation but in small numbers on white farms or as domestics? It can hardly be denied that slavery was the central institution of Southern society, or that it was the major cause of friction and rupture between the Northern and Southern states. The real question is why it should have led to secession and civil war, rather than to some sort of formula of coexistence. After all, though no doubt most people in the North detested slavery, militant abolitionism alone was never strong enough to determine the Union's policy. And Northern capitalism, whatever the private views of businessmen, might well have found it as possible and convenient to come to terms with and exploit a slave South as international business has with the apartheid of South Africa. Of course slave societies, including that of the South, were doomed. None of them survived the period from 1848 to 1890, not even Cuba and Brazil, see Chapter 10 below. They were already isolated both physically, by the abolition of the African slave trade, which was pretty effective by the 1850s, and, as it were, morally, by the overwhelming consensus of bourgeois liberalism which regarded them as contrary to history's march, morally undesirable and economically inefficient. It is difficult to envisage the survival of the South as a slave society into the 20th century, any more than the survival of serfdom in Eastern Europe, even if, like some schools of historians, we consider both economically viable as systems of production. But what brought the South to the point of crisis in the 1850s was a more specific problem, the difficulty of coexisting with a dynamic Northern capitalism and a flood of migration into the West. In purely economic terms, the North was not much worried about the South, an agrarian region hardly involved in industrialization. Time, population, resources, and production were on its side. The main stumbling blocks were political. The South, a virtual semi-colony of the British to whom it supplied the bulk of their raw cotton, found free trade advantageous, whereas the Northern industry had long been firmly and militantly committed to protective tariffs, which it was unable to impose sufficiently for its desires because of the political leverage of the Southern states, who represented, it must be recalled, almost half the total number of states in 1850. Northern industry was certainly more worried about a nation half free trading and half protectionist than about one half slave and half free. What was equally to the point, the South did its best to offset the advantages of the North by cutting it off from its hinterland, attempting to establish a trading and communications area facing south and based on the Mississippi River system rather than facing east to the Atlantic, and so far as possible preempting the expansion to the west. This was natural enough since its poor whites had long explored and opened the West. But the very economic superiority of the North meant that the South had to insist with increasing stubbornness on its political force, to stake its claims in the most formal terms, e.g. by insisting on the official acceptance of slavery in new Western territories, to stress the autonomy of states, states' rights, against the national government, to exercise its veto over national policies, to discourage Northern economic developments, etc. In effect, it had to be an obstacle to the North while pursuing an expansionist policy in the West. Its only assets were political. For, given that it could not or would not beat the North at its own game of capitalist development, the currents of history ran dead against it. Every improvement in transport strengthened the links of the West with the Atlantic. Basically, the railroad system ran from east to west with hardly any long lines from north to south. Moreover, the men who peopled the West, whether they came from north or south, were not slave owners but poor, white, and free, attracted by free soil or gold or adventure. The formal extension of slavery to new territories and states was therefore crucial to the South, and the increasingly embittered conflicts of the two sides during the 1850s turned mainly on this question. At the same time, slavery was irrelevant to the West, and indeed Western expansion might actually weaken the slave system. It provided no such reinforcement as that which Southern leaders hoped for when envisaging the annexation of Cuba and the creation of a Southern Caribbean plantation empire. In brief, the North was in a position to unify the continent and the South was not. Aggressive in posture, its real recourse was to abandon the struggle and secede from the Union, and this is what it did when the election of Abraham Lincoln from Illinois in 1860 demonstrated that it had lost the Middle West. For 5 years civil war raged. In terms of casualties and destruction, it was by far the greatest war in which any developed country was involved in our period, though relatively it pales beside the more or less contemporary Paraguayan War in South America, and absolutely beside the Taiping Wars in China. The northern states, though notably inferior in military performance, eventually won because of their vast preponderance of manpower, productive capacity, and technology. After all, they contained over 70% of the total population of the United States, over 80% of the men of military age, and over 90% of its industrial production. Their triumph was also that of American capitalism and of the modern United States. But, though slavery was abolished, it was not the triumph of the Negro, slave, or free. After a few years of Reconstruction, i.e. forced democratization, the South reverted to the control of conservative white Southerners, i.e. racists. Northern occupying troops were finally withdrawn in 1877. In one sense it achieved its object. The Northern Republicans, who retained the presidency for most of the time from 1860 to 1932, could not break into the solidly Democratic South, which therefore retained substantial autonomy. The South, in turn, through its bloc vote, could exercise some national influence, since its support was essential for the success of the other great party, the Democrats. In fact, it remained agrarian, poor, backward and resentful, the whites resenting the never-forgotten defeat, the blacks the disfranchisement and ruthless subordination reimposed by the whites. American capitalism developed with dramatic speed and impressiveness after the Civil War, which had probably slowed its growth temporarily, though it also provided considerable opportunities for the great buccaneering business entrepreneurs aptly nicknamed robber barons. This extraordinary advance forms the third great strand in the history of the United States during our period. Unlike the Civil War and the Wild West, the age of the robber barons has not become part of American popular myth, except as part of the demonology of Democrats and populists, but it still remains part of American reality. Robber barons are still a recognizable part of the business scene. Attempts have been made to defend or rehabilitate the men who changed the vocabulary of the English language. When the Civil War broke out, the word millionaire was still italicized, but when the greatest robber of the first generation, Cornelius Vanderbilt, died in 1877, his wealth of $100 million required the coining of a new term, multimillionaire. It has been argued that many of the great American capitalists were in fact creative innovators without whom the triumphs of American industrialization, which are indeed impressive, would not have been achieved so rapidly. Their wealth was therefore due not to economic banditry but, as it were, to the generosity with which society rewarded its benefactors. Such arguments cannot be applied to all the robber barons, for even the mind of the apologist boggles when faced with bare-faced crooks such as the financiers Jim Fisk or Jay Gould, but it would be senseless to deny that a number of the tycoons of this period made positive, and sometimes important, contributions to the development of the modern industrial economy or, what is not quite the same thing, to the operations of a system of capitalist enterprise. However, such arguments are beside the point. They simply amount to another way of saying the obvious, namely that the 19th century United States was a capitalist economy, in which money, a very great deal of money, was to be made, among other ways, by the development and rationalization of the productive resources of a vast and rapidly growing country in a rapidly growing world economy. Three things distinguish the era of the American robber barons from the other flourishing capitalist economies of the same period, which also bred their generations of sometimes rapacious millionaires. The first was the total absence of any kind of control over business dealings, however ruthless and crooked, and the really spectacular possibilities of corruption both national and local, especially in the post-Civil War years. There was indeed little that could be called government by European standards in the United States, and the scope for the powerful and unscrupulous rich was virtually unlimited. In fact, the phrase robber barons should carry its accent on the second rather than the first word, for, as in a weak medieval kingdom, men could not look to the law but only to their own strength, and who were stronger in a capitalist society than the rich. The United States, alone among the states of the bourgeois world, was a country of private justice and private armed forces, and never more so than in our period. Between 1850 and 1889 self-appointed vigilante squads killed 530 alleged or real lawbreakers, or 6 out of 7 of all the victims in the entire history of this characteristic American phenomenon, which stretches from the 1760s to 1909.93. In 1865 and 1866 every railroad, colliery, iron furnace and rolling mill in Pennsylvania was granted statutory authority to employ as many armed policemen as it wished to act as they thought fit, though in other states sheriffs and other local officials had formally to appoint the members of such private police forces. And it was during this period that the most notorious of the private forces of detectives and gunmen, the Pinkertons, gained their shady reputation, first in the fight against criminals but increasingly against labor. The second distinguishing characteristic of this pioneer era of American big business, big money, and big power was that most of its successful practitioners, unlike so many of the great entrepreneurs of the Old World, who often seemed obsessed with technological construction as such, seemed uncommitted to any special way of making money. All they wanted was to maximize profits, though it happens that most of them met in and through the great money maker of the age, railroads. Cornelius Vanderbilt had a mere $10 to $20 million before he got into railroads, which brought him an extra 80, 90-odd millions in 16 years. Small wonder, when men like the California crowd, Collis P. Huntington, 1821 to 1900, Leland Stanford, 1824 to 93, Charles Crocker, 1822 to 88, and Mark Hopkins, 1813 to 78, could unblushingly charge 3 times the actual cost of building the Central Pacific Railroad, and racketeers like Fisk and Gould could scoop up millions by rigged dealing and looting without actually organizing the laying of a single sleeper or the departure of a single locomotive. Few of the first-generation millionaires made their career in a single branch of activity. Huntington began by selling hardware to gold rush miners in Sacramento. Perhaps his customers included the meat magnate Philip Armour, 1832 to 1901, who tried his luck in the gold fields before turning to the grocery business in Milwaukee, which in turn enabled him to make a killing in pork during the Civil War. Jim Fisk was in turn circus hand, hotel waiter, peddler, and dry goods salesman, before discovering the possibilities of war contracts and thereafter the stock exchange. Jay Gould was in turn cartographer and leather merchant, before discovering what could be done with railway stock. Andrew Carnegie, 1835 to 1919, did not concentrate his energies on steel until he was almost 40. He began as a telegraphist, continued as a railway executive, his income already made from investments whose value was rapidly increasing, dabbled in oil, which was the chosen field of John D. Rockefeller, who began life as a clerk and bookkeeper in Ohio, while gradually moving into the industry he was to dominate. All these men were speculators and ready to move towards the big money wherever it was. None had noticeable scruples or could afford to have in an economy and an age where fraud, bribery, slander, and if necessary guns were normal aspects of competition. All were hard men, and most would have regarded the question whether they were honest as considerably less relevant to their affairs than the question whether they were smart. Not for nothing did social Darwinism, the dogma that those who climbed to the top of the heap were the best, because the fittest to survive in the human jungle, become something like a national theology in the late 19th century United States. The third characteristic of the robber barons will already be obvious, but has been overemphasized by the mythology of American capitalism. A considerable proportion of them were self-made men, and they had no competitors in wealth and social standing. Of course, in spite of the prominence of several self-made multimillionaires, only 42% of the businessmen of our period who have entered the dictionary of American biography came from lower or lower middle class backgrounds. 4 Most came from business or professional families. Only 8% of the industrial elite of the 1870s were sons of working class fathers. 10 Still, for comparison, it may be worth recalling that of the 189 British millionaires who died between 1858 and 1879, something like a minimum of 70% must have been the descendants of at least one and probably several generations of wealth, over 50% of them being landowners. 11 Of course, America contained its Astors and Vanderbilts, inheritors of old money, and the greatest of its financiers, J.P. Morgan, 1837 to 1913, was a second-generation banker whose family grew rich as one of the main intermediaries for channeling British capital to the United States. But what attracted attention were, understandably enough, the careers of young men who simply saw opportunity, seized it and fought off all challengers, men who were above all penetrated by the capitalist imperative of accumulation. The opportunities were indeed colossal for men prepared to follow the logic of profit-making rather than living, and with sufficient competence, energy, ruthlessness, and greed. The distractions were minimal. There was no old nobility to tempt men into titles and the gracious life of the landed aristocrat, and politics was something to buy rather than to practice, except of course as another way of making money. In a sense, therefore, the robber barons felt themselves to represent America as nobody else did. And they were not quite wrong. The names of the greatest multimillionaires, Morgan, Rockefeller, entered the realm of myth, which is why, with the very different myth names of the gunmen and marshals of the West, they are probably the only names of individual Americans of this period, other perhaps than Abraham Lincoln, which are widely known abroad, except among those who claim a special interest in the history of the United States. And the great capitalists imposed their stamp on their country. Once, said the National Labor Tribune in 1874, men in America could be their own rulers. No one could or should become their masters. But now these dreams have not been realized. The working people of this country, suddenly find capital as rigid as an absolute monarchy. 2. Of all the non-European countries, only one actually succeeded in meeting and beating the West at its own game. This was Japan, somewhat to the surprise of contemporaries. For them it was perhaps the least known of all developed countries, since it had been virtually closed to direct contact with the West early in the 17th century, maintaining only a single point of mutual observation, where the Dutch were allowed to trade on a restricted scale. By the mid-19th century it seemed to the West no different from any other Oriental country, or at least equally predestined by economic backwardness and military inferiority to become the victim of capitalism. Commodore Perry of the United States, whose ambitions in the Pacific extended far beyond the interests of its very active whalers, who had recently, 1851, been the subject of the greatest work of artistic creation of 19th century America, Herman Melville's Moby Dick, forced them to open certain ports in 1853-4 by the usual methods of naval threats. The British, and later the United Western Forces in 1862, bombarded them with the usual frivolity and impunity. The city of Kagoshima was attacked simply as a reprisal for the murder of a single Englishman. It hardly looked as though within half a century Japan would be a major power capable of defeating a European power in a major war single-handed, and within 3/4 of a century it would come close to rivaling Britain's navy, still less that in the 1970s some observers would expect it to surpass the economy of the United States within a matter of years. Historians, with the wisdom of hindsight, have perhaps been less surprised at the Japanese achievement than they might have been. They have pointed out that in many respects Japan, though entirely alien in its cultural tradition, was surprisingly analogous to the West in social structure. At all events it possessed something very like the feudal order of medieval Europe, a hereditary landed nobility, semi-servile peasants, and a body of merchant entrepreneurs and financiers surrounded by an unusually active body of crafts, based on growing urbanization. Unlike Europe, cities were not independent nor merchants free, but the growing concentration of the nobility, the samurai, in cities made them increasingly dependent on the non-agricultural sector of the population, and the systematic development of a closed national economy cut off from foreign trade created a body of entrepreneurs both essential for the formation of a national market and intimately linked with the government. The Mitsui, for instance, still one of the major forces in Japanese capitalism, began as provincial brewers of sake, rice wine, in the early 17th century, turned to money lending and in 1673 established themselves in Edo, Tokyo, as shopkeepers, founding branches in Kyoto and Osaka. By 1680 they were what Europe would have called active on the stock exchange. Shortly after they became financial agents of the imperial family and the shogunate, the de facto rulers of the country, as well as of several major feudal clans. The Sumitomo, also still prominent, began in the drug and hardware trade in Kyoto and soon became great merchants and refiners in the copper business. In the late 18th century they acted as regional administrators of the copper monopoly and exploited mines. It is not impossible that Japan, left to itself, might have independently evolved in the direction of a capitalist economy, though the question can never be settled. What is beyond doubt is that Japan was more willing to imitate the West than many other non-European countries and more capable of doing so. China was plainly capable of beating the Westerners at their own game, at least in as much as it amply possessed the technical skills, intellectual sophistication, education, administrative experience, and business capacities required for the purpose. But China was too enormous, too self-sufficient, too accustomed to considering itself the center of civilization for the incursion of yet another brand of dangerous and long-nosed barbarians, however technically advanced, to suggest immediately the wholesale abandonment of the ancient ways. China did not want to imitate the West. Educated men in Mexico did want to imitate liberal capitalism as exemplified by the United States, if only as a means of becoming strong enough to resist their northern neighbor. But the weight of a tradition they were too weak to break or destroy made it impossible for them to do so effectively. Church and peasantry, Indian or Hispanicized in a medieval pattern, were too much for them, and they were too few. The will was greater than the capacity. But Japan possessed both. The Japanese elite knew their country to be one among many confronted by the dangers of conquest or subjection which they had faced in the course of a long history. It was, to use contemporary European phraseology, a potential nation rather than an ecumenical empire. At the same time it possessed the technical and other capacities and cadres required for a 19th century economy. And what is perhaps more important, the Japanese elite possessed a state apparatus and a social structure capable of controlling the movement of an entire society. To transform a country from above without risking either passive resistance, disintegration, or revolution is extremely difficult. The Japanese rulers were in the historically exceptional position of being able to mobilize the traditional mechanism of social obedience for the purposes of a sudden, radical but controlled westernization with no greater resistance than a scattering of samurai dissidents and peasant rebellion. The problem of confronting the West had preoccupied the Japanese for some decades, certainly since the 1830s, and the British victory over China in the First Opium War, 1839–42, demonstrated the achievement and possibilities of the Western ways. If China itself could not resist them, were they not bound to prevail everywhere? The discovery of gold in California, that crucial event in world history in our period, brought the United States squarely into the Pacific area and Japan squarely into the center of Western attempts to open its markets as the Opium War had opened those of China. Direct resistance was hopeless, as the feeble attempts to organize it proved. Mere concessions and diplomatic evasions could be no more than temporary expedients. The need to reform, both by adopting the relevant techniques of the West and by restoring, or creating, the will to national self-assertion, was hotly debated among educated officials and intellectuals, but what turned it into the Meiji Restoration of 1868, i.e. a drastic revolution from above, was the evident failure of the feudal bureaucratic military system of the shoguns to cope with the crisis. In 1853-4 the rulers were divided and uncertain what to do. For the first time the government formally asked for the opinions and advice of the daimyo, or feudal lords, most of whom favored resistance or temporization. In doing so it demonstrated its own inability to act effectively, and its military countermeasures were both ineffective and costly enough to strain the finances and administrative system of the country. While the bureaucracy revealed its clumsy ineffectiveness and the factions of nobles within the shogunate competed, the second defeat of China in another Opium War, 1857-8, underlined the weakness of Japan against the West. But the new concessions to the foreigners and the growing disintegration of the domestic political structure produced a counter-reaction among the younger samurai intellectuals, who in 1863 launched one of those waves of terror and assassination, against both foreigners and unpopular leaders, which punctuate Japanese history. Since the 1840s embattled patriotic activists had come together in military and ideological study both in the provinces and in certain schools of swordsmanship in Edo, Tokyo, where they came under the influence of suitable philosophers, returning to their feudal provinces, Han, with the two slogans "Expel the barbarians" and "Venerate the emperor." Both slogans were logical. Japan must not be allowed to fall victim to the foreigners and, given the failure of the shogunate, it was natural that conservative attention should turn to the surviving traditional political alternative, the theoretically all-powerful but practically impotent and unimportant imperial throne. Conservative reform, or revolution from above, was almost bound to take the form of a restoration of imperial power against the shogunate. The foreign reaction to the terrorism of the extremists, e.g. the British bombardment of Kagoshima, merely intensified the domestic crisis and undermined the already tottering regime. In January 1868, following the death of the old emperor and the appointment of a new shogun, the imperial restoration was finally proclaimed, with the forces of certain powerful and dissident prefectures, and established after a brief civil war. The Meiji Restoration was accomplished. Had it consisted merely of a conservative xenophobic reaction, it would have been comparatively insignificant. The great feudalities of West Japan, especially Satsuma and Chsh, whose forces overthrew the old system, had traditionally disliked the House of Tokugawa, which monopolized the shogunate. Neither their power nor the militant traditionalism of the young extremists provided a program in itself, and the men who now took over the fortunes of Japan, predominantly young samurai, on average just over 30 years of age in 1868, did not represent the forces of social revolution, though clearly they came to power in an epoch when economic and social tensions were increasingly acute and reflected both in a growing number of localized and not markedly political peasant risings and the emergence of middle-class and peasant activists. But between 1853 and 1868 the bulk of the surviving young samurai activists, several of the most xenophobic perished in the course of their terrorism, had recognized that their object, to save the country, required systematic westernization. Several had by 1868 had contact with foreigners, some had actually traveled abroad. All recognized that preservation implied transformation. The parallelism between Japan and Prussia has often been made. In both countries capitalism was formally installed not by bourgeois revolution but from above, by an old bureaucratic aristocratic order which recognized that its survival could not otherwise be assured. In both countries the consequent economic political regimes retained important characteristics of the old order, an ethic of obedient discipline and respect which pervaded both the middle classes and even the new proletariat, and incidentally helped capitalism to solve the problems of labor discipline, a strong dependence of the economy of private enterprise on the help and supervision of the bureaucratic state, and not least a persistent militarism which was to make both into formidable powers in war, and an undercurrent of passionate and at times pathological extremism of the political right. Yet there are differences. In Germany the liberal bourgeoisie was strong, conscious of itself as a class and an independent political force. As the 1848 revolutions demonstrated, bourgeois revolution was a genuine possibility. The Prussian way to capitalism was through the combination of a bourgeoisie reluctant to make a bourgeois revolution and a junker state prepared to give them most of what they wanted without a revolution, for the price of preserving the political control of the landed aristocracy and the bureaucratic monarchy. The Junkers did not initiate this change. They merely, thanks to Bismarck, made sure that they would not be overwhelmed by it. In Japan, on the other hand, the initiative, the direction, and the cadres of the revolution from above came from sections of the feudalists themselves. The Japanese bourgeoisie, or its equivalent, played a part only insofar as the existence of a stratum of businessmen and entrepreneurs made it practicable to install a capitalist economy on lines derived from the West. The Meiji Restoration cannot therefore be regarded in any real sense as a bourgeois revolution, however aborted, though it can be regarded as the functional equivalent of part of one. This makes the radicalism of the changes introduced by it all the more impressive. It abolished the old feudal provinces and replaced them by a centralized state administration, which acquired a new decimal currency, a financial foundation through inflation, by means of public loans based on a banking system inspired by the American Federal Reserve System, and, in 1873, a comprehensive land tax. It must be remembered that in 1868 the central government possessed no independent income, relying temporarily on the help of the feudal provinces, soon to be abolished, on forced loans, and on the private estates of the Tokugawa ex-shoguns. This financial reform implied a radical social reform, the regulation of landed property, 1873, which established individual and not communal liability for tax and consequently individual assignment of property rights, with the consequent right of sale. The former feudal rights, already in decline as regards cultivated land, consequently fell by the wayside. The high nobles and a few eminent samurai retained some mountain and forest land, the government took over former communal property, the peasants increasingly became tenants of wealthy landowners, and the nobles and samurai lost their economic basis. In return they received compensation and government help, but even before these proved inadequate for many of them the change in their situation was nevertheless profound. It was made even more drastic by the military reform, and especially the military service law of 1873 which, on the Prussian model, introduced conscription. Its most far-reaching consequence was egalitarian, for it abolished the last vestiges of separate and higher status for the samurai as a class. However, the resistance of both peasants and samurai against the new measures, there was an average of perhaps 30 peasant risings per year between 1869 and 1874 and a substantial samurai rebellion in 1877, was put down without major difficulty. It was not the object of the new regime to abolish aristocracy and class distinctions, though these were simplified and modernized. A new aristocracy was even founded. At the same time westernization implied the abolition of old ranks, a society in which wealth, education, and political influence more than birth determined status, and therefore some genuinely egalitarian tendencies, unfavorable for the poorer samurai, many of whom declined into common workers, favorable for the common people who were, from 1870, permitted to take family names and choose their occupation and place of residence freely. For the rulers of Japan these were, unlike Western bourgeois society, not a program in themselves, but instruments for achieving the program of national revival. They were necessary, hence they had to be made. And they were justifiable to the cadres of the old society partly because of the enormous power of the traditional ideology of service to the state, or more concretely the need to strengthen the state, and made less unpalatable by the substantial openings in military, administrative, political, and business careers which the new Japan provided for many of them. They were resisted by the traditionalist peasants and samurai, especially those for whom the new Japan in effect provided no very glowing future. Nevertheless, the radicalism of the changes introduced within a matter of a few years by men formed in the old society and belonging to the proud class of its military gentry, remains an extraordinary and unique phenomenon. The driving force was westernization. The West clearly had the secret of success, and hence, at all costs, it must be imitated. The prospect of taking over wholesale the values and institutions of another society was perhaps less unthinkable for the Japanese, than for many other civilizations because they had already once done so, from China, but nevertheless it was an astonishing endeavor, both dramatic and problematic. For it could not be done merely by superficial, selective, and controlled borrowing, especially not in a society so profoundly different in its culture from the West as the Japanese. Hence the exaggerated passion with which many champions of Westernization threw themselves into their task. To some it seemed to imply the abandonment of all that was Japanese in so far as the entire past was backward and barbaric, the simplification, perhaps even the abandonment of the Japanese language, the renovation of inferior Japanese genetic stock by miscegenation with superior Western stock, a suggestion, based on the eagerly swallowed Western theories of social Darwinist racism, which actually had temporary support in the highest quarters. 13 Western costume and hair styles, Western diet. The Japanese had not hitherto eaten meat, were adopted with hardly less zeal than Western technology, architectural styles, and ideas. 14 Did not Westernization involve the adoption of the ideologies which were fundamental to Western progress, including even Christianity? Did it not eventually imply the abandonment of all ancient institutions including the emperor? Yet here Westernization, unlike the earlier Sinification, posed a major dilemma. For the West was not a single coherent system, but a complex of rival institutions and rival ideas. Which of them were the Japanese to choose? In practical terms, the choice was not difficult. The British model naturally served as a guide for railways, telegraphs, public works, the textile industry and much of business methods. The French model inspired legal reform, and initially army reform, until the Prussian model prevailed. The Navy naturally followed the British. Universities owed much to German as well as American examples, primary education, agricultural innovation, and postal services to the United States. By 1875 to 5 to 600 foreign experts, by 1890 3,000 or so, were employed, under Japanese supervision. But politically and ideologically the choice was more difficult. How was Japan to choose between the rival systems of bourgeois liberal states, the British and French, or the more authoritarian Prusso-German monarchy? Above all, how was it to choose between the intellectual West represented by the missionaries, who had a surprising appeal to déclassés and disoriented samurai ready to transfer their traditional loyalty from a secular lord to the Lord in heaven, and the West represented by agnostic science, by Herbert Spencer and Charles Darwin? Or between the rival secular and religious schools? Within a couple of decades a reaction against the extremes of Westernization and liberalism had set in, partly with the help of Western traditions critical of total liberalism, such as the German, which helped to inspire the Constitution of 1889, mainly by a neo-traditionalist reaction which was virtually to invent a new state religion centered on emperor worship, the Shinto cult. It was this combination of neo-traditionalism and selective modernization, as exemplified in the Imperial Educational Edict of 1890, which prevailed. But the tension between those for whom Westernization implied fundamental revolution and those for whom it merely meant a strong Japan, remained. The revolution was not to occur, but the transformation of Japan into a formidable modern power did. Economically the achievement of Japan still remained modest in the 1870s, and based as yet almost entirely on what amounted to an extreme economy of state mercantilism, which contrasted oddly with the official ideology of economic liberalism. The military activities of the new army were still directed entirely against the recalcitrant fighters of the old Japan, though as early as 1873 a war against Korea was planned, and only avoided because the more sensible members of the Meiji elite believed that internal transformation must precede foreign adventure. Hence the West continued to underestimate the significance of the transformation of Japan. Western observers could not quite understand this strange country. Some could see little in it except an exotic and appealing aestheticism and those elegant and subservient women who so readily confirmed both male and, so it was supposed, Western superiority, the land of Pinkerton and Madame Butterfly. Others were too convinced of non-Western inferiority to see anything. The Japanese are a happy race, and being content with little, are not likely to achieve much, wrote the Japan Herald in 1881.15. Until after the Second World War, the belief that technologically the Japanese could only produce cheaper imitations of Western goods formed part of white mythology. Yet there were already hard-headed observers, mainly Americans, who noted the remarkable efficiency of Japanese agriculture via the skills of Japanese artisans, the potentialities of Japanese soldiers. As early as 1878, an American general predicted that thanks to them the country was destined to play an important part in the history of the world. 17 And as soon as the Japanese proved that they could indeed win wars, the views of Westerners about them became considerably less self-satisfied. But at the end of our period they were still seen chiefly as a living proof that the bourgeois civilization of the West was triumphant and superior to all others, and at this stage the educated Japanese themselves would not have disagreed. Chapter 9. Changing Society. According to the communists, from everyone according to his abilities, to everyone according to his needs. In other words, no man is to profit by his own strength, abilities, or industry, but is to minister to the wants of the weak, the stupid, and the idle. Sir T. Erskine May, 18771. Government is passing from the hands of those who own something to the hands of those who own nothing, from the hands of those with a material interest in the preservation of society to those who have no concern whatever for order, stability, and conservation. Perhaps, in the great law of terrestrial change, for our modern societies the workers are what the barbarians were for the societies of antiquity, the convulsive agents of dissolution and destruction. The Goncourts during the Paris Commune too. As capitalism and bourgeois society triumphed, the prospects of alternatives to it receded, in spite of the emergence of popular politics and labor movements. These prospects could hardly have seemed less promising in, say 1872-3. And yet within a very few years the future of the society that had triumphed so spectacularly once again seemed uncertain and obscure, and movements to replace it or to overthrow it had once again to be taken seriously. We must therefore consider these movements for radical social and political change as they existed in the third quarter of the 19th century. This is not simply to write history with the wisdom of hindsight, though there is no good reason why the historian should deprive himself of his most powerful asset, for which any betting man and investor would give his eye teeth, namely the knowledge of what actually happened later. It is also to write history as contemporaries saw it. The rich and powerful are rarely so self-confident that they do not fear an end to their rule. What is more, the memory of revolution was young and strong. Any person aged 40 in 1868 had lived through the greatest European revolution in his late teens. Anyone aged 50 had lived through the revolutions of 1830 as a child, through those of 1848 as an adult. Italians, Spaniards, Poles, and others had lived through insurrections, revolutions or events with a strong insurrectionary component, like Garibaldi's liberation of southern Italy, within the last 15 years. We can hardly be surprised that the hope or fear of revolution was powerful and vivid. We now know that it was not of major consequence in the years after 1848. Indeed, to write about social revolution in these decades is rather like writing about snakes in Britain. They exist, but not as a very significant part of the fauna. The European Revolution, so near, perhaps so real, in the great year of hope and disappointment, disappeared from sight. Marx and Engels had, as we know, hoped for its revival in the years immediately following. They seriously looked forward to another general outbreak in the aftermath of, and as a consequence of, the global economic depression of 1857. When this did not happen, they no longer expected it within the concretely foreseeable future, and certainly not in the form of another 1848. It is, of course, quite mistaken to suppose that Marx turned into some sort of gradualist social democrat, in the modern sense of the word, or even that he expected the transition to socialism, when it occurred, to happen peacefully. Even in the countries where the workers might be able to seize power peacefully through winning elections, he mentioned the United States, Britain, and perhaps the Netherlands, their seizure of power and the destruction of the old politics and institutions, which he regarded as essential, would probably, he thought, lead to violent resistance by the old rulers. And in this he was undoubtedly realistic. Governments and ruling classes might be ready to accept a labor movement which did not threaten their rule, but there was no reason whatever to suppose, especially after the sanguinary suppression of the Paris Commune, that they were ready to accept one which did. Nevertheless, the prospects of revolution, let alone socialist revolution, in the developed countries of Europe, were no longer a matter of practical politics and, as we have seen, Marx discounted them, even in France. The immediate future in the European capitalist countries lay in the organization of independent mass parties of the working class, whose short-term political demands were not revolutionary. When Marx himself dictated the program of the German Social Democrats, Gotha 1875, to an American interviewer, he left out the only clause which envisaged a socialist future, the establishment of socialist production cooperatives, under the democratic control of the working people, as a mere tactical concession to the Lassalleans. Socialism, he observed, will be the result of the movement. But this will be a question of time, of education, and of the development of new forms of society. Point 3. This unpredictably remote future might be brought significantly closer by developments in the margins rather than at the center of bourgeois society. From the late 1860s on, Marx began seriously to envisage the strategy of an indirect approach to the overthrow of bourgeois society, along three lines, two of which were to prove prophetic and one of which was mistaken: colonial revolution, Russia, and the United States. The first of these became part of his calculations through the rise of the Irish revolutionary movement, see Chapter 5 above. Britain was then decisive for the future of proletarian revolution because it was the metropolis of capital, the ruler of the world market, and at the same time the only country where the material conditions of this revolution have developed to a certain degree of maturity. Point 4. Hence the chief object of the International must be to accelerate the English Revolution, and the only means of doing so was to win Irish independence. Irish revolution, or more generally, the revolution of subject peoples, was envisaged not for its own sake, but as a possible accelerator of revolution in the central bourgeois countries, as the Achilles heel of metropolitan capitalism. The role of Russia was to be perhaps more ambitious. From the 1860s, as we shall see, a Russian revolution became not merely a possibility, but a probability, perhaps even a certainty. But whereas in 1848 such a contingency would have been welcomed merely because it removed the major block in the way of the victory of a Western revolution, it now became significant in its own right.